experts from countries like USA, Finland, Australia on the 15th and 16th of April in our beautiful city of Hyderabad. Let us start this momentous day by invoking the blessings of Lord Ganesha. May I now take this opportunity to call Ms. Priyanka Madhur from Pallavi International School, Gandipet, for a Ganesh Vandana.
Check. Hello.
गाइए गणपति जगवंदन शंकर सुवन भवानी नंदन। गाइए गणपति जगवंदन शंकर सुवन भवानी नंदन। गाइए गणपति मोदक प्रिय मुद मंगलदाता। मोदक प्रिय मुद मंगलदाता। विद्यावारिणी बुद्धि विधाता। विद्यावारिणी बुद्धि विधाता। गाइए गणपति जगवंदन शंकर सुवन भवानी नंदन। गाइए गणपति जगवंदन मागत तुलसीदास कर जोरे। मागत तुलसीदास कर जोरे। बसहि राम प्रिय मानस मोरे। बसहि राम प्रिय मानस मोरे। गाइए गणपति गाइए गणपति गाइए गणपति जगवंदन।
Thank you, Priyanka ma'am. On that note, day one of this wonderful session was filled with learnings and insightful takeaways. I'm certain that each one of you is as eager as I am to plunge into another day full of insights, knowledge, and illumination. Without further ado, I once again welcome you all to the day two of this international conference. On this momentous occasion, I am deeply honored to call upon our academic director, Dr. T. Sudha, to deliver the welcome address.
Recording in progress.
Good morning, respected Chairman, Professor Manish Jain, Dr. Jai Prakash Narayan ji, who is going to join us very soon, Dr. Biswajit Saha from the CBSE, all the panel members, very rich panel discussion members, and very special guest also at the last, Shri Naveen Mittal ji. On behalf of Pallavi Group of Educational Institutions and DPS Group of Educational Institutions, our Chairman, Shri M. Komaraya ji, Director, Mrs. Pallavi ji, I stand here to welcome you all to this august gathering to learn about the NEP 2020. Welcome you all once again. Let me just briefly describe the objectives behind this particular event. Our event's objective was to bring the vision of the erudite education policy 2020 to action. And we wanted to collaborate the interpretation of 5 key issues of the policy with the SDG integration and with teacher practitioners, action researchers, and students, entrepreneurship areas, ideas for innovation at the state level in the beginning. Then we had to deliberate on the 5 issues of learning gaps, safety and security, health and wellness, role of ICT, climate change with policymakers, managements, school and college leaders, teachers, students and parents at the national level. And then lastly, we are coming to the conclusion of the event, and that event is today, the most important day. The glimpses I would like to show you. This is the roadmap for the entire event. If you see the HTC Expo, after the discussion with the teacher, action researchers, and the students and parents, we brought all the culmination point at the DPS Nacharam on March 25th. Then on April 5th, we had a virtual conference, and today and yesterday we started with the HTC Grand event. I would like to tell you about the HTC Expo at the DPS Nacharam, which involved the teacher, action researchers, and the students and parents. Here in this, there were 5 key areas that were discussed: learning gaps, role of ICT, climate action, and at the same time, we discussed safety and security,
Sir.
health,
Hello,
and
sir.
wellness.
Yes.
These 5 key areas, we had poster presentations and discussions of entrepreneurship
Sir,
and
we'll start in another
ideas
2 minutes,
for
sir.
innovation from the students.
It's all good.
Teacher action researchers deliberated on these 5 key areas and brought in richness to this physical,
Hello, sir.
not virtual, this
Hello?
is a physical expo.
Sir, am I audible, sir?
at the
Clear, sir?
DPS Nacharam.
Yes, you are.
Okay, sir.
50,000
So we just connected, sir.
rupees
There's just
worth
introduction. So
prizes
we'll connect in another 2-3
were
minutes, sir.
distributed to all the students and the teacher action researchers. This was the richness that had been visualized by many a people, and it was on the YouTube also. These are the glimpses of the expo and some of the events that had happened on that day. These were the speakers right in front of the jury members speaking on various issues. It was a very rich discussion, and the prize winners were given awards. These were the winners on the HTC Expo Day held at DPS Nacharam on the 25th. These are all the winners. 50,000 worth rupees. Chairman has declared prizes, and teachers and students from various schools at the state level, they have participated. Then the next level, this was the virtual conference. Believe it or not, policy makers right from NCERT, SCERT, UGC, AICTE, and name an organization with which we are associated. All the members very, very richly contribute to this virtual conference. Now, this virtual conference had 11 panels of 5 in the morning from 11 a.m. to 12 noon, and 6 panels in the evening from 4 p.m. to 5 p.m. 70 experts and 6,000 participants on that day just participated with many likes and many other on Instagram and other things. The conference was very rich with very rich panel members like this, and our principals became the moderators, principals of colleges, principals of management, principals of schools of Delhi Public School and Pallavi Group of Educational Institutions. You can see the quality of this virtual conference. It was in the newspapers and it was all over the city. Everyone was talking the rich experiences and exposures and the learnings that we had during this virtual conference. Yes, so grand event today, and yesterday also we had a very rich exposure and experience with very rich panel members from NCERT, CBSE, UGC, CERT, and whatnot and what all. I will not go into the detail because I'm running into the time slots which are given to me. So I will not further deliberate upon. Please enjoy the experiences today and let us learn more things and let us all get into NEP, that is National Educational Policy 2020, which is in the books, and bring it into the action in our own educational institutions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your illuminating glimpses. With immense delight, I now call upon Ms. Nandita Sunkara to introduce the keynote speaker.
Good morning to all the eminent guests, Chairman Sri M. Komriya sir, Director T. Sudha ma'am. To give it a start, we have a wonderful keynote speech on the virtual session on reclaiming the pedagogy of play. Introducing Professor Manish Jain, is a leading voice for the re-imaging education. He has worked as one of the principal dean member of UNESCO. Mr. Manish Jain lives in Udaipur, Rajasthan in North India. He works with a movement called Shikshantar, the People's Institute for Rethinking Education and Development. He has been working for the last 20 years, initiating many projects around unlearning, sustainable living, and gift culture. He is also the co-founder of Swaraj University, India's first university dedicated to localization. Can we put our hands together to have Professor Manish Jain on the virtual mode for reclaiming the pedagogy of play? Thank you, sir. We are honored to have you.
Salam namaste to everyone.
Sir, you are
Good
on the
morning.
mute right now.
Can you hear me? Good morning.
Morning, sir.
You can hear me? Okay. Salam namaste to everyone. Very good morning to all of you. I'd actually like you to just ask you to rub your hands together a little bit. You can rub your hands in the morning, wake up together with us. And I love laughing yoga in the morning. So I invite you to laugh out loud with me to start this talk. 3 times we'll laugh loudly together. Let's start it with this one. Ha 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 ha. I don't see anyone laughing. What happened? Serious the crowd. Okay, second time. Ready? Ha 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 ha. And one more time. Ha 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 ha. Okay. Sudhaji, nobody's laughing. What happened, everyone? They're still asleep. Hello? These are the most serious teachers I've ever seen in my
No,
life.
no, 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 no. They
Okay.
are all laughing. They are all laughing, and they did not capture us all. Once again, if you want, they can show their faces and laugh. Now you see the audience, the whole hall is full. Dr. Manish Jain, good morning to you. And we were laughing and we were rubbing our hands too, including our chairman, SCRT people, NCRT people, and all the policy makers who are seated here. Professor Manish Jain, we are all here.
Thank you. Thank you. So can everyone put your thumbs up if you can hear me okay? Great. Awesome. So I would like to share a little bit today of my journey and exploration with all of you guys. The 25-year journey, it's actually a 53-year journey. I'm 53 years old. And my journey has been, particularly the last 25 years, has been an unlearning journey. So I would like to share a little bit of that and some dimensions of that. And I've been trying to learn everything I learned at Harvard and the UNESCO when I worked there. And my gurus in this last 25 journey has one in my daughter. She's a 21-year-old woman, beautiful woman. She has never been to school. We've unschooled her whole life. She's never looked at a textbook, never looked at an exam in her life, and is one of the most thoughtful, creative people I know, sensitive people I know. The other has been my grandmothers, both of them who never went to school and who really were, again, some of the most creative and strongest women I've known. Third has been my time in tribal villages. And the fourth has been what I call my own experiments with truth on myself, all these crazy experiments. So whatever I'm going to share with you is not some theory, it's not from some book, it's not from some Harvard course, it's actually things that I have personally experienced and actually tried to create in the world. So as I start this talk, I would like to invoke Eklavya. Eklavya from the Mahabharata. You all know Eklavya? Put your thumbs up if you know about Eklavya. I don't have to tell you the story. So Eklavya is very important to us. I consider him the first chancellor of my university and his story. And I think for our country, for our civilization, Eklavya is for the field of education, Eklavya is probably one of the most important figures for us to try to understand. And very few of our educationists have really gone into understanding Eklavya and what it means for reimagining education. So there is a difference, what I would say is between extrinsic motivation and intrinsic motivation. The factory schooling system, as I call it, has been designed with extrinsic motivation, with what is called reward and punishment, carrot and stick. Whatever you do it and you try to get this reward. You know, if you're starting with your parents or you're saying that if you do well on this, we'll get you a bicycle or we'll get you a motorcycle or we'll get you a new iPhone. Or if you don't, you'll be grounded, you'll be punished by your teachers, you'll be put to detention, you'll be given extra homework, whatever. So the entire education life of ours, formal education, is in a model of reward and punishment. What I am interested in is something in our culture and our civilization, which is around intrinsic motivation. What is that motivation that comes from within when there's not a danda on your head? What is that motivation that we do from our deepest spaces of joy and passion and inquiry, curiosity? And Eklavya for me represents that. You all know that Eklavya, basically, I would say he was the first one person in India to win the Olympic gold medal, the equivalent of the Olympic gold medal. Is that correct? You guys agree with that? Thumbs up if you agree. Did Eklavya win the Olympic gold medal? So I want to ask you a question. How did he do it? In the national education policy, it says it's not only important to learn things, but how we learn. So I want to ask you to imagine, what did Eklavya do sitting in that jungle every day for so many years that he became better than Arjun, that he became the best archer in the world? And you don't have any ideas. Did you ever think about this question? What did that, we've heard the story 100 times. What did that guy do every single day? What I would offer to you is that he was playing every day. And I'll explain this in more detail, but he was playing. And so my talk today is called The Pedagogy of Play. And he was free playing. There was no referee or no coach or no instructor or no phone at that time for him to play on, but he was in a space of free play, free, unstructured, play. And so that's what I would like to explore with you today is what did that guy do every day when he was there? And how is that very fundamentally different from the way schools are designed? And I would have put this question to you to think about when I'm talking. Do you think that schools encourage intrinsic motivation or do they kill intrinsic motivation? This is a question I'll offer you. So before we get more deeper into this, I wanted to say a few words about the national education policy. So I think the policy has created a good space like this, a beautiful space for reflection and dialogue, and hopefully for new experimentation. So in that sense, it's a very useful document. It has all the right words. I was rereading it last night before this talk, just looking at it again. And it has all these beautiful words, holistic, integrated, and all of that. But I would argue that it is too little, too late. Too little, too late. And in the sense of the kind of changes, the kind of imagination that we need for education right now is missing from that document. And let me share with you a couple of reasons why. One is the most obvious reason. It is still teacher-centric. It is not learner-centered. It doesn't understand the diverse learning needs and learning styles and learning contexts of learners. And I would say the biggest word for our times right now all over the world is customization. You cannot continue to give a one-size-fits-all model of education. When we say a learner has failed, it is not the learner that's failing, it's the education system that's failing. Each learner has immense amount of talent and potential. And it's actually the teachers, the school, the whole design of the system that has failed the learners. I don't think there are any learners who are failures. So what I'm trying to say is that we have to shift the approach from being teachers. And there was, if you remember, many of you were there, may have remembered the Yashpal committee report from back in the 90s. And they said there's a lot of teaching and training going on in our culture, in our country, but very little learning and understanding. So unless we understand the learner and we recenter, reprioritize the learner, I don't think we're going to get very far. The second thing I would offer is, I didn't put it up on the screen, but I'll just put it here. Can you guys make this triangle shape with me? So I'll make a shape of a triangle, okay? And there are 3 points on the triangle, right? The first point, what I would offer, these are 3 crises that we are facing. The first crisis is the crisis of unemployment, right? And the government of India, its own statistics, it's mind-boggling, astounding, that they say in the next 20 years, we'll have 18 crore, 180 million unemployed educated youth. And who are creating these uneducated youth? It's the education system who is the biggest contribution right now to the country is from the education system is unemployment. You never find any uneducated unemployed people. You'll find only educated unemployed people in our country. And so I think we have to look at, if you can imagine 180 million educated unemployed youth, what will it mean for our country? It'll mean immense amount of violence, chaos, even system breakdown. Because all of these youth are not only unemployed, they've been educated to say, I want an iPhone, I want a Mercedes-Benz, I want to have dinner at the fanciest restaurants. And so I've seen in other countries where this has happened, you see immense amount of crime. I was in Brazil You know what the best business for young people is in Brazil? It's a drug trade, the drug industry. It's a way to get the fastest, easiest money is by selling drugs. And it's a massive, massive crisis. So in our country, we can see that also emerging. The second point on that triangle again is the ecological crises. So all of these, what I'm saying, are mentioned in the NEP, but they're mentioned in one sentence. And to understand what's happening and what is the need of education in our time, we need to understand these crises a bit deeper. And then we can see what it's like if somebody has cancer. If I say, oh, they have cancer, and then I'm just putting some bandages on their body, it's not a very sufficient response, is it? So what I'm trying to say is that we need to understand the depth of the crisis. So the second one is the ecological crises. The last 100 years of development have severely destroyed the soil, the water, the forests, and the air quality of our country. And if you see it all over, I meet with leading environmentalists all the time, we are in almost in an ecological breakdown situation. And if you see that how much of our education system today is basically, again, encouraging people to consume and consume and consume, not to conserve. We are generating a nation of consumers. And that because, and I would link that to the education system, because when you don't feel good about yourself, when you feel I'm not good enough, I'm not beautiful enough, I'm not happy enough, then what does the system tell you? Go and buy something, show off, have a big party, go into debt, go into EMI. That's what's happening all over. All of you would know in your own communities, how much show off is the level of show off increasing or decreasing? It's increasing, and it's unnecessarily, it's wasteful. And that is all the educated people who are doing this kind of thing. There is a poster, I see so many strong women, so many sisters sitting in the audience. I have to share this with you. We have a poster in our center, in our university, that says if women started loving themselves and their bodies, think about how many companies would go out of business. So where is this thing happening from? You know, we have to go deeper. The ecological crisis, bring people into deep relationship with nature. We are locking kids up all day in classrooms, and the amount of time climbing trees, being in the fields, connecting with the soil, swimming in lakes and rivers has decreased radically in just one generation. So I would say that we need to reconnect to nature as part of this in a very deep, profound way. And that means we have to get out of the classrooms. The third crisis, again, put your hands up for the triangle, please. Yes, the third point. So I've covered two. One is unemployment. The other is ecological. And the third is mental health. And there is a mental health epidemic happening in our country. And I again would implicate the education system, because so much pressure on the kids, so much anxiety in the kids is happening because of the education system. We could never imagine so much suicide happening. If you go, I live in Rajasthan, you must have heard of Kota, the famous suicide city. That is all because of the education system. And so either you have kids who are going into depression, or we have a huge, alongside that, a huge amount of kids, particularly in urban areas, who are going into drugs, alcohol and drugs. Even up in the US, I think Sudha told you, when I was in class 6, class 7, American students were in my classes were already starting to do drugs and alcohol. And that is because of an education system that takes away meaning and purpose and connection. If you feel alone all the time, if you don't feel like you're doing anything useful, then one looks for escape forms. And so these are forms of escape. So I just wanted to touch on that a little bit. And I think that we need all these 3 points. There's two things to know. One is, I would again argue, they are directly because of the way we've organized education the last 100 years. They're outcomes of the education system. And the second thing is that any of these points if they continue, can lead to total system breakdown, total chaos, total breakdown in our country. And we need to be taking much more stronger steps, stronger efforts, reimagining the education system. That's what's brought me to this point in my last 25 years. I resigned from the UNESCO 25 years ago precisely because of this, because I felt the need to do something much more radically different. And so I applaud all of you. I applaud the organizers for giving this opportunity. So now let me come back briefly to talking about play. So what is play? Play, I would say, can be talked about as spontaneous, self-organized, emotionally connecting, meditative presencing. It's a form of meditation. When you're playing in a state of free play, if you observe children, they're fully present there. They're not worrying about the past. They're not worrying about their futures. They're fully present. It's a very deep form of meditation. Now, unfortunately, in our country, play is been seen bad by the education system as something bad. It's something that's a waste of time. It's something that is dirty. You know, what if I remember being scolded every day growing up when I would go and play in the mud. I was building forts. We'd build ramps and forts and all kinds of things. And every day I'd come home muddy and dirty, and my mother would be so upset with me. But those were times when my most creative genius was at operation. My imagination was in operation. So the thing about play, which is very interesting, play might be the most dangerous thing in society. Free play, because it cannot, I'm saying it's dangerous to the system, to the people in power, because play cannot be controlled easily. Play is in the hands of the learners. Play can never be in the hands of the teachers. Free play can never be in the hands of any bureaucrat or policymaker. Play can only be in the hands of learners. We can kill it, which is what's happening. We can kill creativity, which is what's happening in schools, not only in India, but it's well acknowledged all over the world that the same schooling model, whether it's in Finland, whether it's in America, whether it's in UK or Australia, these models are all killing kids' creativity. And there's been no serious response to that by policymakers in any country in the world. But if we want to respond to that, that means we would have to create different reference points for play. So I would offer you that we don't need to go to Finland or Harvard or any of these places to learn about free play. Where we need to go back to is our villages. Our own villages are the places that we need to go. Our own stories like Ekalavya are the places we need to go to actually find a different way out of the kind of messes that we've created in the last 100 years. And I would say that for me, the village journey has been interesting. So I have a lot of friends these days who talk about systems thinking and complexity and what it means and how kids should be learning to become systems thinkers. So I looked in the village and I saw one thing that's so powerful. What's one of the greatest forms of play that creates systems thinking? Does anyone know? Anyone know? This whole culture of riddles. Riddles connect us beyond the linear reductionist mindset. We have to think outside of the box always for a riddle. So should I share a riddle with you all? One of my favorite riddles I'll share with you. So Lambi si sadak, beach mein adak, end mein char Pepsis or ek thumbs up. Does anyone know what this is? Lambi si sadak, beach mein adak, end mein char Pepsis or ek thumbs up. Any guess? Can you put your hand up if everyone knows? Is it making sense to you? Everyone knows Hindi, I assume, right? You all know Hindi? No? Does everyone know Hindi? Yes? So did you understand what I'm saying? Lambi sadak, beach mein adak, And में चार Pepsis or 8 thumbs up. Does anyone know what it is? You can talk to your friends. You can ask them if they know. Just take 10 seconds. So it's our arm, right? Lambi si sadak, beech mein adak, end mein 4 Pepsis or 8 thumbs up. Got it. So we have this tremendous culture of riddles that was there in our villages, and it creates a lot of free thinking and creativity. Also in the villages, I observed in Rajasthan at least, they make stone walls. Have you seen these stone walls? Without any cement, without anything, they make perfect stone wall constructions. And each stone wall, if you think about it, making that, I've done it myself, it's like putting a 3-dimensional puzzle together. So what we are giving in schools and by buying the kids toys, so by the way, I'm very much against plastic toys and all these kind of toys we give, because anything can be made a toy by kids. So even if they're making a stone wall, that is a 3-dimensional puzzle versus the kind of toys which are flat puzzles. Or if you see, a lot of friends today are promoting Lego. Lego is, again, perfectly organized. Nature is not Lego. Lego is not nature. Nature is all uber-covered, weird things, and people have to use a lot of sensibility to bring them together. So many things. Or taking care of animals. Again, in the village, a tremendous way of playing and learning. So many of these things we have lost in the modern schooling system. I would actually argue that children in the villages are much more intelligent and aware of their surroundings than people in the cities. There's a beautiful poster, another one in our university, which we have 2 things. One is, how many brands can a child recognize? So today we'll recognize Nike, McDonald's, Adidas, you know. Nice. And today I have even engineering students, computer students, who do not know the difference between a tomato plant and a haldi plant and a bangan plant. So this is how much we don't even know our basic food systems. We don't know anything. We're considering ourselves educated. I like to say, you know, just think about this. I call it the Pada Likha Anvishwasi syndrome. Pade Likhe Anvishwasi. And what it is, tell me, who wastes more water? Pade Likhe ya Anpad? Who eats more junk food? Pade Likhe ya Anpad? Right? Who is involved in more corruption? Pade Likhe ya Anpad? So we are giving all this education, but I have a big question of what is the value of that education? What is the value of that education, of the basic things of our life? We are not. Who's more creative? Pade Likhe or Unpad? Unpad people, they're much more creative. They have a huge guard capacity, much more than our IIT students. So what I'm saying is that we need to think very differently about play. It is very powerful. The last thing I would just like to leave you with is that part of the most important part of play might be this idea of resilience. Do you know about resilience? Eklavya had a tremendous amount of resilience. That was one of his qualities, resilience and humility. And today I'm finding so many educated youth, particularly from the private schools, to be highly fragile. Anything small goes wrong in their life, they fall, they go into depression, they even will think of suicide, all of these things. Resilient means that we don't have any fear of failure. We actually embrace failure as one of the most powerful learning aids, learning friends of ours. Every time we fail, it gives us new insights. And school, unfortunately, teaches us to hide failure, to fear failure, to run away from failure, right? So we need to try to come and play. Play isn't great, because you play, you're free. You're not afraid of failing. You can be free to test all kinds of things, play with different materials, come out of your comfort zone. So I think that if we want to deal with the different crises we need to build a model of education that builds resilience, inner resilience, right? If we don't have that, we will have a huge breakdown in society. So the last, I want to leave you with 4 practical things around where I would think that we need to reimagine education. First point is what I call democratic learning. The children in my university, the students, we call them Kojis, seekers. They decide what they want to learn, when they want to learn, how they want to learn, and most importantly, from who they want to learn. So can we open up this democratic, we claim we're a democracy, but that has to start from our classrooms, from our schools, from our families. Can we give children more decision-making power? We have one of my gurus, was a Gandhian here, Dayal Chand Soni. He worked for 50 years on Nalim, and he told me once, real democracy does not start with choosing your politicians. Real democracy starts when you can choose your own gurus. So can we give that choice to children that they can decide what they want to learn, how they want to learn? That means we have to, for that to happen, we have to change the timetable. This idea of 45-minute periods is again for a factory worker. It's not for a human being. Do any of you do anything creative, like cooking or filmmaking or photography or theater or writing, poetry? Anyone who knows anything, does anything creative, they would know that it takes around 30 minutes, 20 to 30 minutes to get into a mood, a flow. And then after that, you might be there 5 hours, 6 hours, 8 hours, 10 hours. When I'm making a film, even I go to the toilet, I'm thinking about the film. Even I go to dinner, my wife gets so annoyed with me because I'm thinking about the film. And so we do not give children that space and time to actually go into do things deeply. What schooling is doing, the way it's organized, the timetable creates superficial level thinking, surface level thinking. You're not allowed to explore things deeply. So my daughter, for example, when she was growing up, I used to think her concentration was very poor. And then I observed her. She's one of the things among many things. She's a musician, she's an artist, she's a fashion designer, she's a chef. One of the things I noticed when she was painting was that she can sit 7-8 hours on one painting. I've never seen such deep concentration. But if she was in school, she would have been labeled ADHD, her poor concentration, all of that. But if you give a different time, you can see all kinds of talent of children coming out. The third thing I would say is we need to think about how to value real experiences much more. Right now, school, at the end of the day, still values, what's the thing that's valued? It's the exam scores. That's how your salaries are also determined, your promotion, everything is how are the children performing on them. But real learning starts with experiential learning. And unless we value it for parents, like even I was growing up, I did 100 different activities, but my parents were always upset with me. They said, you're wasting your time. Even when I traveled, which is traveling one of the most important experiences of life, even when I traveled, they would say, no, you're wasting your time. You should be focusing. You need to get even better marks. You have to be the topper at Harvard. You have to do this and that. And luckily, I never listened to them. And I always did the things I wanted outside of the classroom. Learning has been much more powerful than in the classroom. When I worked at UNESCO, I interviewed more than 10,000 people. I asked them, where is your most powerful learning experience of your life? Share one of those with me. And to this day, nobody ever shared that the powerful learning experience was in the classroom to do with the syllabus. Everyone said it was with my grandparents, or it was when I was traveling, or it was when I was with my friends, or when I was working at this job, so many other things. Nobody, we need to reflect on this. Nobody has said that the most powerful learning experience for me in my life was my classroom experience, or with the textbook, or with the exam. No, it was something much different. So if we learn from that, we can find a different path to. So what I've done, all my models of education came from my own experience of learning outside of the classroom, and how can I give that gift to my students, to the learners? Get out of the classroom. Don't waste your life in classrooms. Life is too precious, too short for being wasted in classrooms. We need to explore. The world is more magical and beautiful and amazing, and the more that I can get our children engaged with it, and the world also needs our children to take on real problems. So there are so many crises, as I discussed, happening. Even I know in different places around India and the world where children are working on these things. Children are rebuilding soil. They're making the soil in their organic farms. Children are trying to take leadership in running their schools, their alternative schools. So there are many opportunities for this. So I would like to conclude here, and I'm saying there's a possibility in our country for a learning revolution. There's a deep need for a learning revolution. And I invite you all to join us in that revolution. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Jay, for connecting to us all the way from there. Can we have another 3 minutes. One quick question, if you can, if you're with it. One question from...
I would like to, Sudha, can I suggest you use that 3 minutes and they talk to their neighbor and talk about one thing that they found really interesting or really disturbing about what I was saying.
Okay, so the time is up to you. Talk to your neighbor. Understand one takeaway from the session, quickly.
I think we have lots of questions, Dr. Jain. I'm invisible because you have not focused me. There's no need to focus also. So Dr. Biswajit Saha is also here on the CBSE. And at the same time, there are many questions from the audience. So may I request you to take the question, please?
So my question is, the cactus, the camel knows eating the thorny cactus makes the tongue bleed, but the camel goes back to the cactus again and again. And I think most of us here, they know things like resilience, compassion. These words are a great thing to do, and the world is encashing on those words by writing self-help books and other things. But my question to you, sir, is how do we make people unlearn and, like what you stated, as back to the cell, like go back to villages by sacrificing this? So how do we convince them to do that? So there is an opportunity cost, you see.
Yes. So, Sudhaji, I would suggest let us be with the questions. This is a great question. What's your name?
I'm
Sister?
Nivedita.
What?
Nivedita.
Okay. So let us take a few more questions and be with the questions. I mean, that's a big question you're asking. The short answer is to first start becoming aware of your own unlearning journey. Before you tell anybody else, start thinking about your own unlearning journey, what you feel you need to unlearn, and then we can. I don't have enough time to answer it deeply, so I would say you can contact me. I'll give you my email or my WhatsApp, and you can write to me, and we can discuss it properly.
Sir,
But let's listen to a few more questions.
Yeah, there's one more question, please.
So thank you for enlightening us various things. I'm Dr. Maipati Srinivas, working for Anurag University. We have these reflections many times when it comes to the practical implementation. As you know that we are coming up with new education policy. There are many, again, we have got, there are rules and regulations. At the individual level, we are able to implement certain things which are there in our, influence. Or else, when we listen to these kind of lectures, we get motivated and we do it. Again, when we go to the classrooms again, the same scenario is there. How to overcome this? Sir, can you please suggest us? Thank you very much.
So I couldn't fully hear the question. Sorry, because it's coming on the mic, the echo is very bad in this coming through in the system. Can you can you say it slowly again?
So the most important thing, as you said, that we all agree with the statement, what you said, like when it comes to the learning, learning is there most of the times in the villages and all. And when it comes to our schooling system, which exactly what we are talking about, pedagogy and how to about the schedules, timetables and all. But at individual level, we are able to make certain changes in teaching and learning process especially. And how can we bring about massive change? And I think now how we can bring the change in teaching and learning process, especially in unlearning and relearning the things.
So I got it. I think you're saying how do we bring a massive change? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I would say again, this is a longer conversation. I run a 1-week course on this called Reimagining Education, but you can email me if you want to discuss it more. But what I would say in short is that first we have to understand today that this system of education is not our system of education. It was imposed by the British and I call it factory schooling. Initially, it was in the West imposed to create factory worker slaves, and in India, we know it was created to start Babu slaves, right? What Macaulay called Macaulay's children. And so we have to admit that what you are all doing is perpetuating a system of slavery. If you admit that, then you can reimagine. Otherwise, you're just going to try to make the system of slavery more efficient. What NEP is doing is trying to make a system of slavery, mental slavery, more efficient, more effective. What I'm talking about is that we have to liberate ourselves. We are talking about the next round of the freedom struggle. The freedom struggle is on right now. We are not, if we read Hind Swaraj, Gandhiji's Hind Swaraj, I would recommend you to read it. You'll understand that the freedom struggle is still alive and needed. And what you can do at your level is you can help children. As I said, what I help children in schools, what I help them is to escape. Just yesterday, I was counseling some people, young people, they just finished their 10th. I said, take a gap year. Take a year, explore the world. I had students, even the interesting thing, even the Ivy universities, they put out a circular about 5 years back. They said, we encourage our students to take a gap year before they enter the university because all they have is bookish knowledge. All they have is memorizing it, nothing original. Let them travel, let them work, let them experience the world. Then when they come to the classroom, they'll have a different energy, different purpose, different thing. So one of the things I do is help children escape from the classroom and try to go out in the real world, do projects, go and volunteer. Encourage your students to go and volunteer. Even, unfortunately, some of the best colleges encourage internships, but they don't value them. There's not a value placed on it, so most people cheat. They just get a signature. So many students come to me and say, oh, we have to do an internship. Can you just give us a letter? We don't really want to do anything. So I never do that for them. I try to engage them. But we need to encourage students to actually value experiencing the world, not doing well only on the exam or classroom. Even I tell children today, we have a projects going on and we have some unschooling projects happening in government schools early. And I encourage those parents, I said, पढ़ाई के साथ साथ हर बच्चों का 2-3 हुनर होने चाहिए. And so let them have the freedom. You cannot learn a hunar sitting in the classroom. You have to be out, you have to experiment, you have to play. So as teachers, what I can invite you to is first to help liberate your students, get them out of the classrooms, get them away from the textbooks. These are all fake. You think of your own life. Even today, if all of us went and took the class 12 exams, all of us sitting in this room would be failing that class 12 exam. If I brought it right now and gave it to everybody, everyone would fail because we didn't learn anything real. We didn't learn anything useful. We didn't learn anything meaningful. It was all fake. Even going to Harvard, will say it was all fake. So that's why I decided never to send my child to school because it's a waste of their lives. So what I'm saying is that let us encourage children to get out of the classroom, get into real life projects, work with people, meet different kinds of people, and let us also, in your capacity, you can do a tremendous amount of experiments. This is what I started the talk with. I said, NEP will only be meaningful if teachers and parents and children, learners, they start experimenting. Nobody from the top can force us to do anything in our country. Every single policy that has come in the last 60 years has failed miserably because it's coming as a top-down thing. But as a bottom-up movement of people who want to change the education system, there's a lot that we can do. And I can have another session with you to discuss those ideas much more practically.
Thank you, Professor Jain. That would be lovely. You started and set the tone for quite a revolution in the field of education. We would follow that. Thank you, Professor Jain, once again for joining us.
Thank you so much.
No, ma'am.
Namaste. So nice to meet you all. I'll put my, I don't know, is the chat working, but I'll give you my manishatswaraj.org is my, thank you, Sudhaji. So manishatswaraj.org, and I invite you all to Udaipur sometime to visit us and see all of our radical and creative projects. Thank you again so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for joining us. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome the next speaker, Dr. Biswajit Saha, a man who is very popular with all of us being principals and teachers. I've seen him quite a good number of times on the virtual mode. We have been with you pretty many times, sir, though you have never seen us, but your talk has always been on examinations and we were there with you. Let me take a minute to introduce him. Dr. Biswajit Saha is currently working as a Director, Skill Education and Trainings in the Central Board of Secondary Education, Delhi from December 2011. He is involved with the design of curriculum, development of textbooks, and organizing various teachers training programs besides representing CBSE in various national and international committees for the holistic development of education of this country. So far, Dr. Saha has edited more than 75 books which were published by the CBSE. Prior to, did I hear a clap there? 75 books of editing. And that's what he was saying. Don't forget that you're always learners. Prior to joining CBSE, he has worked at the Government Engineering College, Agartala, for more than 10 years as assistant professor and head of the computer department. Dr. Saha has handled execution of various development projects with the World Bank, the MHRD, the Ministry of Information Technology, as well as the research projects of AICTE and UGC. He has actively participated in the drafting, which is the important document that we're talking of, the National Skill Qualification Framework, or the NSQF, notified by the Government of India in 2012 and 13 respectively. He has contributed towards drafting of the credit framework for skills and education by All India Council of Technical Education. In addition, Dr. Saha has visited various universities and institutions, schools in Germany, Australia, Oman, UAE, and Singapore to understand the best practices of those countries. As I said, Dr. Saha, you are a very popular man amongst us in the CBSE board. May I request you to please join us in the session.
Right off. Can you see? Yeah. I think I should see you. Good morning. All the senior management of both DPS as well as and of course the senior dignitaries from SCRT, NCRT, different university, college representative, and of course the school leaders. It is a privileged moment for me to witness, and also while Professor Jain was speaking, तो इन्होंने ground अच्छा तैयार कर दिया है. Now the topic which was assigned to me is globalizations of management and technical education. Now, if I take this Ekalabya model to its other trajectory and also look into the perspective initially with the term internalizations and followed by internationalization. So, how do you react internalization, of course, as you all are from this education fraternity, you are trying to drive every day with your own idea and capturing the student idea and creating a enabling or rather enabling ecosystems altogether. Now, if I talk about internationalization, then definitely that is also happening, because I have seen the good number of experts are from a different country. Now, that is the primary things of understanding the others model. So, Shudhaji was mentioning that the Finnish systems of education, uska upar bhi some expert had spoken yesterday. Some university professors from China and other countries are also very much here. Now, when it is a selective pockets, inclusions of selective pockets from one country is working with the other country, then the perspective of internationalizations happen. Now, that way, the primary objective of two institutions, the receiving sides are also emitting a new mode of learning. For whom? For the giver. So, and that way, it's a freedom space we are making through which information flows like a river. Now, with that basis, for multiple decades, it's happening in India. So, first of all, that is one can definitely utter. Earlier, state versus state. One state university is not talking with the central university, but very happy to work with a university of neighborhood country or maybe elsewhere. Similarly, there is a disjointment in terms of government-run university versus the privately managed university. Is it true or something on assumption I am speaking? Huh? So in Andhra Pradesh and in Telangana, there are multiple good universities, both technical, management and general education. But in this kind of forum, definitely one gentleman was asking a very relevant question, that in this forum, by virtue of the speaker's potential, we got excited. And for momentarily, our hormone gives some kind of energy to our brain to think with the light. But whenever we went back to or go back to our original situation, the inertia remains as it is. So, it's very easy to say, embrace change. But करेगा कौन? हाँ? तो हम ही लोगों को ही करना है. So first of all, before laying the foundations of globalization, let us look into the a use case model of localized cohort. सरकार बोलते हैं ना, local to vocal, vocal to global. So that way, we can primarily aim for the globalization. So this is my first point. The second point would be how to do it. Can we think of a cohort where university, irrespective of its tagline, private, government, central, ISO 9000, NAC accredited A++, or not yet applied. And how the local infrastructures can be extended. I'm representing a school board, I'll definitely, my wish list or my ask should be towards that. How it can be connected with local to school. You know, what would be the incentive? Private colleges are spending more than crore in their advertisement, and they are putting many management agent, unlike, I'll spell after, my third point would be how the globalization's message is coming in India. So they are spending huge amount. Instead of spending, you spend. But the effectiveness of so-called expenditure, how it is suiting the need, means at the end of the, this is the admission session started. Abhi, the catchment areas में पूरा antenna खड़ा रहेगा. And especially these belt, Andhra Pradesh, Telangana, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu and Maharashtra. यहाँ पे गंगा जमुना को छोड़ दिया, यहाँ गोदावरी, कृष्णा, कावेरी सबको बुला रहा है. यहाँ का पानी का क्वालिटी अच्छा है. So that is very much required. First of all, convincing the neighbors. Certificate कौन देगा? मैं this irrelevant एक use case बोल रहा हूँ. In case of any matrimonial sites verifications, शादी में locally, both for boys and girls, दोनों का पेरेंट्स यूजुअली लोकल से पूछते हैं परिवार कैसा है, लड़का कैसा है, लड़की कैसा है. तो नेबर का सर्टिफिकेट जरूरी होता है ना. तो इसलिए इंस्टीट्यूट के लिए ऑल्सो, अगर नॉर्थर्न बेल्ट से कोई लोग यहाँ पे आएंगे तो मे बी सुधा जी से पूछेंगे कॉलेज कैसा है, क्योंकि उनको जानते हैं. सुनीता जी से पूछेंगे फोन करके, ये आपका बगल में एक अच्छा कॉलेज का एड देखा है, कैसा है, यूनिवर्सिटी नया सेटअप हुआ है, कैसा है. अगर वो बता देगा हाँ सुना है, बट you have not yet got the opportunity to interact with the management or not yet seen, you expect that kind of jawab. And that's why your infrastructure and the school infrastructure need to be aligned to suit the requirement of each other. Now here new education policy is a huge vision document. Now first step of implementing is, because higher education, my journey is a reverse journey. I used to teach in university, colleges, then now managing the school activity. So here is very easy from the upper ladder to criticize the lower ladder. And disjoint का document देखेंगे तो Google search करेंगे तो there are more than 1,000 papers are there about the system integrations and system difference. Now how to minimize or bridge that gap? So my third point is utilizations of infrastructure optimally. Beyond 2 p.m., the huge infrastructure of DPS Nacharam is underutilized. Chairman साहब इधर है. And similarly, any good university का campus evening 5 बजे या somewhere 4:30, और जो टीचर्स ज़्यादा डिसिप्लिन एंड पागल 4 बजे घर ही देखेगा. ऑफ कोर्स टैक्स सिटीज में बायोमेट्रिक अटेंडेंस थोड़ा मैंडेटरी कर दिया इसलिए, अदरवाइज हमारा जैसा नॉर्दर्न बेल्ट होगा तो बैग लेके भागो. तो optimally can we think of suiting the need of each other? One college one university, 5 school. Then the local can connect with the institute. Faculty members, admission ke liye in Delhi NCR there is a huge problem. So one can manage each other requirement. Post that there is the topic suggests that management education and technical education, which essentially the higher education counterpart is managing, who may not have that quality teacher. So you can, a special lecture session, Mr. Jain was mentioning the out of the box or out of the textbook. So project-based learning, the competency-based educations, what are being emphasized in the new education policy, it is not possible without your local participation. So that way, every day, beyond the textbooks, we can think with this kind of pattern. Now coming back to my original agenda, that globalizations, what is happening in this city? Now, there is a social changes of aspiration. जिसका थोड़ा डॉलर में कमाई होता है और इस बेल्ट में काफ़ी परिवार का सर्टेन परसेंटेज यूएस अदर कंट्रीज में जा रहा है, तो नेचुरली बाकी लोगों का मन में whatever may be the reasons, there is a aspirations. Earlier in our times, for PG educations, the good number of students used to go after BTech, B, or any damn course. They used to go to the US university, Australian university. But now, many of the students are aspiring to go after 10+2. And by name of globalizations, the other countries are taking the advantage of demographic dividends present in this part of the world. So, the way private colleges in India are having a multiple agents in multiple states, similarly, name a university. There are few universities in the world जो अपना एडवर्टाइज नहीं देते हैं. बाकी यूनिवर्सिटी, name a country, they are by name of International Education Fair. They are coming to India, and with whose help? Their respective embassy, the industry forum, and nobody has stopped, because here is a without governmental intervention, a private entity in India can connect with top most Ivy League university in USA and generate business officially. I'm not criticizing any university over there. Definitely they have a good curriculum, very research blended faculty member. Now, how to bring this quality here by name of globalization? Because in case of internationalization, there is only one or two country specific. Now, by name of globalization, there is a peer requirement evolved over a period of time, because the most of the economy seems to be managed by a good number of MNC. Now, the potential MNC's requirement of employment, although it has not been mentioned the tagline, but most of the good university get a definite campus placement or post-campus placement, the way it happened in Indian Institute of Technology or Indian Institute of Management in India. So, but they had the mechanisms of collaborations with a single country. Suppose IIT Madras, it had a collaborations with Germany. IIT Delhi, it had a collaborations with France. So that kind of nomenclature, similarly for IIM also, the culture evolved in that way. Now it is a matter of how to that model, because if you really want to look into the globalizations, then we have to understand a 3-4 model. Suppose in Europe, from Brussels-centric, certain strategy had been adopted for all European Union country, so that inter-country transfer, especially in the higher education's domain, it made very easy. But there was a linguistic barrier. It is for India only when the English become a medium of instruction, we are potentially aiming those countries. There are free education, Germany and some other, Austria, very less expensive educations are available, but one has to know German C level. Without that prerequisite, they cannot get to those countries for taking the higher studies. So if we look into the globalization's perspective in terms of English only, the medium of instruction, then is it justified? Then also we are actually catering the needs in a selective pocket. And why I am mentioning this, it is pertaining to UG level education. For PG level education, most of the developed nations is offering English medium courses. So we need to understand that basket, and looking into the perspective of Americanizations, there were a lot of freedom in terms of research development, and one way potentially bringing the global talented student to their country to pursue the PhD program or postdoc, and where the government funding is also there, and parallelly industry foundations related culture is very much tuned so far. Now for us, there is a specific industry oriented requirements are there, but institute industry interactions, it is only a model strategy which is built in every institute. Hardly 2 to 3% engineering colleges in the country is actually doing in real terms of industry institute interaction. Now blaming the systems is very easy, but the individual faculty member, other admin staff, if they take real initiative to connect the local industry, MNC, and of course any other big player, including the government managed industries and all, there is a lack of communication. So in terms of globalizations, first effort should be, I should not say it's unlearned, it's a positioning an individual so that you can communicate with the other, no matters what level, institute, industry, or any individual social organizations is. So with that foundations, if we write, I think then there would be a time. You write any US university a simple mail, they will respond back within 24 hours, if not in 48 hours. It is not system generated. An individual is right. There can be a questions. We are receiving more than thousands emails. It is not every day we are receiving, any institute is receiving 1,000 emails. Over a period of time, our lethargic attitudes help us to dump the inbox like anything. So the time management is also very much essential in that respect. So considering this European model, आप लोगों को बोर्ड लग रहा है? हाँ? This is actually not my topic. So excuse ले लेते हैं. So similarly, the Australian university took the similar path, and they are also trying to showcase their strength to the world. China, on the other hand, because like India, they also have a huge requirement. And unlike Indian, you know, the most number of students sent by a country to the other university, it could, if I am not wrong, in higher education space. And now there is a strategy to pass the seat, especially from Canada. There is a specific algorithm is there. One student can enroll directly at grade 11 there. The potential chance of getting a good university over there would be more high than that of the others. Now these days, the SAT assessment is nullified by a good number of US universities. So that means they are looking a potential threat through SAT. Ultimately, their seats won't be going to fill up for a particular session. What it happened in case of CUT, good number of university seats are still lying vacant. I'm not criticizing, but this is the real fact of assessment strategy. So, considering all those dynamism, universities are that way is trying to put a conversations with the local part. Now, new education policy in terms of globalizations also is giving a specific window where UGC's recent circular is helping the partnering with the other universities. So-called 21st century skill, so-called your this global citizenship skill, ultimately it is the mandated requirement what World Economic Forum has emphasized. Now with the same objective, if we want to work, then what is going to happen with our traditional systems of education delivery? Now for a moment, let us keep this traditional versus so-called progressive. I'm trying to give another example. In case of Germany and UK, it seems to be a good education model. And it claimed to be a very good education model, Cambridge model of education, because someone yesterday was mentioning that more than 150 countries adopted. Now question is, if it is so good, what is the objective of education? In India, everybody should go to the ladder at least to the UG level. Objective. But due to certain facility and other things, we are not able to provide. Now what is happening there? आप लोगों को मालूम है वहाँ पे जितना 10+2 पास आउट है, क्या सारे बच्चे यूनिवर्सिटी में जाते हैं? My question is why? Think of America. अगर उन देशों का सारे बच्चा अगर यूनिवर्सिटी में जाते हैं, हमारा देश चाइना वालों के लिए, कोरिया वालों के लिए सीट रहता? तो सिस्टम्स में अगर उतना ही अच्छा है, क्यों नहीं जा रहा? That need to be in. So globalizations could be a mantra. We need to understand their practice and how it can be customized in the local context. As it is, copy-paste model may not work. So, especially for the management education and your technical education, in case of management education, the local problem, suppose a bridge collapsed, how to react? It is local populations and other disaster issues are there which may not be relevant, whatever curriculum understanding is there. The other crisis management. So, maybe many a times, good university here, in case of management education, they try to blindly copy the Harvard model or London School of Economics model. We have to understand, okay, globalization's tagline, you can keep the best practices, you can, but every country has its own model of understanding. So that local context need to be mapped in the curriculum, then only you can definitely provide a good way of understanding. The fifth criteria in case of technology education, definitely the multiple model will work, because more or less it is same, only the understanding and student perspective change whenever we change the demography. So here my humble request would be more and more hybridization can really help to promote the globalization technique. सुधा जी और कितना टाइम? हाँ? Another 15 minutes. ज़्यादा नहीं हो रहा है, लोग और नहीं हो जाएगा पूरा. I think let me pause here. In case of मैं प्रोफेसर जैन की तरह स्थिति में नहीं जाना चाहते हो, कोई का आंसर बोलना चाह रहे हैं, but paucity of time. So maybe let me pause here. Take 2-3 questions, and thereafter maybe I can continue for another. What do you say? थोड़ा आप लोगों को मोबाइल हाथ में लेने का भी मौका मिल जाएगा. हाँ? मना कर. अब freedom. Please, anyone, any question connected with this higher.
Dr. Saha, that was a wonderful way of asking us to get associated 5 schools to 1 university, right? So we have colleges, and I think, from KG to PG, I think, we can look up. But at the same time, you're asking us to twin with the best or with our own identified colleges.
It depends. It depends the how handshake work. Some is if a group is running its own institute, so first of all, the collaboration should be there within its own group, and then also connecting with the and also government institute. And how? Because the benefit of collaboration is multiple way. So government schools students, the behavioral pattern vis-a-vis the other pattern of the private schools and college behavior, that also, and faculty can actually from the diverse background, they can do the dynamic.
Thank
They
you.
should get involved in multiple, because it is not only the curriculum. NEP एक बार भी curriculum का ऊपर focus नहीं कर रहे. I have seen it's always teacher centric, and moreover, let me assure you, secondary education, 29,000 school में कभी भी कोई भी जाके चौकीदारी नहीं करते हैं. दे आप ए कराओ, ए नहीं करना है. So there is a huge autonomy already there, and somebody raised that rules, regulation vis-a-vis is implementation. It is always a person. Nobody from any central agency or state agency is actually the first time कहाँ है? Number 1. Number 2, manpower कहाँ है? हाँ, automated systems होने से आप लोगों को हो सकता है real time बहुत कुछ भरना पड़ सकता है. But आज का तारीख में, to my greater understanding, school, college, university, regulations is there, but largely it is a individual vice chancellor, individual head of the department, individual faculty, जो classroom, even head of the department, class teacher, there is a lot of gap in understanding. होता नहीं है. And इकट्ठा only or if some event is going to happen, then only they sit together. तो द चाइल्ड सेंट्रिक प्रोपोजिशंस के लिए फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल नो योर चाइल्ड, थिंक योर चाइल्ड कैंपेन चलाना पड़ेगा आप लोगों को. एंड ये जो प्रेस्क्रिप्शन मॉडल है, दैट इज पोर्टफोलियो मॉडल. आई थिंक 5 years back I try to focus in this city. That is the classroom class teacher when transferring his or her knowledge to the next class, only a mere transcript which has a very little information about the psychology, social strata, daily household affairs जो क्लास टीचर्स को हो सकता है 30% है. He or she is not getting opportunity to transfer. So the admin cadre look into this perspective so that sharing of or transferring of individual credential. Otherwise, the new class, even 10+2, 90% लेके college first year में जा रहा है. Background क्या है? Nobody knows. This is only everything works on the assumption basis. Why? AI systems or so-called AI, generative AI में some organizations can come and student registry से लेके portfolio management. Tomorrow why you are supposed to CV लिख के interview देने का जरूरत क्या है? Everything should be there in the portfolio. देखो पसंद आए तो पूरा डोमेन में होगा, पसंद आए तो लो, नहीं तो छोड़ो, बुलाओ ही मत. टेली कॉलिंग में भी पता चल जाएगा जो रिलेवेंट पोर्टफोलियो है, whether these are evidence based or simply somebody एक ऐसे has been scripted. That is possible to tell. Huh? One can, but who do that?
Sir, I really like the terminology that you used, industry institute interactions. We at our schools, we really work on giving internship programs, especially for our grade 10, 11 and 12 students. What kind of doorways can the industry open? Because sometimes we really struggle, because today, for example, I had the Cambridge wing and children get to choose around 13 to 16 different subject combinations. Then when they want to have a experience, we really fall short of industries where they are really helping our students come on board to have that experience. What can we look forward in such a dimension so that children actually get that opportunity?
Yes. So for school student, there is a age factor, because we had discussions with, especially with multiple organizations and their association. Now, first of all, that virtual internship is highly possible, and especially in the technology space, there is an endless option. Okay. Now, very recently, did these virtual internships on sustainability, and that too also Aditya Birla. And similar kind of things we can do with the other sectors also. So there are sectoral demands. Now, in case of IT enabled service, including AI, AR, VR, there is a huge demand. Now, every small organization, if they want to be in their digital domain, now it is a just a dialogue between an individual or an organization. So tomorrow, इस रूम में जो लोग बैठे हुए, सबका एक digital identity हो सकता है. Everybody may have their own blog, YouTube channel. Manage. Who will manage? Need mentor. You can put 5 students of yours to manage your social media portfolio, blogging, project-based activities, whatever you are assigning, both from the school education and higher education. Media, some policy paper, some comment you are writing on new education policy, on GST, on credit framework, anything. आपका पास समय नहीं है. You involve 5 students, उनको थोड़ा guide करो भाई ऐसे ऐसे बनाना है, and then you edit, and then you put the final version. So the entrepreneurial journey of the teachers से शुरू हो सकता है. And believe me, I met this founder of headache. जब इंडिया में आते हैं countless course without certificate, without a single penny. So micro credential, one can earn home. तो जैन बोल रहा है, ऐसे भी student को all such kind of things, the larger domain are open and we can do. And here, if it is not available, why am I insisting on local collaboration? The college faculty can generate the information. 2 हफ्ता के लिए उनका पास समय नहीं है, तो समर में 1 हफ्ता के लिए बातें तो होगा, हम तो बातें ही नहीं करने देते हैं, इसलिए we are forcing the child to always स्क्रीन का ऊपर रखें. उनको अपॉर्चुनिटी हम दे नहीं रहा. We can create opportunity.
Thank you so much.
मेरे को 5 मिनट पहले बता दीजिएगा.
Yes, Dr. Saha.
You tea break. Otherwise चाय ठंडा हो तो सब लोग मेरे को.
नहीं sir. I'm going to stir a hornet's nest. I'm going to stir थोड़ा सा. Difficult question है, लेकिन आपको थोड़ा सा help करना है हमको. When we do the practical part, sir, when it comes to sciences, I have lots of people here sitting. The syllabus do even today something that I have done in my CBSE 11th and 12th. Are we looking at some kind of practical reformations there also? Syllabi and the 30 marks. We are looking at 30 marks. I know that.
Marks. So,
can we include some more newer practical techniques, some more skill development programs that can be tested?
Okay.
And when you said 5 p.m. my school grounds are free and my school is free, what were you hinting at?
Okay, let me come back. Good question. So first of all, the ethical practice of individual group, both government and private schools management, the ethical practice, and which is very relevant in the technology space also, because how to use ChatGPT, how to use AI for positive use case, the ethics becomes a key point of discussion. Now with this I am trying to answer your question. So for practical, it's a mere matter of declarations by the CBSE that we are increasing the practical mark. But I don't know, there is a negative sense which act upon in Delhi, that, and that is critically after data analytics only I am saying this answer. Many schools abruptly, when board gives that facility, that open the portal to upload the practical marks, then they becomes Jagat Data. There are many schools are being criticized in the market. It is equally important for the university teachers. They give 20 out of 20, 30 out of 20, and range started from 27.5 to 30. There are many schools whose brackets say, I don't find any wrong with them. But the question is, whenever we are evaluating their theory paper and we try to analyze with the different methods, the answer is just awarding them. If it is justified way with projects, with real time analysis, बच्चों ने मेहनत किया, टीचर का साथ किया है, no matters. There we forget the model. So here that's why practical component, project based activity, many subject में नहीं था, we introduced. And for a cross check, we are sending one teachers to other school so that they can personally look into. The dynamism is there is also more often. I don't want to explain in a forum. Okay, but the second part of your question, which is very important. So industry and school can run afternoon. And for that matter, it could be short course also. So CBSE under Skill Hub initiative, we are allowing the school to collaborate with the college or local industry to run a short course beyond 2 p.m. And for that matter, you can charge. And there is a special provision under PMKBY 4.0 where you can claim funding from Ministry of Skill Development and now the larger object, if these short courses in future, if these are credit type, then it will act as a micro credential to take admission in the university. Number one. If not in the admission, later on, if university is offering a particular course, maybe on multiculturalism, maybe on tourism, maybe on insurance, if you have already earned 2 credit and that course is 5 credit, if syllabus mapping is there, then the child can be exempted to reappear for these 2 credit. Directly the other component can be earned by a particular child and university. So this kind of pathway, my humble request to all of you, just go through the national credit framework in your lifetime, then it will help you to understand that gravity. And also under PMKBY or otherwise, school is free to collaborate with anyone in the neighborhood and offer courses both for its own student, also from the neighborhood. Okay?
We have another 5 minutes to close. Any one question?
पीछे से एक भी क्वेश्चन नहीं आया. हाँ?
Since the tagline of is vision to action, so action is very important. So my question to you is, sir, that when you mentioned that collaboration, schools, group of schools and college, now what about the mindset of those teachers? Because as a trainer, what I see, an auxiliary teacher, assistant teacher, and a teacher, he said, oh, you're an assistant teacher. You're not very important. And then also we see that in higher grades, that they don't value that much the pre-primary teacher and grade 1 and 2 teacher. So then when here we are talking about collaboration with school and colleges, where I've seen among college professors, oh, to college padha. That kind of attitude, right? So what do you do then?
For that, I think it's very much relates to the first question, how to unlearn. Is everything's mindset is starting with mind. So positioning an individual, I have in between, I try to spell out that at what level you are, that equity is another big issue is trying to address by NEP. I am trying to refer this document only so that it can be internalized. So one individual, whatever maybe his or her structure, but the human being. So is it necessary an individual is always trying to map himself or herself with his or her designation? Happens both in school, college and university. There is why I am requesting to getting a cohort, because we have seen while CBSE conducting NET long back in 2013-14, we have seen the behavior of good university professor, how they are behaving with even with the CBSE officer, CBSE school wala. This is an attitudinal problem. Overnight it khatam nahi hoga. But when the potential of one is known by the other, then only through collaboration, respect for each other will grow. And that will help us to balance out this problem, your mindset.
Thank you, sir.
Fine. Okay. Thank you very much.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
Sir, one last question. Sorry to disturb. You said globalization would impact an education system in every way. But there is a huge gap between the rich and the poor, and urban and the rural areas. So how this globalization would be possible for rural areas as well, in our country especially?
Yeah. See, this is a critical issue. Broadly, the country understood, especially the educationist community understood during the COVID. And this social strata, both in terms of economical background, the facility, and if you look into the dynamisms of higher education worldwide, it is actually the cup of the rich. Cup of rich. I'm repeating. Hardly, again, the bracket of 2 to 3% call from any background, because they doomed like anything. Nobody can, no environment, no cloud can stop them. So they came up with their own struggle, maybe putting someone as a role model, and they survived, sustained, and glorified. But worldwide, that model is very much, in case of developed nation, as I have mentioned, the best of the best education model is there, but they also compartmentalize, they take the other. Now the solution, problem everywhere, I am repeating the problem again. The answer could be, first of all, the what model work. Now, I am stressing on hybrid. Now, a teacher, if PS Nacharam or other school, to their YouTube channel, they upload the lecture or their video lectures of the teachers and question and interactions, that would be relevant for some remote districts of Telangana. No matters whether the government schools or private schools. So this could be a social, without anything. The same class, without any infrastructure cost, same class is being recorded and puts in the public domain, and monthly needed interactions can be there with the child in local mother tongue, not in English. I think so many doubt of history, so many doubt of English can be generalized. So this is for the school. Similarly for the college, university. Why I am stressing on collaboration? Because some college or university may have a very good studio. पिछले 3 महीना से खोला ही नहीं है, dust. You go there. आप बोलो मेरा लेक्चर रिकॉर्ड करो. और I am urging you, this is the hard time. Every country is facing the teachers. आपका मॉडल देख के तो दूसरे देश जो ग्लोबलाइजेशन के लिए हम हमेशा फिनलैंड क्या कर रहे हैं. आई हैव सीन द फिनिश स्कूल. वहां पे बच्चा ही नहीं है, 150 बच्चा है और कैंपस है 2 एकड़ का. क्या करेगा, क्या करेगा बताइए. वो टाइम नहीं देगा, हम टाइम देंगे. यहाँ पे 43 का जगह पे एडिशनल प्रेशर आता है XYZ से टू टेक मोर एडमिशन. सीबीएसई बोल रहे हैं 40 खत्म, आप लोग 53 में क्लास खत्म कर, और सरकारी स्कूल्स में 200 भी है. क्या करेगा. बट दिस काइंड ऑफ फैसिलिटी एक्सटेंशन इज हाईली पॉसिबल. अगेन आई एग्री विथ हर, इट्स ए माइंडसेट. आपको एंटरप्रेन्योरियल थिंकिंग आना पड़ेगा. मैनेजमेंट आपको सपोर्ट करेगा, आप छोड़ के नहीं जा रहे हो, तो सपोर्ट कर रहे हो. पैरेलली यू आर हेल्पिंग द होम. जो पॉइंट आप बोल रहे हो, रूरल इकोनॉमी, रूरल इक्विटी, बिकॉज देयर आर लॉट ऑफ रिसर्च स्टडीज आर देयर. प्रेसिडेंट का बेटा और उसका जो एज ग्रुप का बच्चा पढ़ रहा है, और किसी एक सीनियर MNC का MD का बच्चे. why people are actually to send a particular school. आप हैदराबाद शहर में भी देख लेना, 1-2 स्कूल है जहाँ पे एक स्पेसिफिक कम्युनिटी का मर्सिडीज या अदर सो कॉल ब्रांड का गाड़ी से बच्चा उतरते हैं. They don't want EWS. सरकार कितना भी जबरदस्ती करे, they don't want. वो SCRT एंड स्टेट गवर्नमेंट से हुलिया जारी होता है, तब जाके डोर खुलता है. 2-3 बार पेरेंट्स आके बोलेगा बड़े बच्चे का साथ छोटा बच्चा रह के बिगड़ जाएगा, उस डर से भी विथड्रॉ कर लेते हैं. एंड देयर इज अनदर प्रॉब्लम आई हैव नॉट एड्रेस्ड इन माय स्पीच, inclusiveness. I am getting a multiple parent request from very good schools. अभी पिछले हफ्ता आई गॉट ए 2 रिक्वेस्ट फ्रॉम महाराष्ट्र, मुंबई का 2-3 अच्छा स्कूल, एक डिस्लिक और एक कुछ ऑर्थोपेडिक प्रॉब्लम है बच्चे को. यहाँ ऑल फैसिलिटीज आर देयर, रैम्प है, लिफ्ट है, सेपरेट टॉयलेट है फॉर होम टू फैच द CBSE एफिलिएशन. बट इसके लिए बनाया है वही बच्चों के लिए, चाहे गरीब बैकग्राउंड चाहे इन्फ्लुएंशियल बैकग्राउंड. आई एम टॉकिंग अबाउट ए केस फ्रॉम राजस्थान. ए सीनियर ब्यूरोक्रेट हाई कोर्ट में जाने का बाद भी, 2 बार हाई कोर्ट में जाने का बाद CBSE का हेल्प लेके बच्चे को जयपुर का किसी स्कूल में एडमिशन कराया. ब्यूरोक्रेट का बच्चा और अगर एक रिक्शा पुलार का बच्चा भी जाएगा, इसका हिम्मत है फाइट करने के लिए अमीरों का स्कूल का साथ. सरकारी स्कूल में भी धक्का, में भी फैसिलिटी नहीं बोल के मना कर देते. फैसिलिटी पूरा है, अंतरात्मा. अगर 21st सेंचुरी स्किल्स करना है, सबको इकट्ठा इक्विटी प्लेटफॉर्म में लाना पड़ेगा. देन डेफिनेटली स्लोली, इट्स ए ग्रेजुअल प्रोसेस. एजुकेशन जैसे बेबी स्टेप का द्वारा. नोबेल लॉरेट का नंबर कितना है अभी, तो आज से अगर एजुकेशन में हम लोग सब मिलके इन्वेस्ट करेंगे, हो सकते 20 इयर्स बाद इंडिया से भी नोबेल लॉरेट और सो कॉल अदर रिसर्च डोमेन में उस तरह से लोग आते रहेंगे. हम कोलैबोरेटिव एफर्ट्स करना पड़ेगा. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
Sir, may I request you to stay, please? Thank you so much, Dr. Biswajit Saha. In fact, you have indeed brought out the importance of, I think, localization, positioning of individuals, importance being given to rural and urban India for globalization of management. We cherish your presence and your contribution, and I know that we have not tapped on the actual knowledge that you have. May I request our beloved Chairman, sir, and Director Pallavi, ma'am, to honor our guests with a token of our love and affection. Thank you very much. We shall now break for tea, and that would be for just 10 minutes. May I request you to check your watches and be back within 10 minutes. We shall be having speakers as well as panel discussions, please. Request all members to be back in time. Thank you.
college, school, everyone to re-enter the auditorium, please. We have the next speaker up here. Please enter the auditorium.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you all to assemble once again. We are going ahead with panel discussion. Maybe there should be a bell which rings and then all teachers work towards it. Mr. Pawan and team, may I request you to be ready for the panel discussion. Introduce the panel members to all of us.
Good afternoon, everyone. After a good tea break, we are back again for our panel discussion. I would like to take this moment to introduce our panel members before we get started with it. Please allow me to introduce the panel members and then come back to the moderator who will take it forward. Mr. Gangadhar Gude, as the founder and CEO of ATAI, leads in revolutionizing the supply chain and logistics industry through digital transformation. With a passion for innovation and commitment to sustainability, accountability, and safety, he has built purpose-driven business models that have transformed the way companies operate. Under his leadership, INVECAS has entered and received the Red Herring Global 100 Award in 2016 and the Most Innovative Product winner, IESA Technovation Award in 2018. At the forefront of technology and driven by a desire to make a positive impact, Mr. Gangadhar is constantly pushing the boundaries of what's possible and paving the way for a brighter and more sustainable future. Next in panel is Mr. Sricharan Lakaraju, leads a firm StuMags student discovery platform, which helps students from Tier 2 and Tier 3 colleges find opportunities and discover themselves by networking with fellow students. He is passionate about training in different areas of entrepreneurship, aptitude, and recruitment skills. He has trained more than 150,000 plus students till date on soft skills, interview skills, and recruitment tests.
He helps students in their career decisions and getting right opportunities. He helps brands to do their students' outreach and identify student talents to StuMag's platform. Moving ahead, we have Mr. K.V. Praveen Raju. Praveen Raju is the founder of Suchitra Academy, an international school based in Hyderabad, India. Suchitra Academy provides an integrated facility where India's top players like Badminton World Championship, PV Sindhu, trains. Mr. Praveen has been featured amongst 25 leaders reinventing K-12 education in Educational World India. He was the executive director of Indus International School, Hyderabad, and the founder chairman of Indus Early Years, both among the top schools of India in their categories. He was also the founder, vice president of TIE at Hyderabad, and is now co-chairman of FICCI Arise. He is also the coordinator of Nexus of Good, Hyderabad chapter. Moving ahead, Mr. Sushil Amarisetti, our next panel member, an Ivy League University intern from University of Pennsylvania, USA, a graduate from University of the Sciences, Philadelphia, which is one of the oldest institutions of its kind in America, and a scientific informatics developer at one of the world's most reputed pediatric hospitals, Cincinnati Children's Hospital and Medical Research Center, USA. Mr. Sushil has also always been a passionate educationist. After gaining sufficient experience in international teaching methodologies, he chose to enter the field of education with a mission to make Pallavi Model School Bodupal a school of repute through his vision of imparting knowledge through technology. Along with the nation's best academicians and edupreneurs, Mr. Sushil is keen to introduce path-breaking concepts like learner-centric education, research-based curriculum, practical application of the knowledge, assimilated on a par with international standards and processes. I invite you all, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for all our panel members. Moving ahead, we have Mr. Pavan Alena, the founder and CEO of Metamorphosis, world's first virtual school for entrepreneurship at high school level to transform the student thinking to become job creators than job seekers. Metamorphosis seeks to empower young minds with the entrepreneurial skill set and guide them on the path of leadership and innovation. Mr. Pavan believes in hard work. At Metamorphosis, he is continuously helping the company thrive with his innovative business strategies and actionable goals. Dedicated to building a team of world-class professionals, Pavan believes that leaders produce leaders. He continuously strives to create energy in the team, give them vision, and help them make decisions with coaching and mentoring. I welcome all of our panel members here. Handing over to Mr. Pavan as a moderator. I'm so sorry.
Hello. Check. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for the introductions, ma'am. For the next 40 minutes, I'll be as candid as possible. And in fact, the topic itself is very candid. Can India create next Google or Facebook? Before we start the debate, I just want to talk more about the panel members. We have 5 entrepreneurs. They're also educationists. And in fact, all of the 5 have seen, right from ideation till exiting, so they all know the actual startup journeys. And few of them have invested in several startups, and few of them are closely creating more entrepreneurs as well. So I think big round of applause to the panel, first of all. I'll make this as energetic as possible, and also I'll open to the audience after some time. So to be candid, let us ask the question to each panel member. I just want yes or no from you. Can India create next Google or Facebook? I just want yes or no. We'll start with Charan.
Yes.
Okay. Sushil sir.
Yes.
Okay, you'll have to give the reasons later, okay? Praveen sir.
Yes.
Okay, Gangana. Yes, okay, so how many of you guys say yes here in the audience? Can India create next Google or Facebook? Okay, I see very few hands, okay. Okay, I think, okay. How many of you guys say no? I mean, maybe not. Okay, cool. Anyway, so we'll kind of deep dive into the discussion now. We'll start with Charan. Charan, why do you think so India can create next Facebook or Google? If at all you see today, whenever we open an email or whenever we see any email from our HR, our heartbeat races to about 130 BPM because we really don't know if at all our jobs are secure, and now we are talking about can India create Facebook or Google? Why yes?
So first of all, thank you, and Hyderabad Today Conclave, very unique initiative and great curated topics first. I still remember almost 5 years back, I was invested for the first time in a neighbor ISB, and there was a very unique scene on stage where I was pitching like a Shark Tank mode in a Thai summit. Someone asked me, why are you building a global platform? It was written. I said, we are very good at creating global CEOs. You know, we always have this thing called Sundar Pichai, Satya Nadella. We are already there with the global CEOs, but why not global platforms? The first is a perspective change. We always have this issue where whenever we are launching something, we say Airbnb for this, Google for this. Suddenly we keep them at a benchmark. We are so fascinated, like if someone gets into an Indian university, nobody talks about it. But we talk about, you got into Harvard, okay. The moment you are saying Harvard at that place, psychologically we are thinking that we are number 2, number 3, or number 4. So the first, it should be a perspective shift in people saying that we can create platforms. That's the first basic thing. Second, it's all about the suffix called ed or ing. And education, ed and ing. It is like developing or developed. It is all about the psychological thing which you use ed or ing at the end of the word. We call still, we are very happy, we say that it is developing country. But today, the kind of infrastructure what we have, my friend from Valley was telling, we were at T-Hub. He said, this looks like Manhattan, or the skyline looks like a Manhattan. I say, maybe the new downtowns, I went to Texas, they are creating gachibolis of their own also. So the whole perspective is like the moment when we say this, that's where the real change starts. It's like we have to start talking in that language at our dining table, that we can be better. I still see, I'm very happy, not fighting among the curriculums, but the moment I have Biswajit Garu, I think he left, but it was like CBSE, he mentioned a great point about why are you so worried about IB? It's CBSE. The day when you talk about CBSE is awesome, that's where you start cultivating that spirit among students. It's like, wo acha hai, hum ye hai, and stuff. So that's the reason I say it is possible, because we are taking that risk. And we have one generation advantage. It's like, I'll tell you today, thanks to Shark Tanks and all these things, how Kaun Banega Karodpati when we were in school, it made us think that you can attend a quiz on the come, and that's a self-respect concept. Today, my father, a retired teacher, now he tells me, Charan, you take risk, it's okay. Because he didn't get a chance to take the same risk in those days, because they were the first generation who came to city and they have to build their own platform. Now he says, like, after COVID, people are okay with a gap year. They say like 1 year, at least work hard for it. That risk appetite has increased in India, which will ensure that we'll have a lot of big platforms like that. Yeah.
Thanks, Sharan. We'll move to Praveen Raju, sir. Sir, you said yes, and you have also invested in several ventures and all. What is one thing that you see while you are kind of incubating a venture or while you are taking up an initiative? Do you compare them with Google or Facebook? Do you have that still? I mean, do you envision that, your initiative should become like Google or Facebook? What goes in your mind when you kind of listen to an idea And why did you say yes to this?
Well, this is interesting. Unfortunately, the answer is not a simple yes. I am very optimistic. Been a very optimistic guy on India, especially the startup ecosystem. Like how Charan was mentioning, that we are still underdeveloped, developing, have a place to go for developed country as well. So we have a responsibility of picking up the masses as a whole. And also to the point that our previous generation had basic necessities were more important than growth or thinking big. These sort of challenges were there when we have been, so far coming up to this situation where we are today. If you see China, they have built Googles or Facebooks. Of course, they closed down. They didn't allow a Facebook. They didn't allow a Google. India being a democracy, we cannot do that. So it will take some time in terms of how we actually progress there. So in fact, there are several key pieces that need to fall into place for us to be at that level. We may see some isolated successes, but as a broad-based success stories we have to see. So the entrepreneurial spirit that is there in India is phenomenal. I mean, it's everybody, the Jugaad mindset that we have as Indians, that what is the best way, optimal way to do things rather than the process way of doing things. That's a key skill for any entrepreneur, right? So that's somewhere innate and we are born with it, as general Indian is born with it. So that's number one skill that we have. So in terms of the industrial revolution, we've just come into the information age. So we had the UK of yesteryears, US has rode the manufacturing industrial wave, also riding information wave as well. Historically, our genes are built for knowledge, right? Our great sciences, what happened, Ayurveda, astronomy, astrology, different things like even physical health. We have been knowledge leaders of the world. Then the industrialization came and it just went in a different path, right? So we all, as you said, we had to take care of ourselves. So our mindset was towards a job, factory, and things like that was the mindset. Now that's all changing. We're back to the knowledge economy. And I don't see any other country, the level of knowledge that we have, or the knowledge capital that we have, the human capital that we have, is phenomenal. And what we have demonstrated with Satya Nadella's or Sundar Pichai's of the world is just a small sub-segment of what is actually possible. And I don't see why we cannot reach that, right? So we are at the cusp of that. It will take some time. But of course, for that to happen, I think the most important thing is our education system. The way the NEP has been built is fantastic. So we at our school have been, believing in project-based learning, entrepreneurship, and all these things. But the policy itself is talking about it, interdisciplinary learnings and things like that. So I see solid foundations in this, and we need a lot of execution in terms of proper execution at the Government of India level, state level being a concurrent subject. States both have to come together to create a path of learning and innovation to happen in us.
Thank you, sir. Yes, India is definitely the knowledge capital now, and I think we are also getting there. And Gangana, I have a couple of questions to you. One is the reason why you said yes. Second thing is, I think we are not too comfortable with what you are doing. You are creating a threat for a lot of the jobs with AI, right? I mean, with kind of say Amazon Go is launching their own humanless stores. Everything is becoming humanless now. And so what are we going to see in the future? And how is India going to be a bigger role in these things? And if at all you can shed some light on what you're also doing at AI, that will be really great.
Thank you. But let me start with the statement, AI is not going to replace humans. Even to create AI, you need humans. I think that's the simple standpoint people miss out. So to coming to my answer, let me start with why I said yes. Can we do it? Yes. Is it possible now? No. And it's a very strong statement. Why? Because there's a huge mindset change that needs to happen. And I think this is something we were talking about before talk itself. It starts at the grassroots level, and I think I'm happy to be invited here because I get to talk to the educators directly. Biggest difference that I've seen when it comes to a global perspective versus India is practical education, implementing education with the industries. I think that is a huge gap that we've been seeing in India. As Indians, we're amazing education, we have amazing innovation, we have amazing CEOs. But then why are we not, again, in a global standpoint of view, India is termed as a services country. Why are we not having innovation here? Why are we not having people generating companies like that here? It's coming again from the mindset. And I think that if that mindset changes, we will be bigger than any country in this world. And it's a very strong statement I make because look at from mathematics, the number 0 was invented by us. Take most of Intel, Vinod Dham invented the first processor, Indian. And look at how many Indians have invented things, but they did it in a Western form. They didn't do it in India. And look at how before it was called the brain drain. Now they're calling it the reverse drain because a lot of people are wanting to come back to India. It's the mindset change again. But I think the biggest point, we at AI, let me talk about at AI. Our biggest saying is letting humans be humans. Humans are meant to do much more bigger things than doing rudimentary things. Simple action. I want to pick up 10 things and put it over there. A human should be thinking how it needs to be done. He shouldn't be doing that. And that's where we believe AI can do that. A lot of process automation, a lot of thought process, indicative, AI can help. And how AI helps, I mean, I think that's a different topic itself. But I think the biggest stress emphasis that I would like to give to all the educators here, we would love for you to work with the industries to tackle the real life problems. And through that, you'll create the next Facebook and Google. I mean, and that is where it comes from is the students have to come here and address that problem together. Yeah, thanks.
I think the industry and academia connect that has to be there, what Ganga was mentioning. So let me check with Sushil on this mindset change right from the grassroots level. So Sushil sir, you run one of the biggest chain of schools in Hyderabad. Wanted to know how is that possible, right? I mean, here, if at all I interact with the teachers or parents and students, for them to balance this industry academia connect versus their pure academics and their sports, their arts, culture, there are hundreds of things that every child should be going through. But in this case, how as an academician, how as a school owner, you can bring that mindset change?
India's economy is growing very fast, and India Inc. has produced many companies like Flipkart, Nykaa, Ola, Swiggy. A lot of companies have come up, but again, the kind of investment what is going into the India Inc., the kind of companies we are producing and globally successful rate is very less. there are multiple factors. As you said, the mindset and ideology is one of the biggest factor, where our mindset is generally if we invest 1 rupee, we want that 1 rupee back as soon as possible. Patience levels are little low. The main key factors for a company to be successful are two main key factors. One is research and development, and the second thing is customer service. So if you see the statistics, only 0.1% of the private investments is going into research and developments. That is very, very low. And so these two factors have to be improved a lot for the companies to see the light in the global market. And the second thing, the market, the local market, that is also is very important. If you see the demographics, for example, Rediff Mail was founded in year 1996, but Google was founded in 1998 in US. Rediff Mail is an Indian company. But the difference is, US market was already, the internet was widely in use over there. And it was easy for Google to be successful in the local market first and enter globally. But Rediff, here in Indian market, that point of time, internet was not so widely used. Only very few pockets in urban metropolitan cities were using internet. And only after 2009, when 3G services have come up, internet was widely in use into Tier 2, Tier 3 cities and into villages as well. So what happened for Rediff to get the revenues, what they have done is they have directly started mailing advertisements to the inboxes of the customers, that irked customers. And the second thing, they have done activation fees. Like if you're not using Rediff Mail for 45 days, the account used to get deactivated. For reactivation, again, they have to pay money. So this changed the customer base from Rediff to Yahoo or Google. So this is one of the important factor. The local demographics also plays an important role. Third thing is the organizational structure also is very important. Structure and hierarchy in any organization is very important because organizations thrive on structure. You see big companies like Google, Facebook, Apple and all, they're spread across in global cities across. They manage many companies, branches and all, but how they do it in an autopilot way because the structure is so good. But in India, what happens is we don't believe in hiring good CEOs, CFOs or COOs. Even if we hire, we try to micromanage things. So that is one of the little disadvantage for us. And the fourth thing is Indian economy. Most of the Indians, they belong to middle class economies. So first thing is to have a very good standard of living and meet the ends meet is very difficult. So forget about thinking in investing a startup. And if you have to get a very good wedding match, when you go to wedding proposals and all, you say that I'm starting a startup, the revenue is yet to be seen that way, then it is very difficult to get a match as well. It is easy to be a IT software engineer or having a good government job. It is much more easy and it's a fixed and safe income. So these four things are there. And coming to the education part, we are very unfortunate that we have been invaded by each and every powerful country. There's no exception for us, right from 10th century onwards. Main thing is the British and Mughal, they have changed our education system. Ancient education system is more of spiritual, cultural, then critical thinking curriculum was there. But after British has come, they have changed the education system into more of memorization, retention of facts, then rote learning. They wanted to produce more mass number of clerks, and they wanted good citizens who can obey the British rule and all. So they produced more number of job seekers than to produce job creators. Another unfortunate thing is we have continued the same kind of education system. Even still now we are continuing the same kind of education system. So I think there should be a major reform in this education system. Hope this new education policy and more collaborations, this globalizations and change in parents and educators' mindset is very important at this point of time to see the light.
Thank you, sir. That was very candid. I'll go to Charan again. So Charan, you have given platform to about 8 lakh students. In fact, you have created the platform to bridge that gap between industry and the youngsters. When you interact with all of them, right? I mean, going back, say, 7 years from now, I mean, if at all I were a student, I really had no clue about, what is entrepreneurship, or say, how do we start a startup. If at all I see Google or YouTube, we just utilize for our daily purposes. But do you think that that mindset is already happening? I mean, the students are already questioning that, why can't I create something like this? Or what is the gap that you are currently seeing among the students?
So when day in, day out, when we interact with students in the undergrad space, like 17 to 20, I think today entrepreneurship has entered schools also. It's not, we are talking about youth. But when we interact with students, the first thing that we are trying to tell people is like, it's okay to be confused. Prior to this, most of the times in colleges, when we talk about how your confusion should be removed, how fear should be removed. But now it's the other way around. It's like, people are okay to be confused. Second thing which I observe in college students is like, when we used to grow up, we were a big time, not Xbox, but the video games. I'm talking about the Marios and of the world, like Pac-Mans of the world. Then the curiosity levels were like, we were always tuned that you have to be a consumer of the game rather than a creator of the game. And it was like, if someone was trying to break that video game set and check what was the circuit there, very few parents used to get annoyed. They used to think like, why are you breaking a game? But there was a scene like where once we were trying to break the console there and try to read the chip there, how the chips are connected, what is the soldering done, how these are the few things. Now people are calling it as tinkering and a lot of other things, but these things were there. The second point is like, these students, the entrepreneurial mindset is more important, because there is a big confusion today. Everybody should become an entrepreneur. And the easiest thing is like, the moment someone, these days, e-summits are very common in the colleges. Fortunately, we celebrate successful people more. We have to celebrate people who are not successful also. Because they tell you more stories than the people who are successful. There's a very good line in a Telugu movie. It's called as Adbhutam Jarigetappudu Evaru Gurtincharu, Jarigaka Gurtinchalsina Avasaram Ledhu. Lot of times, I keep asking, one student just walked up to me before coming to the session. He said like, sir, you are successful. I want to get a selfie with you. I said, I didn't knew that I was. What is successful first? Because it is the biggest question that you have to ask yourself. It's a relative term. If someone asks like, Ganga, you did a great job, man. ETA is awesome. But again, after this session, again, he goes back to the board and writes a mail saying that the month was not great. So most of the time in students' mindset today, entrepreneur is a glamorous term. There is a lot of noise. Now, there is a lot of noise, but for the music to come out, there should be noise first. Let us accept that noise first, and we have to create more entrepreneurial mindset. What is difference between becoming an entrepreneur and entrepreneurial mindset? Because everyone, today, I go to colleges, they say startup. I have to start up my company. I have to start up. Funnily, I said startup in Telugu, I said start jesh aapeda. Start to apu. But it is not just starting a startup, it is about working in a startup. It should be like, I go back, I want to echo Sushil's point here. 2013, mine was a child marriage. I got married at 23. The reason was...
Now I can connect the dots.
Yeah. The reason, it was like my father-in-law gave his daughter to me because I was an Infosys H1, and I told my father saying that I want to resign, I want to start my own company. He said, first get married. Because you won't get a bride. And October 19th, my marriage on 2013, I put my papers. It was my notice period. The biggest shock of in his life to my father-in-law was I started a company. And he feels that I have fooled him. Till recently, I was listed by Forbes. Then he said like, okay, now it's okay now. Now it's fine. But the point is, this is a mindset. It's like if you're working in a small company, it means that I still remember one of my aunt coming to me, and my cousin was a Bitsian from Bits Pilani. He got into Qualcomm. And I got into Infosys. It was 2010. There was a family function. We were holding our plates, and she came and she said like, hey Chaitanya, I got a job. He said, Qualcomm auntie. Charan, nee ekkada vachindi? Infosys. And she pointed towards Chaitanya and she said like, పెద్ద కంపెనీలలో జాబ్ తెచ్చుకో పిల్లని ఇయర్ ఎవరు నీకు బికాస్ ఫర్ హర్ ఇన్ఫోసిస్ వాజ్ బిగర్ దెన్ క్వాల్కమ్
బ్యాంక్ లోన్స్ కూడా ఎవరు బై ద వే
సో దీస్ ఆర్ ద మైండ్ సెట్ షిఫ్ట్స్ దట్ స్మాలర్ కంపెనీ బిగర్ కంపెనీ ఇట్స్ నాట్ అబౌట్ థింగ్ ఐ టెల్ యూ వెరీ నైస్ మ్యాథ్ బికాస్ లాట్ ఆఫ్ టీచర్స్ హియర్ దిస్ ఇస్ సంథింగ్ విచ్ యూ హ్యావ్ టు టెల్ లాట్ ఆఫ్ స్టూడెంట్స్ వెన్ వీ లెర్న్ ఫ్రాక్షన్స్ ఇఫ్ ద డినామినేటర్ is big the value is less. If the denominator is less, the value is more. If you are working in a TCS, it is 1 by 5 lakhs. If you are working in a startup, it is 1 by 100, 1 by 50. The value of a fraction will be more. And the first 2 to 3 years of your life, if you are less than 30, you should choose your boss to work with. Because if you are working I worked in Infosys for 4 years. I understood something like, what are you doing? If someone asks me, I don't know. It's a big bank project. In that bank project, there was one module which was given. In that module, there was one method which was given. Because I was billed in dollars, for the work which I can complete in colleges, as I was a merit student in JNTU, and when I joined Infosys, that was the only job which I got in 2009, thanks to recession in those days. I went to my manager, I said like, I finished the task. And he just said, you have 20 more days to do this. Because you will be billed per hour. Don't finish the task. In colleges, assignment ichinappudu, you have to go fast and give it to the manager or the teacher. You feel good. But the moment you get into a services company, you are told that same work you have to do in 20 days. In the other 19 days, I started preparing for GMAT. So this is where you have to teach people that you have to work in a smaller company. When you're working in a Metamorphosis or at AI, where the strength of employees is 100, less than 100 or 200, you become a full stack guy. So that, and you start owning, you start seeing like, I'll own more job, I'll do more work. Because these days, if you are giving ideas also in schools, if one teacher gives more ideas, a lot of people stopped giving ideas because idea chepte nanne cheyamantaremo. Sir, we have to do Hyderabad today conclave. Great idea, organize it. And after 2 days, she feels like, am I getting paid more? Why am I doing? Then immediately she says she stops doing that work. And you are killing the entrepreneurial spirit there. Please understand, it is okay to do extra. It is okay to, if you observe a lot of people say, if you do something extra, they say extra jayaku. And in your resume, there is something called extracurricular activities. And before filing for an MBA seat, this guy does 2 blood donations, works for one NGO. The reason is he wants to add some bullet points. So if you change the mindset, I keep telling students, and a lot of 18 to 21 students, this is what one message which I want to be, a lot of kids are there, teachers who have their kids in the colleges. I'll tell you one thing which is spoiling a lot of people in a right way, which is a very controversial statement, but volunteerism.
We are live.
We are live? Okay. I'm happy to tell because a lot of students in 18 to 21, they say that go and work in an NGO. Every student idea I get these days, they say, I want to change the society. I want to change the society. And JP Garu is here. I was a guy, like we were all like, in Narsimha and me, and when we were in college days, it was all about, we want to change the society. But one point which I'll end here, that society changing sometimes has become a lot of students into NGOs. But I have to tell you one thing, if everybody is selfish and changes their own family, group of families is society also. Because a lot of people are forgetting their own family and they want to change society, and after a few days, the society doesn't change. So he feels, I have to go back to US. But if you become selfish and start worrying about your own company, your own family, if there are 10 families, in a row in a colony, if 10 people take care of all their family, one day if the road is not fine to go to some office, all the 10 guys can donate something and get a road. That is better. So students have to think about, and every idea which comes from the college student, they say, I want to start a blood donation camp. I want to start a directory. Come out of social ideas. There are a lot of good ideas which are making business. That's where you can get a Google or a Facebook out of India. Yeah.
Thanks, Sharon. A lot of insights. Now I want to ask Praveen sir. Sir, I mean, so far, you see, we're all talking about, the global CEO of Google is Sundar Pichai. We have got a lot of global CEOs who are from India. But why not Larry Pages, right? Why not the founder of Starbucks? So, do you think that on the technology side or on the execution side or as an employee, Indians are creating the best job, but not the entrepreneurs? So, is there any relation that you can draw that the business studies itself we are lacking somewhere, but whereas the leadership skills and the technology skills and all, India is anyways at par, which we have gathered from this panel. But as a business, in terms of the numbers, you think that we are thinking about smaller numbers? That is why we are not able to create something like, say, Google or Facebook.
Very interesting is that till about 10 years, 15 years ago, Indian market was so tiny. If you want to do a Google, Facebook, you are the best, most brilliant mind in the world, you probably have done it. US was able to create because obviously the domestic market itself was massive in terms of what is happening. And this didn't evolve overnight. It happened through several decades. One is the support from the government, support from academia, entire funding, the ecosystem. Well, so the funding from government, which a lot of people don't recognize, some of the greatest innovations that have come into the world have been through the government projects of the US, like Larry Page and Sergey Brin. Their first project which they worked for was funded by the government in Stanford. That's how they came in. So likewise, the driverless cars, have the database itself, internet itself, all were government-funded projects. So now that the government of India has started to do some, industry and government connects, R&D development, like that, it takes some time, but we are on the right path. I don't see any reason why we should not be able to build something like that sometime soon. But we have to understand and appreciate that our country, the economy, has been very, very, very small. Now you will see. Already the entrepreneurs in India who created tremendous amount of wealth in such a short period of time. We are the third highest billionaires list. Not that billionaires list is the best yardstick, but in terms of the startup ecosystem also been very good. So somewhere the earlier what I was mentioning about the new national education policy, then we have the government support, industry connect, funding practices. So these have to come together. I'll give you a very quick example on Israel. Israel has the highest startup density in the world. Large part of the startups are from the STEM. But if you see their PISA ranking, PISA is the test that all teachers would be sure. So in the PISA ranking, they're in the bottom 40% in STEM, science and math. But they're able to create such fabulous companies, tremendous innovations that are coming up. Pen drive has come from there. Drip irrigation. We have a whole bunch of innovations that have come from Israel. Such a tiny country is able to. So the mindset, what we are talking about, right? The industry connect, the government connect. The education itself focuses on the way you do things. not the end result of your marks. That's not what is celebrated. So the process, you learn the right process to do about a project. Let it be design thinking, experiential learning. These are some of the concepts which the NEP has talked very much in detail. And if we are able to successfully implement this, I don't see any. We would probably be sitting next to Sergey Brin or Larry Page next such a stage.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. On that note, since sir spoke about government and also their involvement, I think recently, yesterday, I was reading the news that the students of Pallavi has received about 8 lakh worth of funding from the Minister of Education, from the government. I think congratulations on that. I think already the transformation has begun, that the startups are evolving from the schools itself. Sushil sir, so on a candid note, what are we going to do with that 8 lakhs? I mean, so is the school nurturing more ideas similar to that? How do we make sure that the school is setting an example for many other children?
8 lakhs was funded to students.
Yeah.
It's their project. And from school end, we are helping as much as possible. We are having a separate bus for them to go to villages and all. And we are creating support from teachers and mentors and all we are creating. And we're also planning for summer camp for government students, even at our school during the summer time. We're ensuring that we provide some kind of meals and incentives for the government students as well. That we are doing. Apart from that, we are encouraging most of the students. Now, Telangana government has come up with VHub, T-Hub, T-Works. So most of the students are registered to VHub. We have been sending grades 8th, 9th and 10th students, girl students especially, to the VHub. That is how they have started this idea, and they have proposed to KTR sir, and he has funded this amount. So even government, central government initiatives are also, many are coming, Make in India project and all. Saha sir was saying that skill development and all, if you have a very good idea, you pitch it to us and we will fund. So that way, even from government's end, from the past few years, there's a lot of revolution and they're transforming.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. And please share the best practices also on, how you have already built and kind of how we secured that funding as well. We'll talk on that. Gangana, I'll take you into one situation now. I'll play 3 roles here, okay? And you have to kind of give your insights. I'm a student. I came up with an idea that I'm going to create the best music streaming platform. How seriously are you going to take me? And I'm asking you a fund of 25 lakhs. What is it that you will respond? As a student, as a teacher, I'm a teacher, I'll say that I want to come up with a platform similar to Khan Academy. I want a fund of 15 lakhs. What will be your take on this? And now, I am already a startup founder. I came to you that I'm running out of funds. I'm planning to shut down my company. What will be your suggestions? So 3 roles. I want you to give me your 3 answers to that.
All right. So let me address the first one. A student with an idea. He wants to build this music streaming platform, which is amazing. He's looking for funds. I think the first 2-3 things we look for is how his idea can be a business. I think that's one of the key things. Is it workable or not? Second, what is his team? Third, what is the timeline he's looking for? I think in a general statistics, these are the 3 things we look for. And if anywhere he or she is lagging or putting together, we try to support it. I think that's one of the biggest difference you see before. If the founder is not able to do these 3 things, they'll shut it down. Don't shut it down. Try to bring together 2-3 people who have this capability, help them come out with an idea. And like Charan said, a failure does not mean you have gone wrong. A failure means you have learned something, what not to do. And coming out of that failure, you come out with a much brighter area. And I think that's one thing, again, going back to it, I keep on saying mindset. Keep on encouraging. Two, when a teacher comes and says, I want to build something like a Khan Academy, I'll say, why not? But the biggest thing is, for that, again, I go back to it, a Khan Academy is a perfect example of how they correlated with industries and how they brought that realistic mindset to the students. Is there a scope to build another Khan Academy? There is scope to build another 100 Khan Academies. It is where and how and what we want to do. I think there is no limitation in that. We are a country of over 1 billion population. And I don't think even 10% we're even covering today. So is there a market? Our domestic market is enough, I think, to take care of the whole world. And it's how we utilize it. And last but not the least, the third, where a startup founder is ready to shut down. The biggest concern I see in that, in startup founders in India, if you are mimicking the West, you get money. If you're not mimicking the West, you have to shut down. And that's become the biggest reality and the biggest hurt. And it's not somewhere else. I'll take it with my personal case. The same idea, when I started it, there were 6 investors, not 1, not 2, 6 investors who said, move your company to San Francisco, you'll be a billionaire. You continue in India, you'll shut down the company within a year. This is statements made by investors. And it's back then I had very few people that encouraged me, prove them wrong. And today we're in a stage at least to talk about it. But reality is, because I had that support, I was able to last. And if that's the biggest thing, what I request is bringing in that type of support from multiple of these people. I guess, yeah.
I got the answer. Thank you so much. And before I open up questions to the audience, I have one suggestion, not suggestion, but probably one request. Probably once, Chairman sir, Kumre sir, I have one request is, out of the conversation only it just came out that if at all any teacher or anyone from your school management kinds of pitches in an idea, because why are we restricting always innovations just to the students or any startup enthusiasts? Why can't it come from the teachers as well? So can we create a platform for the teachers to present their ideas as well? Probably we might get some YouTube or Facebook from there, because you have ocean of teachers, working with the group of institutions. Probably if at all we can do that, I think that will be really great. And in fact, Praveen sir is also here. Praveen sir, if at all we can create one platform for the teachers as well, who can actually pitch in their entrepreneurial ideas. That will be really great. On this note, I wanted to open to the audience any questions. So people who have raised their hands before that, India can create Google or Facebook. I wanted your reasons as well. Why? Now please raise the hands. Can India create Facebook or Google? I want the reasons why. Why do you think so? And what contribution that you are making to make it? Anyone here from the audience? Anyone? Or any question, any specific question that you have? Okay, we have.
Hello.
Good afternoon, everyone. The question is, can India get up Google or Facebook? My answer is yes, for some conditions apply. Okay, so I was a BITS Pilani student, and I got a placement in Cape Gemini, and I declined that job. And two of my professors, they requested me to join in a startup company where they have started in a research platform. We have a research hub in my institution. So I've declined the offer, and I've joined in a startup company where I can put my ideas, and I feel it is like working at home rather than working in an commercial office, where we can provoke our ideas and new innovations to that company, to reach out to that company and extend its business. So how far we can attract this talented people in any institutions where they can decline a huge job offer, and they can join the startups first to make any Google or Facebook.
That's a really good, in fact, question and also an insight what you have given.
Yeah.
I think I'll let any one of the panelists to kind of answer. How do you attract that talent to work for startups? Because there is a lot of talent that is not taking enough risk to kind of join any startup. So, Charan, what are you doing with Stomax? What are you doing with the data? Praveen sir, how are you attracting talent in one word?
So to attract talent, the first thing, it's all about, we have to learn more branding of our company. Because it's like, unless you brand your company with emerging tech or something, you can't attract. And I'll be honest, second, thanks to T-Hub and few places, good office is also very important these days for a lot of people to come. Because I'll tell you, it's a self-respect issue. They say if it's a good infrastructure, same thing. It's like they want a good ambience to work. 3, it is about the peer-to-peer learning. You attract people with people. If you have good people, you attract good people. It's all about the leaders.
The third one is money, sir. That is also important.
Money.
Yes, because the reputed companies, they offer a huge package, right?
I'll tell you very simple one line and end that thing. Amazon pays 40 lakhs per annum, but the actual pay is 12 lakhs only. The other 28 lakhs are the ESOPs. Our guys put in the colleges, they put the maximum placement, 40 lakshalu. And our guys transfer the dollar to rupee and they put 1 crore salary and Eenadulo ka paper vastu. Ankura samstha, కోటి రూపాయల జీతం అని. ఆ కోటి రూపాయలు సిలికాన్ వ్యాలీలో అందరికీ కోటి రూపాయలు వస్తాయి. ద ప్రాబ్లం మన దగ్గర ఏంటి అంటే జీవితంతో కంపేర్ చేస్తారు. ఫస్ట్ 2 years జీతం కోసం పనిచేయొద్దు. ప్లీజ్ అండర్స్టాండ్ దట్. మనీ కోసం వచ్చేటోడు, ప్లీజ్, ద ఫస్ట్ థింగ్ ఇన్ స్కూల్స్ వీ హ్యావ్ టు టెల్ ద డిఫరెన్స్ బిట్వీన్ మనీ అండ్ వెల్త్. If you want to come and work in a startup, don't come for money. Come here to create wealth. If you want money, go for a job. That is far better. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Any other thoughts apart from what Charan has shared? Sir.
Just to like to add one more point is that look at a company with all the things that has been said here. I think culture matters a lot. And a great place to work is something is most important that gets the best out of each and every employee, and the chances of success for that particular company is tremendous.
Thank you, sir. I'll take one last question from the audience. Any question? Yeah, okay, I'll just take from the student first and yeah. You're not a student? Okay, fine. I mean, we're all students. We're all learning every day.
By the way, I'm not students.
Okay. So, I mean, students of life.
My question to Charan Garu. Sir, being a science teacher, I strongly believe in Sir Albert Einstein's statement. He said that when I fear the day when technology surpasses our human interaction, the world will leave a generation of idiots. So world will have a generation of idiots. Do you think the day has come with the launching of ChatGPT?
We should ask
Due to
ChatGPT.
this AI, artificial.
సార్ ఒకటి మేజర్ థింగ్ ఈ కొటేషన్స్ ఉంటాయి కదా సార్ ఈ వాట్సాప్ గ్రూప్లలో అసలు వాళ్ళు నిజంగా చెప్పిరో లేదో కూడా తెలియదు సార్ అసలు ఎందుకంటే చచ్చిపోయి ఉంటాడు కదా ఆయన క్రాస్ చెక్ చేయలేము మనం ఫస్ట్ చాలా నిన్నెవరో ఎక్కడికో పోతే బీ ద చేంజ్ యూ విష్ టు సీ ద వరల్డ్ అని ఎవరో ఫారినర్ పేరు పెట్టి అది మహాత్మా గాంధీ అన్నాడని నేను అనుకున్నా. ఈ కొటేషన్లు చాలా థింగ్స్ కొటేషనే ఉంటాయి. సో ఒక్క పాయింట్ నేను చెప్పేసి ఎండ్ చేస్తాడానికి చాట్ జీపీటీ ఇందాక అన్న చెప్పినట్టు ఇట్ క్రియేట్స్ న్యూ జాబ్ రోల్స్. ఫస్ట్ థింగ్ స్కూళ్ళల్లో క్వశ్చన్ ఎక్కువ అడిగితే టీచర్ ల్యాబ్ మార్క్స్ కట్ చేస్తుండే అంటుండే. ఎగ్జాంపుల్ మేము అడుగుతుండే ఎక్కువ క్వశ్చన్స్ అడగాలి కదా, ఆ క్వశ్చన్స్ అడగడం నేర్పిస్తే ఏ ఏఐకైనా ప్రాంప్ట్ ఇంజనీర్ అని కొత్త రోల్ క్రియేట్ చేస్తుంది. ఇట్ ఈస్ AI, it is all about prompting. So you should know how to ask questions. The future is there for everyone who knows how to ask questions. Answers అందరి దగ్గర ఉన్నాయి సార్. Do you know the answer? Do you know how to ask the question? Questioning the society, ప్రశ్నిద్దాం అంటాం కదా, సొసైటీని అవన్నీ ప్రశ్నిద్దాం, కానీ ఏఐని కూడా ప్రశ్నించాలి. సో ఇఫ్ యూ నో హౌ టు ఆస్క్ ద క్వశ్చన్. మై సన్ ఈజ్ 7 years old now. మొన్న పోయి ఎలాన్ మస్క్ ఈజ్ అ గ్రేట్ ఆంటర్ప్రెన్యూర్ అని నేను అన్న ఇంట్లో సీరియస్గా పిలిచిండు, నా దగ్గరికి పిలిచిండు నా కొడుకు. ద డిఫరెన్స్ ఎలాన్ మస్క్ కాదు, అది ఈలాన్ మస్క్ నానా అన్నాడు. ఎందుకంటే వాడు స్కూల్లోనే ఫోనెటిక్స్ నేర్చుకుంటుండు. నేను ఇంటర్లో మాకు 12th క్లాస్లో ఫోనెటిక్స్ ఉంటుండే ఇంగ్లీష్లో. సో హీ నోస్ హౌ టు ఆస్క్ అ క్వశ్చన్. షటప్ అనకండి ఇంట్లో పిల్లల్ని. షటప్ అని అంటే వాడు షట్ అప్, స్టార్ట్అప్ అనండి. యాజ్ సింపుల్ యాజ్ దట్. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
Thank you. Thank you very much. One last question from there. I think I have. Yes, ma'am.
Very good afternoon to all the dignitaries and all the team who was attending all this session since yesterday and today, and all the entrepreneurs who are all sitting on the dais. Since I am working with the school, nursery to grade 10 students, and I had seen the difference in the technology of teaching, ICT, level HTML, C++, Java, what all. Now it has come to AI. How do you encourage students to learn about all this? I'm not talking about people who are in +1, degree, PG and all. How to encourage students to go to the level of this technology? We had communicated now prior to your teachings or prior to your panelists, ruralization, urbanization and globalization. How to connect is my question. Any of the panelists can answer this.
I'd love to take this up.
Please.
A very favorite topic of mine. That was the biggest challenge that we changed. How do you, so what we do, simple application. What do kids like doing?
Playing.
Right? So how do you make them play? How do you take very simple thing to inculcate a mind? Get a puzzle. Now the next step is get a Beagle board or an Arduino or a Raspberry Pi and simply say, text Siri, take Bixby from Samsung. When you speak, it's able to show and let them create it. Then they say, oh, I created a mobile phone or I created this tech. So when you show or encourage or get a kid to build something with their own energy, that creates, okay, I want to learn, what more can I do? And we've been practicing it with our employee kids. We bring them in on weekends or in their holidays. We give them boards and simple instructions. Give them 10 instructions. Today, there's a kid from 2nd grade who's doing big things than a kid from 10th grade because they're more passionate about it.
Thank you, Ganga. And the last one is, all the schools are giving a particular time as a weekly 2 periods or a period is given for technology. Is it really proper and right to develop a kid in technology for the forthcoming years too, for the globalization? Is it really suffice?
Ganga, in school terms, period is 40 minutes. Okay.
So let me
40
just
minutes in a week and or 90 minutes in a week.
let me ask you something. How many people use a cell phone?
All
Everyone?
of us.
How much time are you contributing to it? I think first ask that question. Because is 40 minutes enough? Is 90 minutes enough? It's in the mindset again. How much time do you contribute to your phone? At least contribute the same amount. Because you are living in this world right now.
Thank you so much, ma'am. I think to conclude, we have spoken about the mindset, how it is changing, and we spoke about adding business as a dimension to the innovations. We spoke about AI. We spoke about the early innovation at the grassroots levels. Amazing insights that we have got from the panel. And to conclude, my take is, can India create Google or Facebook? I don't know, but if at all we celebrate every innovation as a Google or a Facebook, I think we're already there. Already a lot of innovations and entrepreneurial ventures are coming in India. I think that it's time for us to kind of celebrate. It's time for us to gear up to this Industry 4.0. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being a patient listeners. Thank you. See you soon.
Thank you. May I request you to stay, please? Mike. Thank you so much for a wonderful panel discussion on a hot and happening topic, I should say, whether India can create the next Google or Facebook. A warm thanks to Mr. Pavan Alina, Mr. Gangadhar, Mr. Sri Charan, Mr. Praveen Raju, and Mr. Sushil Anmishetty. May I invite our Chief Operating Officer, Mr. Yashasvi, to kindly come forward and give the mementos. May I request Chairman, sir, to please come forward. Please come, sir. It was indeed a very, very enriching discussion, pretty candid, I should say. Great learning for all of us, especially in the education field, and a lot of takeaways. Thank you, thank you. It gives me immense pleasure to accord a warm welcome to Mr. Jayaprakash Narayan. I think the hall should be resounding with claps. To talk of Mr. Jayaprakash Narayan in a nutshell, Indian public administrator and physician by education, and is the founder and general secretary of Foundation for Democratic Reforms, an NGO, an independent public policy think tank and research resource center. In fact, really, I'm very proud, sir, that you have made it to the IAS in 1980, standing All India rank 4. Some of his achievements during a 16-year-long career in government include, as a joint collector, he created full and permanent employment for 8,000 youth from displaced families of the Visakhapatnam steel plant. As collector of East Godavari district, he spearheaded the reconstruction of drainage and irrigation network in Krishna, Prakasham and Godavari deltas As collector of Prakasham district, he successfully mobilized farmers on a large scale to take up irrigation schemes to bring a record 2 lakh acres under irrigation. He strengthened the credit cooperatives by making them independent of government control. He served as a secretary to both Governor Vishrikant and the Chief Minister of Andhra Pradesh, Mr. N.T. Ramarao. To continue, because there is a lot, but I would definitely talk a little because I think it runs into pages. Mr. Narayan is a founder member of Foundation for Democratic Reforms, FDR, and currently he serves as its General Secretary. It's one of India's leading think tanks and research resource centers for formulating and promoting fundamental reforms in political, electoral, and governance spheres and in critical areas of state policy. He is the advisor of Youth Parliament Program, YPP. Youth Parliament is an ideal platform for socially conscious youth to express their views, ideas, and to act as a change agent in national building process. He started the Lok Satta movement in 1996 to educate the citizens of India about voting, rights, and government. It has emerged today as India's leading civil society initiative for governance reforms and is at the forefront of key initiatives like disclosure of candidate wealth and criminal history details, political funding reform, decriminalization of politics, improvement of electoral registration, comprehensive judicial reforms, including local courts and National Judicial Commission and citizen charters. It has been the driving force in achieving the following governance reforms in many recent years, like substantial reduction in short delivery of petroleum products in all retail outlets, and improvements in voter registration, and so on. I can go on, but we are all waiting to listen to you to speak, sir. May I invite you for your expert talk on transforming management education. Thank you.
Friends, if I'm a smart man, I should shut up now. For two reasons. The first is this is lunch period, a terrible time to talk. The second is I really cannot claim expertise in management education. I manage some of the public institutions. I really don't have no expertise in private management. Long ago, I was MD of a sugar factory. Don't ask me how public service is connected to sugar factory management. That's the way India is managed, at least was managed. I was special officer of Vizag steel plant. I was not managing the plant, but I was managing many incidental issues arising out of creation of the steel plant. That is when I discovered that public sector in India is the private sector of those in public office. It has nothing to do with the people of the country. One of the more curious things is I headed two apex cooperative banks in then Andhra Pradesh without knowing anything about banking. I had zero knowledge of banking, and I headed the banks without even understanding what was happening in the banks. I dutifully went to two of my predecessors, both of whom later occupied high constitutional offices in this country. I took copious notes from them. But the two most important things relevant to those institutions were not briefed to me. Not because they wanted to conceal the facts, but because despite heading those banks, they were completely unaware of what was happening. What were the two things? At the time when I took over those banks, the recovery rate on 100 rupees lent to the people, recovery rate was 8 rupees on 100, 8%. The bank was on the verge of collapse. The second, as a consequence of that, my default to my lender, the National Bank, were the highest in the history of India at that time. I took over the banks without knowing anything about these two central facts about the bank's management. I think it's a miracle that the banks survived me. Then, of course, I headed the Industrial Infrastructure Corporation, agro-industries, etc. For all these reasons, I think I should, as I said, maintain silence. 2,500 years ago, a disciple of Socrates had a difficulty like mine today. He stood up and said, "Master, for 20 years I listened to you and my other colleagues interacting with you on a variety of issues. I never once opened my mouth. Was it right or was it wrong that I didn't open my mouth?" he asked. Socrates, the great philosopher that he was, he gave an answer which was relevant for all times and for all of us. He said, "If you are a wise man, then you are a fool. If you are a fool, then you are a wise man." It took me some time to decipher. He said, if you are wise, if your words have some relevance to other people's lives, by concealing your wisdom, you are a fool. But if you're a fool anyway, you have nothing to contribute to public good. By concealing your ignorance, you are wise. So what I propose to do is in about 4 or 5 minutes, I'll just make a few points and leave it open to a few questions and interaction. First, what exactly should a manager accomplish? What is the purpose of management? In a competitive environment, unlike the public sector management in regulation, in control, in monopoly, in license, in permit and quota raj, obviously we have to meet the standards of competition, choice, value addition, adaptation to changing conditions and therefore becoming continuously relevant, and at all times promoting creation of goods and services. I was delighted when Lokiraju talked about the difference between money and wealth. Money is a piece of paper or a statement. Wealth is creation of goods and services that are relevant to human lives. If money is earned sans creation of goods and services, it's no longer management or wealth. It is accumulation or speculation or outright plunder. So true management is about creation of wealth. And what are the tools available? The first is the principle of levers. That we as human society, unlike any other animal, can do a lot with little. That tasks which are seemingly impossible can be accomplished if you know how to leverage our strengths. Other animals haven't learned that. And the second is that we alone have the capacity to work in large numbers. And therefore, how do you bring synergy rather than discord? How do you get the best out of us and coordinate among us? These are the two central tasks of management. In the Indian context, what is it that we need if we really have to make management work? I think Praveen made a reference to PISA. Let me go into it in a minute, for a minute. You know, when there was a survey, this PISA survey, in which India participated some years ago, PISA measures at the age of 15 the basic educational outcomes, the way they should be, not the way they are in India, not rote learning and not mass copying and getting grades and marks and ranks, but real school education, ability to communicate and grasp what is communicated, ability to understand basic mathematical principles and apply them in real life, ability to apply logic and arrive at reasonable conclusions from the given facts. That is what science is. When India participated in a PISA survey, out of 74 nations and entities surveyed, can anybody guess what India's rank was? There's one candidate for 70s. Anybody else? we were 73rd out of 74 countries. Our self-images were up there because without us, Google will not function, Microsoft will go bankrupt, and all kinds of things. Now, India is the fulcrum of all economic growth and technology in the world. That is our self-image. But the truth is, we were somewhere at the bottom. Luckily, there was a country called Kyrgyzstan in that list. We were therefore spared the ignominy of being the last. Not because we lack brains, not because our parents don't sacrifice for their kids, not because governments don't focus on education and spend a lot of money, not because society doesn't value education. We have all the right things in place. All boxes are checked. But we forgot the basic ingredient of education and the purpose of education. Therefore, rote learning and mass copying have become endemic. We are looking at a few who are flourishing because we have innate potential. Because of good fortune, the parents' hard work, the child's ability, the teacher's blessings, and the right institutional environment, they're allowing some of these kids to fulfill their potential. But this number never exceeds 15 or 20% in India, at the most, even that by diluting standards. 80% have simply no chance. It's like, they have a piece of paper, but there's zero education or near zero education. No, you cannot either manage or be a productive member of a society without the basic education. You don't require to be a topper or anything. It's irrelevant to what rank you get. But if the basic tools of navigating in a complex society and creating wealth, if they're not there, then there simply is no possibility of the individual or even the collective making a huge difference. So I would say, take care of the foundations. And look at higher education. In 1869, the year of birth of Mahatma Gandhi, Charles Eliot, he became the president of Harvard. He then introduced a system of electives. That was about 150, 160 years ago. Now, 150 plus years later, for the first time, we are the last country among major economies in the world. The national education policy talks about an elective system. We have yet not introduced it. 150 years it has taken. 1869, that man became Harvard president. Introduced electives at that time. We are hopelessly behind times. We are hopelessly behind times. Our pretense that we are doing superbly well is nonsensical, not because we have no ability. Our kids are very bright, no question about it. That you're bright, that you have the potential doesn't mean that you've done anything at all. Only when it's realized can you really talk about your place in the world. So we have a lot to do to really make things happen. But as I said, we are lucky because the basic ingredients are in place. It's just that we managed it horribly. Horribly. When I talked about PISA ranking, way back in 2009 this happened, India participated in that. My hope at the time was that the government and the policymakers and others will recognize where we are and try to figure out why are we so bad? What can be done to improve it? Because we have so many ingredients in place to make it better. I thought I always had some understanding of public policy, governments, politics, how they respond, and I'm a bit of a chess player in that sense. Now, I make my moves very carefully, I look at the 10th possible move and then prepare for that. I expected the governments to respond in a certain manner, but their response was striking and totally, it was shocking to me. I didn't anticipate that. They said India will not participate in PISA surveys in future. Instead of improving the educational outcomes and figuring out what to do, our response to PISA failing is India will not participate in PISA surveys in future. Like ostrich in the sand, we forget where we are, we pretend that we are doing well and that's it. Nobody can question, nobody can criticize. And since then, 14 years, India has not participated in PISA surveys. Not that PISA survey is a solution to all problems, but if we don't even know where we are, we obviously cannot improve. So if we don't improve the quality of education, critical thinking, innovation, you cannot provide leadership, you cannot improve management. You don't require marks and grades, but you require the basic tools of education. The second thing that bothers me of late is the short-termism, the quarterly balance sheets. Globally, it's not merely Indian problem. I find it shocking that the manager thinks only over the next 3 months. That's the horizon. I have no quarrel about the profit being a goal. But if all you can think of is a 3-month horizon, I think it's a tragedy in the long term, because we often underestimate our capacity to bring about long-term changes and overestimate our ability to transform the world in the short term. This absurdity must give way to some kind of a balance. Yes, of course, short term is required, as Henry Ford said, in the long term we are all dead. But it doesn't mean that the 3-month horizon is what really should keep us going. It's a terrible mistake. The third is, and this is the last point I want to make, there's immense opportunity within the country, India as a country, and the globe, obviously. India, the growth. Despite many bunglings, there appears to be a reasonable opportunity for us to grow at about 7% or thereabout for the next 20, 30 years, unless we do spectacularly badly in some respects, and we are capable of doing spectacularly badly. But there is a chance, without going into details. But I want you to recognize 2 issues. One, between a 7% growth rate sustained and 8% growth rate sustained, the difference is phenomenal. And between 5% and 8%, it's simply unbelievable. For instance, if you take 7 and 8% growth rates in a period of 9 to 10 years, the difference will be $600 billion production per year. In government revenue terms alone, that will mean about 10 lakh crores additional revenue if the growth rate is 8% per year. So these numbers are not mere numbers. It's not 7 versus 8. It's a phenomenal difference with compound growth rate and the long term. We lost out because of lack of ambition and the ability to translate ideas into action over the past 60, 70 years. China spectacularly progressed because they did most things right to achieve extremely high growth rates on a sustained basis for 3-4 decades. We are capable of doing that, but only if we set things right. What can go wrong spectacularly? I want all the managers to pay attention. It's not an internal factor. It's not an intrinsic to your industry or enterprise, but unless you understand the big picture and then raise your voice, I think all our growth will go afoot. Public finances are increasingly in distress in this country. Partly because of the short-termism of politicians, because I want to win the election today, therefore short-term individual welfare measures at the cost of long-term growth and building the economic sinews of the country. But even worse, a terrible old pension scheme, there's no time to go into details, those who are interested we can discuss later, a terrible old pension scheme which is unique to India, unfunded, without putting money in today's budget for future pensions, index-linked. It's not merely a reasonable pension, but continuously growing. People who retire at 20,000 rupees salary get 70,000 rupee pension. Index-linked, permanent liability, legal liability from which we cannot withdraw, available only to a small segment of the working population of India, 3.3% of workers of India, at the cost of the rest of the people. In the last 20 years, if you take all the Indian states together, from 33,000 crores of total pension burden annually, it has now become 4,06,000 crores. 13-fold increase in just 20 years. It's shooting up. 20 years ago, a wise government under a wise leader looked into the future and came up with what is called the national pension system, on par with the rest of the world. The individual and the employer put the money there, available to everybody in the country, in the rest of the world, but here only for government employees even this. And from that pension fund, pensions will be given so that we know how much we owe to the future. That money is put in the budget, we spend it. We don't transfer the burden to the next generation. the taxpayers 30 years later. A sensible thing. World over, that's what is done. It's been practiced for the past 18 years, but suddenly, because of the organized sector demand from the government employees, the political parties no longer have the courage to resist these demands of the small minority of only 3.3% of the workers' population, and they're willing to hurt the rest of the people of India. Because the rest of the people are unmindful of what is happening, because the 3.3% are very sharp. They know exactly what is at stake for themselves, and they have voice, they have influence, and they have collective bargaining power, they're organized. State after state is now on the verge of bankruptcy. I can assure you, all managers, or those who intend to be managers, if you don't fix this one central issue today, you can forget management in Indian enterprises in this country. There will be zero growth. And every educational institution, every young person, every manager, and everybody who's interested in public policy, if you don't pay attention and raise voice from the rest of the 97% of the working population of India, then our lives, our future will be in jeopardy. That apart from the obvious innovation and enterprise and entrepreneurship that every manager is thinking about all the time, remember, even providing the public goods, there is tremendous role for the private sector. Education already is happening. This institution, for instance, is an example. These are public goods provided now by the private sector very efficiently. Without competition and choice, there is no way we can improve the quality of public goods. And therefore, there's immense possibility for enterprises to utilize this as an opportunity in healthcare, in education, a whole lot of other things. There must be public services, publicly funded in most part, but they can be better managed by public-private partnership. Therefore, do not ignore that important area, even as you go for normal enterprise activities. And the third element, as far as India is concerned, is in situ urbanization is the way of the future. We're all very fond of our Hyderabad city, or Mumbai, or Chennai, Bengaluru, etc. But you cannot simply grow these cities indefinitely and then starve the rest of India. That's a terrible way of managing these cities and the country. There's no reason why low-skilled people from distant villages, eking out a precarious livelihood, have to move to distant cities, big cities, without any support system and leading lives of desperation. That's a recipe for disaster. Unless small towns grow, unless we make them work as innovators and job creators, economic hubs locally, so that they can attract local migration from a defined geography in the large part, India will have tremendous crisis in demographic management. So look at this carefully. As far as the global issue is concerned, obviously we have a fantastic opportunity today because technology is changing with such breathtaking rapidity. The kind of things that were unthinkable 30 years ago, though we had an idea of the technology available, they were simply unaffordable. Solar power was known 50, 30, 40 years ago. But today, for the first time in human history, we know that the world of tomorrow is going to be radically different. This year, 2023, is witnessing for the first time a decline in the use of fossil fuels in generation of electricity. First time after Industrial Revolution. 2023 is a watershed year. If you take the combined total power generated with coal, with gas and oil, that has actually come down, or is coming down this year compared to last year for the first time. Otherwise, so far it's been shooting off. 40% of the total power generated today in the world is through renewable sources. It's either solar power or wind power or nuclear power or hydropower. So the world is changing. This is only one example, yes or no. There are many, many other, somebody mentioned ChatGPT and a whole lot of other things. It's a fantastic opportunity. But it's also a potential risk if you don't move with times. If you take the world's biggest companies, I think 9 out of 10 did not exist about 25, 30 years ago. The great giants of 25, 30 years ago are nowhere today. You can reasonably say that many of these will not exist 25 years hence. That's the speed at which the world is changing. And the other side of it is, 70% of the jobs that our young people are going to hold 25 years later have not yet been created. There was a reference to ChatGPT, artificial intelligence, how new kinds of skills are required to create new kinds of jobs. That's just one example. So are we, as managers, as educational enterprises, as a society, creating the kind of workforce required, with the kind of skills and adaptability and flexibility required to meet monumental challenges, because never before in human history has there been such spectacular change in such a short span of time. This is absolutely unprecedented. We are still antiquated in our approach, in our ideas, in our thinking, in our education. We have to move radically. I'm a great optimist. I truly believe that the world today is much better than what it was 30, 40 years ago. People with gray hair like me, we have this tendency to think of the wonderful halcyon days of the past, how glorious things were, and how terrible today is. I don't agree with that. I believe today is infinitely better than what it was 30 or 40 years ago, everywhere in the world, particularly in countries like India. And 20 years hence, it will be much better. But it's not our birthright to have a better world. We have to work for that. We have to think a little bit. We have to plan a little bit. We have to synergize. Above all, we must come out of this splendid isolation, working in silos. We are required to integrate, synergize. Because today, you cannot say this skill is different from that skill. Every skill has to come together. This is a world of integration and aggregation. I'm sure that if we harness our skills and energies, put our brains together, A, will give opportunity to every single child, not to few lucky or privileged ones. And B, we can curb some of the potential dangers that are ahead of us, particularly for a country like India, with the government's messing up the finances. Because without the government finances being in a reasonable shape, think of what Sri Lanka is going through today, or Pakistan is going through, or many other countries are going through. If that's what our fate is in the future, you can give up on growth. I believe we can address those challenges. Even if other political and governance problems continue to plague us, we can radically reshape our country, our society, and the global human society. And we can truly ensure that our children inherit a better world. I'm sure that will be a reality. I wish you all the very best. I'm sorry I kept you away from lunch for such a long time. If you have a question or two, we'll take it. Otherwise, we'll quickly adjourn for lunch, and I'll go to some other event that I have. I wish you all the very best. Good luck and thank you. Anybody dares to ask a question before lunch? Yes. Microphone.
Very good afternoon, sir. As we are talking about globalization and we are adopting the foreign culture, even in education system, we are emphasizing more on foreign theories. I'm not denying the fact that they're good, but they're very helpful for us. But as we are doing that, so the tiny human beings at the early stage, that they are thinking that after education, the life is at the foreign, outside the country. So in order to retain the knowledge and help them to develop the country, so how do we manage education system to inculcate and get the love and affection towards the country and to develop the more entrepreneurs from the country as well?
I don't buy the idea that there is a foreign education and foreign learning. I reject that notion. We are all inheritors of all of humanity's collective wisdom and knowledge. Each of us, each society contributed to that. At one time, India may have contributed a little more, China may have contributed a little more. Maybe now our contribution relatively is a little less, but we are hoping to grow that share. But to say that something is foreign in terms of knowledge or science or technology doesn't make any sense to me, because we are giving up the rich legacy of humanity. Please remember, I think every student must be taught elements of anthropology. Where have we come from? About 75, 80,000 years ago, our ancestors, most of the geneticists say, probably about 3 or maybe 6 mothers. They migrated. One group migrated towards the east, came via the coast, the Gulf countries, and via the west coast of India, east coast of India, Southeast Asia, up to Australia. Another group went a little to the northeast, and therefore went over Central Asia, current-day China, Siberia. And some of you may or may not be aware, they actually walked from Siberia to today's Alaska. Human beings walked because that was the time of ice age, and sea levels were 300 to 600 feet below current level. It was freezing cold with massive winds, but they braved and walked. And then they crossed the Alaskan Ridge about 3,000 years later, and then populated the whole of American continents, the north and south. A third group went straight north to Europe. We are the heirs of these 6 mothers, wherever we are. And to say that the 75,000 years of human history and culture and civilization and knowledge, we deny ourselves because of this parochialism is nonsensical. That does not mean that we don't have roots. I am very proud of the tradition of our society, our culture. These two can come together. If you are isolationist in the name of tradition, you are actually denying yourself the best of humanity. If you allow yourself to be swept off by the currents of the global transient fashions without looking at the depth, then you are rootless. So the trick is, how do you retain the best of our tradition and discard the worst of the tradition? Remember, our tradition is not always good. How many women in each family, how many of your grandmothers had a chance to be educated? How is that a good tradition? My mother, one of the brightest human beings that I have known in life, she could not finish school because her father in that village said, my child, my girl child, cannot go to another village to study. It's an insult. Therefore, she will only study up to the level that village offers, 8th grade. How is that tradition good? Child marriage, sati, widows leading lives of quiet desperation and slavery. How can that be good? Or casteism. But there are glorious things in our tradition too. What Rabindranath Tagore said, where the clear stream of reason has not lost its way into the dreary desert sand of a dead habit. So unless you balance our roots and tradition and modernity in the best sense of the term and the heritage of all of humanity, we'll be isolated. So don't take these too seriously. Indians have a natural balance. We are a very balanced society on the whole. With all our imperfections, we are relatively mature and balanced. We don't allow our heads to turn with every passing wind. That's our strength. We are much more harmonious, much more sensible. Don't go to the extremes. Ati sarvatra varjayat. The middle path, middle path, the middle path. So don't buy the notion that everything that we learn just because it's in a textbook written by some author or in some other language is foreign. There's nothing foreign to me. Knowledge is knowledge, period.
Thank you so much.
Sir, one last question. Good afternoon. So you said that 150 years back, Harvard has come up with the electives, and now NEP is coming with the electives in India. So my question is, what is the biggest threat to implement NEP in India? Because we are doing this conclave to bring the vision to action. So what could be the biggest threat?
Biggest threat is apathy. We have a nice policy. We talk about it ad nauseum. India is very good about these things. Beautiful policy. Everything you say already we have a policy. This perfunctory approach, this has to be a fundamental national movement with a sense of urgency. Because every day that you delay, if there are about 2 crore children that are adding to the school-going population every year, if every day you delay, you divide 2 crores by 365, see how many children's future is sealed. So that sense of urgency, this has to be done now, it's already late. It can be done easily without spending much more money. We're spending a lot of money. Money is not the issue at all. It's just restructuring it. No, somebody talked about khanacademy.org. You have PISA, you have better systems of assessment. Basically, the central tool in the NEP, to me, there are a lot. No, every policy tries to say everything to everybody. Don't go into too much of that. But the central tenet is when the demand side is very strong in the country, everybody wants good education. The problem, the tragedy is we don't understand what is good education. We define it poorly and we measure it horribly. Address these two. Define it well, measure it well. I guarantee you, the whole country, not the governments, not the babus in government, but the whole country will transform education because it's our business. Everybody wants good education. So, go into the critical levers rather than this nitty-gritty and too much of detail and all that. Because society is the best guarantor, competition, choice, or urge to improve. Progress does not happen because of a government. Progress doesn't happen because of a leader or because of a babu. It happens because every family wants to lead a better life, give the children a better chance, and we have it already. Have we given them the tools to make their lives better? That is where the future is. I believe the central tenet is, let me reiterate, and I want you to sear this in your minds and think of it every second. Redefine success in education and measure it well and honestly. Everything else will fall in place. Once incentive is altered, everything will fall in place. I'm very optimistic, even as I understand the terrible situation of our education. I have no illusions about the level of education today. We are third rate. You know, which were the best countries in the 2009 PISA survey? China, Hong Kong, China, Singapore. There's no point pretending that we are great and thinking that we are competing with China. But we can. We are not competing today, but we can. It doesn't require plenty of money. People talk about Norway, Finland, etc. Let's do this, then we'll go there. Be sensible, do the practical things necessary. The rest of it, people of India will take care. Trust me. I know a thing or two about it. When somebody talked about it, 2 lakh acres of irrigation at the lowest cost in the history of India, the fastest pace, I didn't do anything. I just gave the people the tools and the incentive and removed the hurdles. The people took care of it themselves. They give me credit. People are the harbingers of progress. They are the ones who eradicate poverty. They are the ones who improve their lives. Have we created conditions to allow them to do that? That's all that we have to do. And I think, unfortunately, even today, the government thinks that they will implement NEP. No. Let them remove the hurdles and give up some of the stupidities so far perpetuated. The people will take care of it. I truly believe that. Okay?
Sir, one last question.
Okay. Must be last because I'm really conscious of the hungry stomachs and the pangs. And go on, please.
Sir, nowadays everyone is talking about India being the next, the Vishwa Guru. What is the role of each Indian, be it a student, be it a parent, an educator, all of us? How do we get there?
You know, we all love our country. And I am, as I told you, I'm very proud of our country's civilization and history. But I'm very uncomfortable when people become braggarts. If anybody says, I'm the greatest scholar on earth, I have some suspicion. If a country says, I'm Vishwa Guru, I think we'll be somewhat. Be a little humble. Talk less. Don't claim too much. Do more. I remember years ago, I think this was about 14, 15 years ago, I was arm twisted by some friends in the global community to go to Bangladesh when there was a crisis in Bangladesh. In Bangladesh in those days, the governments were in always crisis. Before elections, the government had to resign. A chief justice takes over as the temporary prime minister or whatever, that kind of a thing. So they asked me to advise them. I was very reluctant. No, we have our country to take care of, and we are in a bit of a mess. And for me to go to another country and tell them about how they should take care of themselves is a height of hypocrisy. On top of it, I always believe that wherever I go in the world, I'm the ambassador, unofficial ambassador of my country. Therefore, for me to go and tell them how wonderful we are and how bad they are is the worst way of behaving. Very reluctantly I went. And there was a very high-powered team, the Chief Justice of the country and others were there in the audience, an eminent group headed by a Nobel laureate at the time, our Grameen Bank man, Muhammad Yunus. He was the chairman of the welcoming committee for me and all that. Very high-profile kind of a thing. You know what I did? I told them about how messy our democracy was. What are the wrong things about democracy? He said, we thought India had a fantastic democracy. What is this you're saying? I said, we are all the same Khandan. There's only one difference. We were privileged because we had some stability in the beginning and some good leadership which built institutions and certain practices. The rest of it, you and we are the same. We do the same things. Because of that advantage historically, we have regular elections, peaceful transfer of power, a few institutions and some minimal checks and balances, but otherwise we are in as much of a mess as you are. Then they were willing to listen. Then I could tell them whatever I felt was necessary to do in their country. So be a little humble. Don't ever use this Vishwaguru business. No, I'm not comfortable. I'm just not comfortable. Certainly every country, every society, every civilization has a lot to offer to other civilizations, but it's for them to recognize that and for you to very intelligently and humbly supply that. But don't overstate your credentials. It's an unsmart idea. It's a counterproductive. I can assure you. That's why Deng Xiaoping, the wise man that he was, he always said, hide your strength, hide your strength, hide your strength. Keep growing. Shut up. Don't go into controversial issues. Don't even go and invade Taiwan. Next generation will take care. What's the hurry? Don't show your strength. Hide your strength. Keep growing. Keep growing. We are forgetting that message. I think as a country, we have great potential, but we should talk less, we should hide our strength and do more. Okay then? Thank you. You have been extremely gracious and nice and sweet. At this time, now it's 2 o'clock, it's terrible. I don't know how you guys are so disciplined. They would have been normally cat calls and all kinds of things. But I wish all power to your elbow because I have immense faith in the future of this country, despite the many mistakes we have committed and are continuing to commit. Because just as the earlier panel we have seen, the intelligence, the insights, the humor, the sense of confidence and purposiveness, it is so invigorating. I see it everywhere. While the bulk of Indian kids are not getting chance, their potential is not fulfilled, the few who are able to fulfill their potential, they are doing such a spectacular job. They are showing what is possible. Therefore, if we set a few things right, I'm absolutely certain that we will have a much better country. And certainly will make our contribution globally. But because if 1/6 of humanity we address the challenges, eliminate poverty, give ourselves an opportunity for every single child, see how much impact we can create on the world. I don't know what we can do the rest, but 1/6 of humanity we take care in the first place. And once we speak with one voice, with some clarity and some dignity, some humility, that will be our contribution to the globe. But first, let's take care of our people. No child must ever shed tears saying that because of the circumstances of birth, my potential is not fulfilled. I didn't have a chance in life. If any child in this country feels that, that is the greatest sin that all of us together are perpetuating. And no person should suffer from avoidable pain and disease and death. Unavoidable, there's nothing we can do. But avoidable, it's a shame. And both these sins, India is the heir to the largest amount of that. Let's have some humility. The greatest amount of unfulfilled potential, the greatest amount of avoidable suffering, they exist in India. Fix that first. The rest of it will take care of itself. I wish you all the very best. Thank you.
When you listen to a man who can contain an audience of 400 without moving an inch, he deserves a much larger applause. May I request all of you to give him a standing ovation. So you're requested to stand for a few more minutes. Narayan Garu. Sir, a few more minutes on the stage. The Pallavi Group of Schools and the company named Edistis has come into a contract for the cyber school affiliation that they want to merger, and all Pallavi schools are in contact. They request a memorandum of understanding to be exchanged between both of them through your honorable hands. While you keep clapping, I'm not but shocked to say a few words about the man who took the audience to stage. There's this popular saying in English, he who knows not and knows not and knows not is a fool. He who knows not and knows that he knows not, they say, is ignorant. He who knows and knows not that he knows is just asleep. He who knows and knows that he knows is the leader that I can see in front of us. Clap for that leader who has taken us into a stride. May we all break for lunch now. Your lunch time is 1:50 to 2:20. All the dignitaries to move towards the lounge and all the principals and other staff members to have lunch here along with all of us. 2:20, I see you back again. This mic should go there actually. वहाँ पर लगाना है.
you will find an eminent topic with an eminent panel discussions. So I request once again, all of you, please take over your seats. Greetings to one and all. I feel the day 2 sessions are spectacular. It's going on good with an interesting and excited topics. We take this opportunity along with my colleague to introduce and invite our eminent panel guest on today's most prominent and burning topics: higher education in India or abroad. Before we start, I'll start with the moderator. I think she needs no introduction. Any guesses? Participants? She is wide. Ms. Sita Murthy has a wide range of experience in field of education. As an IB educator and president of Association of Heads of IB World Schools in India. We welcome you onto the dais, ma'am. She blends national and international goals of education in all her endeavors within and outside India. Besides leading IB workshops across the Asia Pacific region, she is also invited to present at 4 IB Global Conference as a Director of Education at Silver Oaks International School in Hyderabad, Bangalore, Visakhapatnam. She assumes responsibility for a learning years of 7,000 students in her school. A round of applause for Ms. Sita Murthy, a moderator for this panel on the topic higher education in India or abroad. I request Dr. Yong to take over the dais. He has a master's degree and 1 PhD degree from Johns Hopkins University. In 2010, Dr. Yong published his work on philosophy of family and created a new branch of philosophy with his work. He retired as a director of Asian Study at Liberal Arts College in Chicago. He has taught world regions for 10 years and philosophy for 30 years. Welcome you, Dr. Yong. I welcome Mr. Amit Deswal. Please. It's an interesting profile from Amit Deswal. He completed his IIT, then he started exploring life myself, he says. Then he shifted, exploring in many things to MBA, taken up World Bank job, then again started listening silently about life, silence about life, inner lines. Then he has taken a few lines from Shanti Niketan. I think more we'll be hearing from Dr. Amit Swal about the exploration, what he has done in his way of a journey. Next, I welcome Ms. Radhika to introduce the other panelists.
Thank you, Ms. Manja. Good afternoon. Namaste to all of you present here. Our next panelist for the day is Mr. Ram Kumar. He was the steering committee of the network of Asia Pacific Schools and Institutes of Public Administration and Governance supported by the Asian Development Bank. He has handled assignments for the Ministry of Finance, Power, Trade, Commerce, Heavy Industries, and Public Enterprises. He was also a member of the Working Group on Privatization, set up by the International Institute of Administrative Services, Belgium. He is a researcher for Planning Commission, Niti Aayog, Finance Commission, Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council, OECD, Commonwealth Secretariat, United Nations University, to name a few. He has been on the subject expert committees of the Regional Corporate Office of CII, FICCI, and a few state chambers of commerce and industry. He was on the panels of presenters at the BRICS conference in India and Brazil. He is on the panel of experts of South Africa's National Research Foundation, NRF. His current interests include corporate social responsibility, corporate governance, sustainable development, ESG, management education, and institution building. Our next panelist is Professor N.V. Ramana Rao, who earlier worked as Rector and Professor of Civil Engineering at JNTU Hyderabad before joining as Director NIT Warangal. He did his BE in Civil Engineering from Osmania, MTech from IIT Delhi, PhD and postdoctorate from UK in Civil and Structural Engineering from University of Wales, UK. He has edited 3 books and published 137 papers in international journals, international conferences, national journals, national conferences. He has organized 12 conferences, workshops, delivered 15 invited lectures. He has guided more than 50 MTechs, 8 PhDs, and guiding at present several PhDs. On the invitation from the President of Mauritius, he has been a part of high-level discussion on the need to engage the worlds of art, nature, and science in Mauritius. Next panelist is Professor P. Yogeshwari. Professor P. Yogeshwari is presently working in the capacity of Dean, Administration, BITS Pilani, Hyderabad campus. She is a senior professor and Shri S.K. Birla and Srimati Sarla Birla Chair Professor, Department of Pharmacy, BITS Pilani, Hyderabad campus. She received her PhD degree in the year 2001 from IIT Banaras Hindu University. She is being ranked as one among the top 10 research scientists in National Certified by Careers 360 in Pharmacology. She has received various academic recognition through awards like ICMR Shakuntala Amir Chand Prize, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation Global Health Travel Award, Women in Education Award, and South India Women Achievers Award for 2019 under the category of Outstanding Educator. Next, I feel privileged and honored to call our dear Chairman Ji, Malka Kumaria Ji. He is the Chairman and Director of Delhi Public School, Nacharam, Mahendra Hills, and Nadergul. He has over 3 decades of experience in the fields of real estate, energy, healthcare, and education. His life and body of work are testimonials to the fact that no ambition is too big with hard work and discipline. After finishing his studies at the Osmania University of Hyderabad, where he did civil engineering, he ventured into real estate and made a name for himself. Next, he found his calling in entrepreneurship, where he founded Shalivana Projects Limited, the group's flagship company. The company went on to build some of the most elegant and renowned buildings in the cities of Hyderabad, Secunderabad, Madhapur. The projects included both commercial residential complexes, which became highlight of their respective cities. Shri Kumariaji ventured into green energy generation to find alternative sources of energy which are climate friendly, something that a developing country like India really needs to prosper. He took this visionary decision back when a huge part of the country was still new to the idea of green energy. But through his relentless pursuit of excellence, the company is now one of India's largest agri-based power producers with an operational capacity of 88 megawatt. A thorough philanthropist at heart, Komariaji had taken several measures to help the underprivileged section of society. His most recent outing in that endeavor is Shalivana Foundation, which provides apparel training to the women of below poverty line families. This helps them find suitable job opportunities and earn an income in an honorable way. Over to the speakers.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. Post lunch, I will do my best to make it as lively and energetic as possible so that you will enjoy the discussion and the perspectives from each one of them. I came here as a panelist, and I prepared to speak about the topic, and my dear very good friend Dr. Sudha told me, I want you to be the moderator just 5 minutes ago. So I have to shift gears now. So in shifting gears, it's something very interesting, that's what we do in schools and colleges all the time. I'm the only one from the school sector here, other than the revered chairman of the DPS group here, and of course, Dr. Amit over here. But everybody is from the higher education, and the topic is about higher education in India or abroad. If you recall the statement Dr. Jayaprakash Narayan made before lunch, it's not about India or abroad, it's about what are you going to learn, and where are you going to learn, and why are you going to learn it. So it's on that, how we will go with our panel discussion is, I have the monitor showing me the time every second over here. You won't be able to see it, but I can see it. So what I will do is, I'll ask each of my panelists to share their perspectives on the topic because it's certainly a burning issue now. With a plethora of universities and courses running helter-skelter across the country and the globe, what choices do our students have? And what is the rhetoric a school should take or a university should take? And what kind of opportunities are lying ahead for the younger generation in our schools and colleges? That's the topic of the day, of this afternoon. And I will start with my beautiful colleague sitting right at the end over there, Dr. Yogeshwari. I hope I got your name. Yes, Dr. Yogeshwari. I'd like to hear from you. So how we'll go about this panel is, each one speaks about 4 to 5 minutes, and then we'll engage with question answer session. Is that okay? I hope it's okay with everybody. Thank you very much. So we'll listen from you first on your perspectives about it.
Hello. Yeah, good afternoon, very good afternoon. First of all, thanking the organizers for conducting such an event, as well as bringing all the dignitaries from higher education as well as school in one room. So the topic is about higher education in India or abroad. And let us first understand, where does India stand with respect to the higher education sector? As far as I believe, I think we stand third among the top countries which are on higher education, next to US and China. And we are the largest publicly funded university setup that we have, the largest publicly funded universities. But however, I come from a private institutions, which is BITS Pilani, and currently I'm in Hyderabad campus. So I believe that as we talk also about the national new education policy, it is important that the higher education sector do collaborate with the school system very early, because that is when you we always say that catch them young, right? So because we are looking at education from the aspect of research, multidisciplinary and innovation, I think higher education sectors play a very important role, training youngsters from school itself, right? So I've been part of Delhi Public School innovation workshops we have conducted. We did give opportunity to DPS students to have an insight of how university setup work with respect to research and kind of programs that we conduct. So I think this is the conversation I would like to set for today as of now, and I'll come back with more insights when we go on.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for that. So I'll move to after BITS, I need to move to another IT, that's NIT. Okay. So when I was supposed to be a panelist and I wanted to share my perspectives, I wanted to refer to the temples of modern India, the IITs and the NITs, and how every young Indian in a school now aspires to go to these temples. Those who can sip the holy grail, who can bear the entire competition, enter into these temples, and those who can't enter into other private institutions. Again, ending with IT, with every letter in the alphabet preceding them. But entering into an IIT and an IT is certainly a privilege in the country. And we'll look forward to hearing from Dr. Ramana Rao about what do you think higher education in India or abroad?
I thank you for inviting me and thank the organizers for doing these deliberations and discussions on a topic of great relevance to the present day context. In fact, when we talk about higher education, we need to understand that whether it is global or local, we are talking about quality. We are talking about institutional restructuring. A lot of changes are coming, and because of the National Education Policy 2020, today we are talking about multidisciplinary education. So higher education has to become multidisciplinary, and higher education institutes will have to provide optimal learning environments, because you get students from different quarters. Not only that, we should have in higher education institutions motivated, energized, and capable faculty. Without good faculty, no higher education institution can survive. Not only that, all higher education should have equity and inclusive in higher education, because we need to take across all aspects of society and admit them into the system, and we have to catalyze quality academics. To see the real industrial scenario, what is happening in the industry scenario, if you see, we have now coming across areas which are actually totally changing the way we teach and learn. For example, we have areas like, key areas like starting from artificial intelligence, machine learning, blockchain techniques, then we have augmented reality and virtual reality. So all these things, including robotics, quantum computing, data sciences, cyber security, 3D printing, augmented reality, virtual reality, all these things are changing the way we teach and learn. In fact, now we have to depend a lot on the digitalization of education. And what has actually happened in the industry scenario and how that is being reflected in the education. I'll just tell you some examples. I told you all the developments of AI, ML, this blockchain in the industry scenario. Similarly, we call it the industry 4.0. Similarly, we have equivalent education 4.0, where we have now relying more our curriculum responsive to the industry 4.0. We have moved from teacher-centric learning to student-centric learning. It's very, very important. And we are talking about experiential learning and blended learning. Today, COVID has showed us a way of teaching and learning. So hybrid modes of teaching have become very common. Not only that, for students and teachers, everybody here, all of us, it's a lifelong learning, Every step, things are changing very fast. In fact, the earlier speaker, Jayaprakash, was telling, we don't know what jobs are going to come in the next 30 years. So we will have to prepare the students for the jobs of the future. So we call it lifelong learning, and therefore we need to reskill, upskill everybody and anybody. So that is something which higher education institution will have to take up the responsibility. Not only that, whatever students are coming into the system, we will have to inculcate in them the analytical, problem solving, creative skills. So these are the things that are really happening. And I would also like to quickly share that something which is very, very important for all of us is all higher education institutions will have to prepare the students for the jobs of the future. We will have to provide them the right skills to foster employability. After all, people come to education to get employment, and if we don't give them the right skills, then there will be a problem. Not only that, we will have to make our students makers and innovators, There's out-of-box thinking and ideas and all that. So universities and higher education institutions are the place where new ideas are tested and tried. So that is makers and innovators. In fact, a lot of things are happening, and out-of-box thinking is required. Therefore, that is higher education plays a very important role. Not only that, we will have to have a strong connection with the industry. In fact, we have, coming to industry trends, we are having, smart factories where everything is controlled through automation. We have renewable energy systems coming into the system. We have smart cities, we have logistics and supply chain. So much things are happening in the industry. So we need to train our students not only in the hard skills, in the soft skills also. These are very important. In fact, NIT Varangal, we give a lot of importance to this. So I'm talking about soft skills like collaboration. Without academic collaboration, both at the national and international level, nothing can be achieved. Even we are now strongly believing that we can't do it alone. We need to collaborate. We may be strong in certain areas, but we need to collaborate with industries, we need to collaborate with other institutions, do networking, that is very, very important. Adaptability, we have to adapt the curriculum to the changing needs of society. We have to have active learning system. Then ethics is something very important, professional ethics, human values, and that has been made compulsory in university education. And we need to inculcate in the students critical thinking, creativity, and complex problem solving skills. This is the soft skills. Coming to the hard skills, where I'm talking from the technology point of view, we try to inculcate in the students innovation, robotics, data analytics, project management, system modeling, additive manufacturing. These are new areas that are not there some time back, but now they have come. And if I don't train my students in that, my students will not be employable. So we have realized early, the universities will have to focus on training the students for the jobs of the futures. So these new technologies have to come. Curriculum revision should go on continuously, and lifelong learning is what is required. So thank you.
Thank you very much. It's good to hear from someone who hosts the Temple of Learning in our country about what needs to be done with the younger generation. I'd like to hear from the chairman of the group, Kumarayaji, running a K-12 school of such magnitude in the city. What do you think needs to be brought into the schools to align with the higher education? And what would you suggest? Do they go to the universities in India? Do they go abroad? What is your message to your students?
To implement this NEP 2020 more effectively, we have to involve the first promoters to give the facilities, ICT, infrastructure, then teachers, proper training to adapt to the new policy, then to involve the parents to change their mindset and only studies. That their mindset has to change, and all the parents, they have to give the opportunity to the students, whichever subject he is interested, they have to choose. Now in new NEP 2020, all that options are available in school level or higher plus 2 level and undergraduation or university level. That options are available, and they can take science or with arts or whatever their interested subjects they can take. Now some students are they're good at science, but mathematics they're weak, but arts also, some commerce they're interested. That combination also can now they can select. But parents has to change their mindset to allow them to choose whatever they want. Now in our schools, DPS or Pallavi or our engineering college, we last 6 months itself, NEP is now coming, but in all our schools, we encourage sports, all-round developments, art, culture, including photography or indoor games, outside games. When we started that, our principals are not acceptable. We are not a sports school. They used to say, our school is not a sports school. Why we will encourage all those things? Then studies, they will be weak. Then I used to tell them. I took 2 years to convince them. Slowly, now they are very active on sports also. But that mindset has to change. When students are good at sports, like now all the cricket players or captains, they are doing the best after their life in the real life. They know how to lose, how to win. And now we have the Narayana Chaitanya, I don't want to take names, but corporate colleges only multi-storied and floor-wise. In our complex, there is one corporate college, 10 years they run. 8 o'clock they will come and they'll lock the gate. Then 8 o'clock night they used to go. then students are in like a jail that used to be. Now slowly CBSE also became very strict without open place or the ground. They are not giving the affiliation. State government also started insisting the playground, other areas. Now because of the fire safety norms, fire department also not giving the permission without proper infrastructure. To effectively implement the NEP 2020, first point is infrastructure and proper playgrounds. Promoter has to give, and teachers has to adopt and spend more time to learn the ICT and all this new syllabus or this new policy. They have to adopt and teach them, and parents has to accept the new changes and give the freedom to the students, and whatever they are interested, let them study and let them come up. And ultimately students has to develop a good citizens for our country, and we have a great country and whole world is looking at us, India, and our people do much better, and we are now fifth largest economy, and in near future we'll reach number 4 and then 3, and whole world is looking at us, and lot of future is there. Only we have to develop the all-round development of the student, not only academics. That is our main idea.
Thank you very much. Dr. Yang, you come from a different context. Okay? Both Dr. Ramana Rao and Kumaraya ji have given you insights into the education landscape, the school education and the higher education landscape in India as of 2023. But this journey of why we want to bring sports back or critical thinking skills back into education was actually there before 90s in our country. But with the globalization in India and the prescription that every student has to do engineering, okay, because it has a rewarding end to it, to that tunnel, the coaching factories have sprung in our country a lot. They have done good, they've done bad. But the point is high rate of employment now. But now all of us in schools and colleges are talking about we need to give sports, we need to give critical thinking, soft skills, technical skills, so that our students make big in the world. That's the context we are in. We'd like to hear from you about the context that you come from and how do you look at higher education.
Thank you, Sita. Let me stand up. I feel comfortable to stand up. Yes, our topic is higher education in India and abroad. I'm here only 3 days, so I cannot talk much about the domestic higher education in India. But I do have interest in talking about higher education for India abroad. Okay, I think on that, perhaps one of the first concern is the so-called brain drain, right? I mean, we have educated some of the best students in the world, high school graduate in the world, but then they have gone. And to where? To the United States, to the Ivy Leagues, to Stanford, MIT, right? So how do we look at it, right? As someone who is in the neutral position, right? I'm not completely a American yet, right? And as a Chinese American, so let me offer some perspective here. Number one, I think we could probably take this as a bittersweet thing. The bitter part is that we see our talents kind of gone, okay? But there's also a sweet part, and I want to remind you. They are so talented that the Indian Americans is the most successful minority group in the United States. Congratulations, India, okay? I'm mentioning this because that's a sign of the success of our secondary education, right? Many people here are dedicated to secondary education. Also, I need to congratulate Indian families. Family education plus school education made the Indian young Indians as the most talented and competitive people in the United States higher education circle. So this is bitter but sweet. And two other points I want to make is number one, we need to stop driving them out. Okay, now how do we do that? I think for the talented young teenagers, they are usually also have a stronger will, right? They like to realize their free will a bit more. So for this kind of a young, talented, and also good kids, we need to do what? We need to create and leave them a bit more space for them to make their own choices. Okay, so something like when they reach their 16-year-old birthday party, the parents could give them some rights. Okay, you can go out and until 9 o'clock, come back. So by 18 years old, you can choose whoever that you go out with. So on every birthday, you give them more room for them to realize their freedom, so they don't feel that this country, this family is like make me, hard to choose whatever I want. Okay, so that way it will be easier to keep them here instead of driving them out. Number two, I would suggest that in our secondary education, in high school specifically, maybe we need to develop some short curriculum for education of what? Education of responsibilities and education for patriotism. Okay, love India and responsible for other kids, for other fellow Indian citizens. If you are successful, then you need to take up the responsibility to help others, okay? If you go out to prove yourself, then the next thing is to uplifting the whole nation, okay? So if we do this kind of education, now believe me, when you do this education, first of all, the kids will be not very happy, okay? They think that you are, mentioning something which is not directly to what they are interested in. Don't stop. Don't fear that. Because a few years later, when they reach their age, they will recall this. And they will feel that that kind of education is actually important because it helped me to realize the value of my history, civilization, value system, and remind them of the importance of the parents at home and the motherland in India. So they will come back home and at least do some direct to indirect service, okay? And finally, the important thing is we need to create a couple of universities, or at least very few universities, to such an extent that the successful Indian in the United States, they will come back and visit here. Oh, here is also a place I can do some research, okay? So let me become the so-called the bird kind of a scientist. Over there, I can do my, cutting edge research. But come back here in Indian University, okay? There are some bases that I can do the same. So I think with these kind of perspectives, we can probably deal better of the concern about the brain drain.
That was brilliant. I'm glad you brought the cultural perspective of this entire thing, because I just returned from South Korea. I went there to evaluate an IB school there. So the student community is Korean, but the teaching community is either American or Canadians, okay? The Korean parents want their children after school to go for a coaching class. And the head of the school, who's an American, is shocked that why should a child study after 3:30? Okay? But that's what is the culture in Asian countries. You also have Asian roots. You know very well that across Asia Pacific, the family system or the expectations from the next generation that they can work for long hours is something that is given, taken, understood, and accepted. But the new generation with exposure to different cultures, they feel they're being burdened with the expectations of the parents. Okay? So it's a very interesting conversation that you brought in. But in a way, I feel thanks to the family system that we have, which puts pressure on children, may not give choices to the children, but at the end of it, the children come back to thank the parents for the rigor that they have enforced on them and for the kind of life that they could make because of the end product after the rigor. But there are multiple perspectives on this, not that I appreciate what I said, but that's the way the scenario is. Okay? Thank you so much for bringing that.
Well,
you want to say something?
Let me just add one more sentence, okay? This is a good news to everybody. I don't think there is any top secret scientific research which does not known by some Indians, okay? That is, as long as everything in the top scientific research, there is always some Indian over there. So there is no secret to Indian. If you find someone, if you know some kind of field or some breakthrough, you just look for it. Okay, there is some Indian scientist over there. And just looking for them, and it's no longer secret. Okay, then Indian will know that.
So I think we are going beyond borders. We are looking at a world without borders now and a blended cultures of the best of everything. So wonderful. Let me hear from Dr. Ram here now, because you come from a very different belief system. And I would like the audience to hear from you as to what is it you're doing and why are you doing what you're doing.
Thank you so much. I probably will be straying from the topic a little. There is a little sadness within me, and today I'll take refuge of this topic to share that sadness with you all. So I graduated from IIT Madras in 2008. Most of my batchmates went abroad to study, and I think all of them are settled abroad today. I too was going to go to Stanford, but life had some other plans for me, so I ended up being here. They say everyone is happy. Dreams have been achieved, and all hard work has been paid off. But truly, is everyone happy? In most cases, parents who take care of every little things of ours, who spend sleepless nights when we are unwell, are left alone in their old age. And I have met some of these parents of my own batchmates and some of them nearby. They yearn to play with their grandchildren, to hold their hands, to hold hands of their sons, and to sleep in their daughters' laps. And I feel sad, and it is this sadness that I am sharing with you. But then I feel it isn't the fault of our children, no? Till the age of 3, our child is free to learn whatever he or she wants to learn, and after that we put her in a system which is completely decided by adults. We put her in a system which says from now on for 12 to 15 to 16 years of your life, you have to now compete with each other. This is a ruthless world, and you have to compete to survive. You have to become number one. And that is what she imbibes, slowly and steadily. Her worth is now measured time and again by how she is doing as compared to others. And I wonder how in such a system will love survive? How will care and compassion for the world, for something outside, be able to survive? A child who, I look back and I see that, I have forgotten how to be happy for others. But I've been working with children for the last couple of years, and I see children know that. They can be happy for others. They know how to love, truly love someone else without judgment, without trying to save someone. And I feel sad when I see them losing it as they grow up. It's not really about abroad or India. I think that's a very important quality that we human beings have, which we need to nurture within ourselves. There was a movie I was seeing a couple of years ago. In that movie, there is this poet. And this poet, he writes beautiful poetry and then he hides it. And so someone asks him, why don't you share it with the world? And he says, that's because, I want to punish them. And the reason I want to punish people is because they have forgotten how to love. So I want to do nice work and then hide it from them. Over many years, that statement has stuck with me. We as human beings, as we grow up, forget what it is to truly love one another, love our children, love the world and everything in it. We become too fearful, insecure, self-absorbed about everything around us, and it reflects in our relationship with the world, where we start treating everything as a resource. And in our relationship with our children, wherein the base of educating them becomes how to survive and compete. But it need not be that way. We can learn to love again. It is the most profound thing that I have ever discovered. It will change the world and heal it. More than anything, a warm hug, taking time out to listen to our loved ones, caring and asking our children what they really need can change the world. And who can teach us these things better than our own children? I think thing is that if we kind of take care of small things like these, I sometimes feel, what is it that makes some of my batchmates who have gone abroad not come back for years and years? What is it that they have lost? I think, thank you.
Sorry for getting your name wrong, Amit, but I think what you brought forth is the most sensitive and most important element of being a human. Before you become a human doing, you need to be a human being first. Any education which misses that point has missed the plot completely. Thanks for bringing it forward. Thank you so much. And I can see how much you feel about it. Dr. Ram Kumar, you must be cursing me that I didn't even ask you anything till now. But I'm sure you have a lot to share after having heard from everybody what their perspectives of what an ecosystem of education should look like and what is our role.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, Professor Young. Thank you, Amitji. Thank you, my Chairperson, Komaria, Dr. Ramana Garu, and Yogesh. I'm in a very advantageous position in this sense. Especially there on the very first day when BITS Purani was set up. My father and the Chief Minister of the state, with G.D. Birla, were in the same building, going from Jaipur to this. Again, I'm very privileged in this sense. I have Ramana Garu, but I started teaching JM2, I think, much before he joined. And then we have Mr. Kumariya. Very interesting thing. And I would say, I think all of you should give a big round of applause to Mr. Kumariya. I think what we need today, he is an edupreneur. We don't want entrepreneurs, we want edupreneurs. Because if edupreneurs are there, entrepreneurs will have coming, I think, on their own. But when I say that, I was in Delhi School of Economics, and my teacher, we had Amrit Sen, who later on became a Nobel laureate. And he told that there is only one problem, single problem is there in India. And that's the problem of education. And that he told in 1975 when he studied economics. And if we can solve this one problem, we can solve the entire problem. Now, given that thing, I would say that, things have changed. And if you go through, our scriptures, we say, Aham Brahmasmi. What is the purpose? Sa Vidyaya Vimukti. What is the purpose? Okay, today we are talking about jobs, but when you go to MIT, I'm happy that he's there on the side. And when I entered the portal of MIT, what was there? 160 feet above. Science and technology in the service of society. So I think the biggest problem is that education has lost its touch with people as such. We believe in grades, believe in position, believe in powers, we believe in salary. But when you go to classroom, you are bereft of knowledge because you have just gone through some books here and there. You are teaching that. Yes, you don't have your own view because you have not done any research. Unfortunately, I think all the Indian education institutions are bankrupt, including our IIT, IIMs. I have been teaching. The chairman allows me to there. You don't do your own research. If you don't do your own research, you are good for nothing. So when you ask me about the problems of higher education, I'll say, have you been to Ladakh? If you have been to Ladakh or Kilimanjaro in Africa, then there is a problem. That problem is HAS, high altitude syndrome. So our higher education, and I think it is facing the problem of breathlessness, not able to breathe properly, because it is over-regulated. You tell me a country so well where there is so much regulation, and moment regulation comes, I think things just can't go further. You know about it, IT has flourished because there are no regulation. And you have to believe that people who are in education, whether in the government or in private industry, they know. If they don't do their business well, they are just don't. You have put them there, then why do you take regulations? You can give some guidelines. But they don't do a crime if they go this side or that side. So that's very important, I think. The whole problem is the problem of suicide, I think. We talk of quota, but not of quota. You take IITs, IIMs, and all these places. We have the highest rate of suicide, I think, in the world, the field of higher education. Why does it? That means the connect between student and teacher. It's just not, I think, the syllabuses. It's just not, I think, video. They make the life of. But it's, I think, connect between teacher and let me tell you, I am very proud of the fact that today, if I am able to speak here, I am able to speak because of my teachers. Manmohan Singh was the student of my teacher, Professor Om Prakash, at Punjab University, Chandigarh. He had come from Cambridge, and the then Prime Minister was recruited by my teacher. And here also we had very good teachers. So let me tell you, if there is one good teacher, he can produce any number of good students. And today, when you talk about higher education, we need higher education in this country because we need people who can occupy high positions, who can be good leaders, who can be sensible, can communicate and interact, I think. But that is not happening. And to that extent, things are not happening. You see, I think, there is a hiatus, I think. There is change between so-called people who are in the important seats there and the people as such. So if you move together in any such country, I think higher education has to be given higher weightage. Now, interestingly, we have been talking about GRE, and you know how we are managing GRE. I have 3,000 IAS officers. I have 10 cabinet secretaries. I have evaluated the working of 59 ministries of the government. And given that, I think, let me tell you very frankly, that one is that we keep the ranking of funds. I was there and how funds are transferred. I was the Secretary of Education and was there. IIT Bombay, he just called, he needed some money and we just transferred 1 crore, I think, but without knowing. The problem there is, and I think it's a shameful position that we make this point in this hall when we are talking this policy, that GRE is increasing, but for people who pass out of matriculation, that percentage. So there have been some gains of higher education. One is the problem, I think, of forward caste. You see, I think I have done the recent survey.
Okay.
I've just seen the research survey, and you have seen that now I think that is going away. The problem of minorities and the problem of advanced scientists, that is going away. And there is a progress. But with all that, I think the problem of funding is one thing. Number two, we are not implementing so-called vote of the high world.
But you know what? I think the audience is expecting to hear a message from you. Because the complications will make us feel very weighed. And we will go back with a heavy heart that we can't do anything.
No, we can do.
Yeah, so we want to hear
so
that.
That's what I'm telling. I think what happens is that we have been singing the songs of NEP, but we have not been telling how we should take it forward. And two things in NEP which we suggested was One thing that we suggested was that we should have a fund of 50,000 crore for research fellowship.
Okay, that's your
was one
message.
thing. The second thing that we said was that we should have, 4.
Okay, they're not giving me permission now, the timekeepers. I'm so sorry, Dr. Ram. But I think with over a cup of tea, I'm sure you'll share your pearls of wisdom later. Okay, I'm very sorry about it. The tyranny of time is something we can't deal with. Okay, so we heard, dear audience, we heard from the left end to my left that, create a good ecosystem with all the amenities and help with the mindsets of the parents and teachers and principals to make sure that you create an ecosystem where every child thrives in some way or the other. And we heard from Dr. Ramana Rao that bring the future into the classroom now and make it so wide open that everybody can make a successful life. And we heard from Dr. Amit the complexities of the landscape that we are in now, but the message is have enough funds for research. And we heard from Dr. Young that why are you looking at borders? It's not about borders, but it is about how meaningfully you can drive a mission through education, whether it's India or America or any country that it could be. But teach your children how to be responsible, how to be more purposeful in what they do. And from Amit, we heard that make them into human beings, not just human doings. I want to hear from you because we did not hear enough from you, Dr. Sudeshri. So please, Yogeshri, please.
Yeah, so I totally echo with Mr. Amit and Dr. Yang. The reason is that, of course, we are in India. The education system is very strong, I do believe. So he talked about US with researchers, almost all Indians. Now, what I still believe being in higher education is that what Mr. Amit and Dr. Yang said, we do not insist on flexibility beyond a particular stage, because when you look at school education, it is almost like a pressure cooker for students. We compress lot of subjects. I do not know whether they really use it for their career. Of course, everybody can try to remember what you studied in school. We don't, right? Because it's not application at all. And when they come to higher education, compared to abroad, Indian education still, it is very different what you study in school and what you do it in colleges. Of course, in BITS, we have a different system. Of course, I do not know how many of you know, we do not have attendance at all. So when you challenge yourself with your students, saying that no attendance, and if you really would like to attend a teacher's class, you're free to attend. So it becomes a responsibility to teachers to teach such things which you don't find in books or in a digital system. Okay, still you need that human touch. So we do a lot of fun, we have to do a lot of fun activities. So the same thing, that is what I'm trying to say, is we need to transform from schooling itself, make education fun, right? And as we see the new educational policy, national education policy, has a lot of liberal arts. You can combine science with creativity. It could be painting, it could be sports. So when you do that, education becomes fun, and they know what is a learning outcome. Why do I study this, right? So if you ask a student who is in 5th standard or 6th standard, what do you want to become? Now every parent would have already, inculcated saying that it's IIT. I do not know what a 5th standard kid knows about IIT. We say, even school promotes, I think, School promotes the parents saying that we do IIT Max at 5th standard. For me, where I come from a system of higher education where we as teachers have a lot of challenges, attracting students to classes. We do teach science, but we teach in a different way. We teach only which they can apply in their life, right? So as a higher educator, I believe school need to collaborate with higher education institutes like us, and they need to tell the students that whatever they study, what is the outcome? Why do they have to study? Today's kids do question, right? I think all the school teachers believe that.
Now kids know what to tell the teacher. They're very honest. I remember interview of my younger kid for the 11th standard in DPS. So I'm trying to tell the teacher that he doesn't want to do science because he finds it difficult. I'm trying to, as a parent, I'm trying to tell something else. But the kid tells the teacher, no, I want to make my life easy. I don't want to study science. I want to do humanities. I want to do psychology, which is more connecting to people. Right? So I was really taken aback by the kid, who is my own kid. You know, I come from a scientific background. I claim myself to be a researcher. And my kid is very honest with the teacher. You know, that honesty we do not have. Or maybe we were not culturally trained to say the truth, what we really want. And today's generation is for the new education policy. I think we should implement it. And the best way to do is to talk to the higher education institutions with whom your teachers have to closely work with. So this is my take for today's panel. And I think I did my justice for the day.
Beautiful. I think you really ended it so well by talking about how you need to understand this generation and how you need to make it relevant to them. So on that note, I think we have been the best time managers. We just surpassed 5 seconds so far, or 6 seconds, I think. But I'm sure the audience has quite a few takeaways from each one of them. I would only say one thing: the tyranny of merit needs to be prohibited completely. It's not the merit, it's the potential of a child that we should be able to see. And let's also look at, from our generation to this generation, things have changed. It's not the disciplinary experts, but multidisciplinarians and generalists that we are looking at now in the new world. And let's all work towards that. Thank you very much to each one of you for bringing different insights into the conversation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, dear panelists, for that insightful session. May I request you to remain on the stage? I would like to call our Director Pallavi ma'am as well as T. Sudha ma'am to come up to the stage to felicitate all the panelists with a token of our love and affection. A round of applause, please. Let us all get up for the next session. I, along with Mrs. Neetu Gupta, Principal of Pallavi Model School, Trimalgiri, would like to welcome the panelists for the next discussion on liberal education multidisciplinary approach. First, I would like to welcome Dr. D.V. Ramana, moderator for the session.
Sir is an academic advisor for emerging technologies to an established Pallavi Engineering College and data strategist consultant, having rich experience in research, academic and industry with strong organizational and management capabilities and building high performance teams. Dr. Ramana was conferred with IGU Sri L.N. Kailasam Memorial Lecture Lifetime Achievement Award for the year 2022 for significant contributions in oil and gas exploration, analysis, interpretation of Antarctica and other geophysical data, and also expertise in handling and new technologies such as artificial intelligence and machine learning, and also a certified Google Cloud certified professional machine learning engineer. Sir was an integral guest lecturer in International Business, Science and Technology University, Uganda, was visiting faculty for Department of Management and Commerce in Usmania University. He was also a part in the design and development of the data science and big data course content for various course educational programs. Now, the first panelist for the day, Mr. Sharat Chandra, his journey began with a degree in chemical engineering from IIT Bombay, and later on he went on to pursue his master's in business administration from IIM Ahmedabad. He began his career in the business and IT consulting industry, but soon realized that his true passion lay in the field of education. He believed that educational toys had the potential to revolutionize the way children learn, and this led him to establish Butterfly Fields in 2008, a company that produces educational STEAM, that is science, technology, engineering, arts, and mathematics toys for children, after realizing that educational toys could revolutionize learning. Butterfly EduFields has become a prominent provider of educational toys and exporting to US, Australia, UK, Singapore, Middle East, and Japan, with a commitment to innovation and collaboration with educational institutions. Mr. Sharat Chandra's passion for education is reflected in the company's corporate social responsibility initiatives, including programs to support underprivileged children in India. Mr. Sharat has received numerous awards for his contributions to the toy industry and has spoken at several educational conferences. He envisions a world where children can learn through fun and interactive experiences, developing skills such as critical thinking, problem solving, and creativity. We welcome you.
Thank you, Griselda ma'am. Very good evening to eminent speakers and the august gathering. So next in our panel is Ms. Padmaja Penmetsa. Ma'am is the founder of and CEO of Align Joy. She is an MBA in HR, MA Strategic HR, and MSc Psychology. Ma'am is a mindset coach, NLP trainer, and clinical hypnotherapist. Align Joy is ma'am's venture, where learning is multidimensional. She has set up the first ever emotional wellness space in Hyderabad. The place, also known as Align Hub, is designed for different workshops, group learning, and individual coaching, where one can step into and understand, adapt to healthy mind style. Ma'am has worked across IT, healthcare, infrastructure, and educational sectors in key roles as HR and training. She has dealt with all functions of HR, from recruitment, performance management, training, and compensation to exit strategies. With a keen interest in people and their personalities, she then started her work in unpacking human behavior in different scenarios, and she trains people in getting to their full potential. Yeah. So I welcome you, ma'am. Next in our panel is Dr. Manzoor Hussain. Professor of Mechanical Engineering and Registrar, Jawaharlal Nehru Technological University, Telangana. Sir is MTech and has done PhD in Mechanical Engineering. Mr. Hussain has also served as Head of Manufacturing Section, Ministry of Defense, Defense Engineering College, Debrecen, Ethiopia. Sir has 2 research projects to his credit from AICTE and JNTUH. Dr. Hussain has been awarded Best Teacher Award as Meritorious Teachers Award in 2016 by Telangana State Government. Dr. Hussain's research papers are being published in 45 international and 18 national journals. Sir holds membership of various prestigious professional organizations, to name a few: Life Member ISTE, LEOM International Society, the Combustion Institute, and many more. I welcome you, sir. Thank you.
Miss that.
We take a small break, expecting Mallareddy Garu to come onto the stage any minute. We take a 10-minute session and then we continue with the panel discussion once again. Requesting everybody to rise.
A very, very good evening to Mallareddy Garu, Minister for Labour, Employment and Industry. Firstly, sir, thank you. My request ni accept jesi. My busy schedule la inta dooram vachinanduku. Then first time after I came back from India, from Dubai, when I came here to work, the first inspiration was obviously my father. Dan tarvata nenu, if I had to look up to someone, then it was Mallareddy Garu. And ఒక రోజు మేము యాదగిరిగుట్ట టెంపుల్కి ఏదో ఒక ప్రోగ్రామ్కి సార్ నన్ను పిలిస్తే ఆ రోజు ఫస్ట్ టైం నేను సార్ని కలిసిన. అండ్ ఆ రోజు నుంచి ఆఫ్టర్ మై ఫాదర్ హీఈస్ లైక్ అ మెంటర్ టు మీ. అండ్ ఎవ్రీ టైం ఎప్పుడు కలిసినా కూడా 5 minutes టైం స్పెండ్ చేసినా కూడా యూ గెట్ టు లెర్న్ సో మచ్. సో ఐ థింక్ థ్యాంక్ యూ ఫర్ ద సోర్స్ ఆఫ్ ఇన్స్పిరేషన్ మాకు. అండ్ ఇవాళ ఇక్కడికి వచ్చినందుకు థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్. సార్ ఫస్ట్లీ సార్, మీరు స్టార్ట్ అయింది ఒక సైకిల్ 2 పాల డబ్బాల నుంచి, అండ్ ఇవాళ మీరు ఇక్కడ ఉన్నారు. సో మీ స్టోరీ చెప్పండి సార్.
స్టోరీ అందరికీ తెలుసు కదా. అందరికి కూడా నమస్కారం. ఈరోజు హైదరాబాద్ టుడే కంక్లూవ్ ప్రోగ్రాంలో నన్ను పిలిచినందుకు కుమ్రయ్య సార్ కానీ వాళ్ళ సన్ ఎస్ఎస్వి కానీ వాళ్ళకు కూడా ధన్యవాదాలు. అందరికి కూడా నమస్కారం. నా జర్నీ అయితే అందరికీ తెలుసు. నేను చిన్నప్పటి సంది కూడా కష్టపడ్డా. పాలమ్మిన, పూలమ్మిన, బోర్వెల్ నడిపించిన, స్కూళ్ళు పెట్టినా, కాలేజీలు పెట్టినా, మెడికల్ కాలేజీలు పెట్టినా, ఎంపీ అయినా, మినిస్టర్ అయినా, అంతా సక్సెస్ఫుల్ అయింది. నా జీవితం అంతా సక్సెస్. దీనికి అంతటి కూడా కారణం ఒకటే, సక్సెస్ అనేది మన చేతిలోనే ఉంది. మనం ఎంత కష్టపడితే అంత సక్సెస్ అవుతాం. పెద్ద చదువులు చదువుకొనే సక్సెస్ కావాలని లేదు, బాగా చదువుకున్న వాళ్ళే గొప్పలు అవుతారని లేదు. నేనే నన్ను మోడల్గా తీసుకోవచ్చు. నేను ఒక ఆర్డినరీ పర్సన్. నా ఏజ్ 23 ఉన్నప్పుడు నాకు మ్యారేజ్ అయ్యింది. అప్పుడు 1976 మార్చ్ 19th నా మ్యారేజ్ డేట్. అప్పుడు నా పరిస్థితి ఒక సైకిల్, 2 పాల క్యాన్లు. ఆ పరిస్థితి 1976, 47 సంవత్సరాలు అయింది నా మ్యారేజ్ అయ్యి. అక్కడి నుంచి మిల్క్ సప్లై చేస్తూ మళ్ళీ స్కూల్కి పోయినా. ఇంటర్మీడియట్ ఫస్ట్ బ్యాచ్ నాది. నేను 10th క్లాస్ కూడా అజిటేషన్లోనే 69 అజిటేషన్ వచ్చింది, తెలంగాణ అజిటేషన్. కరోనా పాస్ మొన్న ఎట్లయింది, అప్పుడు అందులో నేను కూడా 10th క్లాస్ ఆల్ పాస్ అయిపోయి. దాని తర్వాత ఇంటర్మీడియట్ కూడా ఆల్ పాస్ అయినారు. సేమ్ నా బ్యాచ్ కూడా ఫస్ట్ ఇంటర్మీడియట్ ఆల్ పాస్ అయ్యి. అదే మాదిరిగా 1 month బిఏ సర్దార్ పటేల్ కాలేజీకి పోయినా. మార్నింగ్లో మిల్క్ సప్లై చేయాలి. మళ్ళా అది కాలేజ్ కూడా మార్నింగ్ షిఫ్టే ఉండే. మార్నింగ్ షిఫ్ట్ పెట్టాకల్లా 3 పీరియడ్లు అయిపోతుండే. లాస్ట్ 11:30 ఉంటుండే, ఒక పీరియడ్ అటెండ్ అవుతుంటే మళ్ళీ వచ్చేస్తుంది. 1 month పోయినా అడికెళ్ళి నాతో కాదని వదిలిపెట్టిన. సర్టిఫికెట్లు కూడా అక్కడనే వదిలిపెట్టిన. అప్పటి నుంచి ఆ సర్టిఫికెట్లు కూడా మొన్న ఎంపీకి నిలబడ్డప్పుడు అవసరమైంది. నువ్వేం చదివి అని అడిగి కనీసం దోలాడు ఒక మెమో దొరికింది. వాళ్ళు ఒక మెమో ఇచ్చారు. అన్నేళ్ల తర్వాత మొన్న రాజకీయం అప్పుడు అది అవసరం పడ్డది. లేకపోతే అందరు నన్ను ఏం చదువుకోలేదు అనుకుంటున్నారు. నా మాట, నా వ్యాస చూసి అయిన ఏం రాదు, అంత డమ్మి పప్పు అనుకుంటారు. కాబట్టి ఏది ఏమైనా నేను నాకే అసలు విచిత్రం అనిపిస్తుంది. నేను ఇంత గొప్పని ఎట్లయినా నాకే డౌట్ వస్తుంది. ఇది కలనా నిజమా అనిపిస్తుంది. ఆ పాలమ్మిన మల్లారెడ్డి, ఇప్పుడున్న కాలేజీలో మల్లారెడ్డి ఒకటేనా, ఈయన ఒకటేనా అనిపిస్తుంది, డౌట్ వస్తుంది. నా దగ్గర 500 ఎకరాలలో నా ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్స్ ఉన్నాయి. ఇండియాలోనే టాప్ 10 ఉన్నాయి ఎడ్యుకేషనలిస్ట్. నాకంటే కూడా గొప్ప ఆయన ఉంటాడు కుమ్రయ్య సార్, కానీ నాది నేనే చెప్పుకుంటా టాప్ 10లోనే. ఇంజనీరింగ్లా నేనే టాప్ నంబర్ 1. నా తన క్యాంపస్లోనే 65,000 మంది ఇంజనీరింగ్ స్టూడెంట్స్. మెడికల్లో కూడా నేనే టాప్. మెడికల్ కాలేజీలు, డెంటల్ కాలేజీలు, 150 పీజీ కాలేజీలు ఇండియాలో ఎక్కడ ఉన్నాయంటే ఒకటే చోట, ఒకటే కాంపౌండ్లో, మల్లారెడ్డి దగ్గర ఉన్నాయి. ఇంజనీరింగ్లో నేనే టాప్, మెడికల్లో నేనే టాప్. మళ్ళా ఎంపీలో కూడా నేను ఇండియాలోనే బిగ్గెస్ట్ కాన్స్టిట్యున్సీ అది మల్కాజ్గిరి ఎంపీ. 33 లక్షల ఓటర్లు ఉన్న ఎంపీ సీట్ ఏదైనా ఉందంటే భారతదేశంలో మన మల్కాజ్గిరి ఎంపీ. దానికి కూడా నేను ఎంపీ అయినా. ఆ తర్వాత ఎమ్మెల్యే అయి మా సీఎం కేసీఆర్ గారి ఆశీర్వాదంతో ఈరోజు లేబర్ మినిస్టర్ అయినా. నేను ఎప్పుడు మనం ఎంత సక్సెస్ అయినాం, మనం ఎంత గొప్పలమైనాం, మనం ఏ లెవెల్ ఉన్నామని ఎప్పుడు నేను థింక్ చేయలే. ఈరోజు కూడా నా ఏజ్ 70, ఇప్పటికి కూడా రోజు 9 to 9 రోజు నా డ్యూటీ వర్క్ చేస్తాను. నా ఏజ్ ఎంత? 70. ఇప్పటికి 70లో కూడా నేను ఎంత స్మార్ట్గా కొడతాను. ఎందుకంటే వర్క్ చేస్తాం కాబట్టి, రోజు పని చేస్తాం కాబట్టి. నేనే చెప్తే మళ్ళీ ఆయన క్వశ్చన్ చాలా ప్రిపేర్ అయ్యి వచ్చిండు ఆయన.
మీతో స్టేజ్ షేర్ చేయాలంటే ఇంక చాలా ప్రిపేర్ అవ్వాలి సార్. సార్ మీకు అసలు అంటే మీరు ఎప్పుడు ధైర్య సాహసే లక్ష్మి అని అక్కడ డైలాగ్ వాడుతుంటారు. అంటే మీకే అంటే ఎవరంటే భయం సార్ మీకు? అంటే ఎవరంటే అసలు భయం ఏమైనా ఉందా సార్? అంటే మీకు అసలు ఎవరంటే భయమా సార్?
అసలు భయం ఎందుకు? భయం మనం పని చేస్తున్నప్పుడు మనకు భయం ఎందుకు చెప్పు? నేను భయపడేది ఇప్పుడు మా కేసీఆర్ ఒక్కనికే భయపడతా. నేను ఎవ్వరికి భయపడా. ఎందుకంటే నా జీవితంలో నేను ఎప్పుడు ఊహించలే, పర్లే ఎప్పుడు ఊహించలే. నేను ఒక కాలేజీలు పెట్టిన, ఇన్ని సంవత్సరాల స్కూల్స్, నాకు 10 CBSE స్కూల్స్ ఉన్నాయి. నాకు ఇంత పెద్ద వ్యవస్థ నడిపిస్తున్నా. మంచి మెడికల్ స్టూడెంట్స్ను, వరల్డ్ క్లాస్ మెడికల్ స్టూడెంట్స్ని తయారు చేస్తున్నా, వరల్డ్ క్లాస్ ఇంజనీర్ స్టూడెంట్స్ని తయారు చేస్తున్నా. ఇవన్నిటికి కూడా ఇవన్నీ ఒక ఎత్తు. ఇవన్నీ అయినాక కూడా నన్ను పిలిచి ఎమ్మెల్యే ఈ సీట్ ఇచ్చి ఒక మినిస్టర్ ఇచ్చిండంటే నా జీవితంలో ఎప్పుడు నేను మర్చిపోలేను. నేను భయపడేది ఒకే ఒక్కనికి, మా కేసీఆర్.
సార్ మీరు ఇప్పుడు మీ ఎడ్యుకేషనల్ క్వాలిఫికేషన్ షేర్ చేసుకున్నట్టు మీరు 10th 11th వరకు చదువుకున్నారు. బట్ అట్ ద సేమ్ టైం మీరు ఇంత సక్సెస్ఫుల్ ఉన్నారు. ఇవాళ ఇంతమంది ఎడ్యుకేషనిస్ట్ని, ప్రిన్సిపల్స్ని వీళ్ళందరినీ రిక్రూట్ చేసి ఇంత పెద్ద సంస్థానం మీరు నడుపుతున్నారు. కొన్ని వేల మంది మీ దగ్గర చదువుకుంటున్నారు. అట్ ద సేమ్ టైం మీరు చదువు చెప్తున్నారు. సో ఒక మీ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ ఫాలో అవుతున్న స్టూడెంట్స్కి అంటే చదువు ఇంపార్టెంటా కాదా? అట్ ద సేమ్ టైం చదువు ఒక్కటేనా, ఏం అవసరం మీలా కావాలంటే?
నా తన 10,000 మంది 10,000 ఎంటెక్ టీచర్స్ పనిచేస్తారు. 10,000. మంచి క్వశ్చన్ అడిగిండు. చదువు ఇంపార్టెంటా? సక్సెస్ కావాలంటే చదువు కంపల్సరా? గొప్ప చదువులు చదివితేనే సక్సెస్ అవుతామా అని మంచి క్వశ్చన్ అడిగాడు.
అంటే మీ స్టూడెంట్స్ అందరికీ మిమ్మల్ని చూసి ఇన్స్పిరేషన్ తీసుకునే వాళ్ళకి మీరు ఏం చెప్తారు?
చదువుతో పాటు సక్సెస్ అనేది యాడ్నో ఉండదు. సక్సెస్ అనేది యాడ్నో కొనుక్కునేది కాదు మార్కెట్లో. సక్సెస్ అనేది మన చేతిలోనే ఉంది. భగవంతుడు అనేది లేడు. భగవంతుడు మన అందులోనే ఉన్నాడు భగవంతుడు, ఎక్కడ లేడు. సక్సెస్ అనేది ఏంటి? మన చేతిలోనే ఉంది సక్సెస్. ఇవన్నీ కూడా సక్సెస్కు 4 మంత్రాలు. ఎంత చదివినా, ఎంత చదవలేదా, ఇప్పుడు తిరుభయం బాని కానీ వీళ్ళందరూ కూడా అప్పట్లో పెద్ద చదువుకోలేవు, కానీ సక్సెస్ అయిపోయారు. ప్రపంచంలోనే గొప్పలేరు. అదే అనిల్ అంబానీ, ముఖేష్ అంబానీ, 2 అన్నదమ్ములు ఉన్నారు. ఆయన ఆస్తి 2కి సమానంగా ఇచ్చిండు. మరి ముఖేష్ అంబానీ ఇంకా వరల్డ్లో నెంబర్ 1 అయిపోయాడు. అనిల్ అంబానీ ఏమో దివాళు తీసిండు. 2 అన్నదమ్ములే, మళ్ళీ 2కి పెళ్లిళ్ళు అయినాయి. 2కి ఆస్తి ఇచ్చిండు, భాగస్వాములు ఇచ్చిండు, అంతా బాగా సరిగానే ఇచ్చిండు. ప్రాపర్టీస్ కూడా ఇచ్చినాక కూడా డౌన్ అయిపోయాడు. అన్ని చేతిలో ఉన్నాక కూడా డౌన్ అయ్యిండు. మళ్ళీ ఎందుకు డౌన్ అయ్యిండు? ఒక ఆయన నెంబర్ 1 అయిపోయాడు, ఒక ఆయన మొత్తం కిందికి పడిపోయాడు. అందుకే ఏదైనా సక్సెస్ అయినా ఏదైనా మన చేతిలోనే ఉంది. భగవంతుడు మన దగ్గరనే ఉన్నాడు. సక్సెస్కు సీక్రెట్ 4 మంత్రాలు. మనము డిసిప్లిన్ ఉండాలి, మనము రెస్పెక్ట్, మనము హార్డ్ వర్క్ చేయాలి, మనము ప్లానింగ్ చేసుకోవాలి, మనము రోజు హార్డ్ వర్క్ చేయాలి, మనము లో ప్రొఫైల్ ఉండాలి, మనము సింపుల్ లివింగ్ ఉండాలి, మనము హై థింకింగ్ ఉండాలి, మనము డబ్బులు వేస్ట్ చేయొద్దు, మనము టైం వేస్ట్ చేయొద్దు. ఇవన్నీ క్వాలిఫికేషన్స్ ఉంటే, ఇవన్నీ పర్ఫెక్ట్గా మన పిల్లలకు కానీ మనకు కానీ ఉంటే నువ్వు గ్యారంటీగా సక్సెస్ అయిపోతుంది. 100% సక్సెస్. వాళ్ళ దినాలు ప్రాబ్లం వస్తుంది, అప్ అండ్ డౌన్స్ ఉంటుంది. అవన్నీ కూడా ప్రాబ్లం ఫేస్ చేసినాక గ్యారంటీగా సక్సెస్ అవుతాం. ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ను అధిగమించినప్పుడే కదా మనం సక్సెస్. ప్రాబ్లం మనం పని చేస్తున్నప్పుడే కదా ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ వచ్చేది. అవన్నీ పని చేస్తూ అవన్నీ అధిగమిస్తూ అప్పుడే కదా మనం సక్సెస్ అవుతాం. ఇవన్నిటికీ మార్గం ఒకటే. నువ్వు ఎంత గొప్ప చదువులు చదివినవా, ఎంత తక్కువ చదివిన రెస్పెక్ట్ అనేది పర్ఫెక్ట్గా ఉండాలి. ప్రతి చేసే పనిలా సీరియస్నెస్ అనేది డీప్గా ఇన్వాల్వ్మెంట్ అనేది ఉండాలి. ఏదో చేస్తున్నాం మైండ్ అంతా 50-50 ఆలోచన చేసి అదో నేను సక్సెస్ అయితేనో కాదో, నేను ఈ హోటల్ పెడుతున్నా నడుస్తుందో నడవదో, ఇది బిజినెస్ అయితే ఫెయిల్ అయితే ఎట్లా, అవనమ్మకంతో ఉండొద్దు, అభద్రతతో ఉండొద్దు. పో దూసుకొని పోయాడు, నువ్వేం చెడు పని చేస్తలేవు, బిజినెస్ చేస్తున్నావు, దుంకు. ఇక బాయిలకు దుంకితే ఈత అదే వస్తుంది. నువ్వు బిజినెస్లో డీప్గా దుంకి సీరియస్నెస్ ఉండాడా, గ్యారంటీగా సక్సెస్ అవుతావు. అసలు ఫెయిలియర్ అనే మాటనే లేదు. నా జీవితంలో ఎన్నో అప్ అండ్ డౌన్స్ వచ్చినాయి, ఎన్నో సుఖ కష్టాలు వచ్చినాయి, ఎన్నో బాధలు వచ్చినాయి, కానీ ఎప్పుడు నష్టపోలే నేను. అది ఎప్పుడు నా జీవితం అంతా ఇట్లా ఫ్లైట్ టేకప్ అయినట్టే అయింది, ఇట్లా డౌన్ కానే లేదు. డౌన్ ఎందుకు కాలేదంటే రోజు హోంవర్క్ చేస్తా, రోజు ప్లానింగ్ చేస్తా, నెక్స్ట్ లెవెల్లో ఏం ప్లాన్ చేయాలి. ఇప్పుడు కాలేజ్ పెడుతున్నాం. అసలు నాకు కాలేజ్ పెడుతున్నప్పుడు మీకు ఇంకో విషయం చెప్తే మీరు షాక్ అవుతారు. నాకు బీటెక్ కాలేజీలు నాతోనని ఇండియాలో ఎవరికి లేవు. ఇంజనీరింగ్ వ్యవస్థ నేనే 13 ఇంజనీరింగ్ కాలేజీలు నడిపిస్తాను. ఇండియాలో ఎవరికి లేవు. ఏఐసిటీ ఆల్ ఇండియా టెక్నికల్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్లో 21 ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్స్ మల్లారెడ్డి పేరు మీద ఉన్నాయి. వెబ్సైట్లోకి పోయి చూస్తే ఆల్ ఇండియా టెక్నికల్ ఎడ్యుకేషన్లో నేనే నంబర్ 1. అన్ని ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్లు పెట్టినా, ఖాళీ తోకలు మార్చుకుంటూ పోయినా. మల్లారెడ్డి ఇన్స్టిట్యూట్ ఆఫ్ మేనేజ్మెంట్, మల్లారెడ్డి టెక్నికల్ కాలేజ్, మల్లారెడ్డి మేనేజ్మెంట్ ఆఫ్ టెక్నికల్, మల్లారెడ్డి ఇంజనీరింగ్ కాలేజ్, ఇట్లా మల్లారెడ్డి అనేది ఉంటుంది, మారుస్తా పోయినా పేర్లు. అట్లా 21 కాలేజెస్ పెట్టి అన్ని కూడా సక్సెస్ఫుల్ నడిపిస్తున్నా. సక్సెస్ ఎందుకు నాకు ఇంజనీరింగ్ బీటెక్ ఫుల్ ఫామ్ తెలియదు ఇప్పటికి. నాకు ఎంబీబీఎస్ ఫుల్ ఫామ్ తెలియదు ఇప్పటికి. కానీ అందరికంటే బెటర్గా నంబర్ 1గా ఇప్పుడు నేనే నంబర్ 1 అని చెప్తున్నా. ఈ రెండుట్లల్లో ఇంజనీరింగ్లో నేనే నంబర్ 1. ఒకనాడు సిబిఐటి ఉండే, ఇప్పుడు మల్లారెడ్డి యూనివర్సిటీ. ఓనాడు మెడికల్ ఉండే, ఉస్మానియా, గాంధీ, అన్ని మెడికల్ కాలేజీలు ఉన్నాయి. అవిటిని కూడా బీట్ చేయబోతున్నా కూడా 10 ఏళ్లలోనే. మళ్ళీ నేను పెట్టి 10 ఏళ్ళు అయింది. ఎందుకంటే మొన్న 570 కాలేజీలు ఉన్నాయి ఇండియాలో, మెడికల్ కాలేజ్. 570 కాలేజీలను మొత్తం ఎన్ఎంసి మొత్తం రిపోర్ట్ తీసుకుంది. ఫ్యాకల్టీ రిపోర్ట్, ఇన్ఫ్రాస్ట్రక్చర్ రిపోర్ట్, పేషెంట్ రిపోర్ట్, ఇవన్నీ కూడా ఆన్లైన్లో సబ్మిట్ చేయమన్నది. ఫ్యాకల్టీని కూడా బయోమెట్రిక్ పెట్టమన్నది. అన్ని హాస్పిటల్కు, మెడికల్ కాలేజ్ కూడా సీసీ కెమెరాలు వాళ్ళే పెట్టించారు. డైరెక్ట్ ఇలా ఎంత ఈ హాల్లో ఎంతమంది ఉన్నారో వాడు డైరెక్ట్ ఎన్ఎంసీ ఢిల్లీలో చూసుకోవచ్చు. ఎంతమంది బయోమెట్రిక్ పనిచేసిండ్రో వాళ్ళందరిది కూడా రిపోర్ట్ రోజు పోతే 570 కాలేజీలల్లో మేము ర్యాంక్ వచ్చినాం. మేము మా మెడికల్ కాలేజ్ ఇండియాలో. నాకు మళ్ళీ ఇప్పుడు కూడా ఫుల్ ఫామ్ తెలియదు ఎంబీబీఎస్ అంటే. కానీ దానికి తగ్గట్టుగా వర్క్ చేస్తున్నాం, హోంవర్క్ చేస్తున్నాం, ప్లానింగ్ చేస్తున్నాం. దాంట్లో మైండ్ అంటే పంటే కూడా 4 గంటలకు ఎప్పుడైనా మేలుకు వచ్చింది అనుకో మబ్బులా, మళ్ళీ దానికోసం నెమరేసుకుంటూనే ఉంటాం. నెక్స్ట్ ఏం చెప్తాం, నెక్స్ట్ ఇంకో లెవెల్ ఎట్లా చేయాలి, మనం ఎట్లా బీట్ చేయాలి, మనం ఇంకో ఎట్లా గొప్పలం కావాలి, మన ప్లానింగ్ ఏంది, పక్కకు సిబిఐటి ఉంది, అంత పెద్ద కాలేజ్ మనం ఎట్లా బీట్ చేయాలి. అసలు నేను ఇంజనీరింగ్ కాలేజ్ పెట్టినప్పుడు సత్యభామ అవన్నీ కూడా, రామచంద్ర ఇవన్నీ కూడా చూసి వచ్చిన మెడికల్ కాలేజ్ పెట్టినప్పుడు అనుకున్నా. కానీ వాళ్ళందరూ ఇట్లా బీట్ చేసిన, నిలబడ్డా మార్కెట్. నా జీవితం అంతా కూడా నేనేం పెద్ద ఇంజనీర్ కాదు, మన డాక్టర్ కాదు, మళ్ళా కాపీ కొట్టే పని చేసినాను. అంటే కాపీ అంటే మీరు ఆ కాపీ కాదు. హోటల్ బాగా కట్టిర్రు, ఈ క్లాస్ రూమ్ బాగున్నది, ఇలా బోర్డు బాగున్నది. మన కాలేజీలో కూడా ఎందుకు పెట్టొద్దు ఈ బోర్డు, మన కాలేజీలో కూడా ఈ క్లాస్ రూమ్ ఫర్నిచర్ ఎందుకు పెట్టొద్దు. ఆడ చూస్తా ఉన్నా, నా దగ్గర చేపిస్తా ఉన్నా. ఇదే కాపీ కొట్టుంటున్నా పని. పెద్ద ఇంజనీర్ పెట్టి డ్రాయింగ్ చేసుకురాపోరా, అది చూపించుకురాపోరా, ఆడ చూసిందని అదంతా ఒక పార్ట్ అంతే. కానీ ఆడేముందో దీనికంటే బాగుండాలి నా దగ్గర సెమినార్ హాల్, దీనికంటే బాగుండాలి ఫర్నిచర్. అట్లా చేస్తూ ఒక్క కాలేజ్తో సుఖపడలే, ఒక్క స్కూల్ పెట్టి నిమ్మడం కాలే, ఒక్క మెడికల్ కాలేజ్ పెట్టి చాలని అనుకోలే. ఇప్పటికీ 10 సిబిఎస్ఈ, 13 ఇంజనీరింగు, 2 మెడికల్, డెంటల్, పీజీ, ఇంకా నేను ప్రపంచం తగ్గట్టుగా స్టూడెంట్స్ తీర్చిదిద్దాలనే నా తపన, నా ఆలోచన. నేను మంత్రి అయినా కానీ నాకు రాజకీయం ఒక పార్ట్, నేను నా సిస్టమ్ అది. ఎందుకంటే ఒక ఇటుక వేసి తయారు చేసిన ఇంత బిల్డప్, ఇన్ని కాలేజీలు ఇవన్నీ కూడా తయారు చేసిన, నా సొంతం తయారు చేసిన. మా ఇంట్లో ఎవరు ప్రొఫెసర్ లేరు, ఓ డాక్టర్ లేడు, ఓ చదువుకున్నోడు లేడు, పెద్ద సైంటిస్ట్ లేరు, ఏమీ లేదు పరిస్థితి. ఆ స్క్రాప్ లెవెల్కి వెళ్ళి ఈ లెవెల్ వచ్చింది. అంత ఈజీ కాదు ఆశపడి. అంటే నేను చెప్పేది ఏంటంటే ప్రయత్నం చేస్తే మనం ఎంత గొప్పలమన కావచ్చు. చాలామంది ప్రయత్నం చెయ్యరు. మీరు కూడా ప్రయత్నం చేయ చూడండి. మీరు మామూలు గొప్పలు గారు. మీ తెలివిలన్నీ ప్రాపర్గా యూజ్ చేయండి. మీరు ఎంత గొప్పలు అవుతారో మీరే ఊహించండి. ఫర్ ఎగ్జాంపుల్ చెప్తా, ప్రపంచంలో ఉన్న టాప్ పీపుల్ అంతా తెలిపర్లు అంతా ఎవరు? మన ఆంధ్ర, తెలంగాణ, మనోళ్ళు ఎక్కువ, ఇండియన్స్. అంటే టాప్ డాక్టర్స్ ప్రపంచంలో అమెరికా పో, జపాన్ పో, లండన్ పో, జర్మనీ పో, ఏ దేశమన్నా పో, అక్కడ టాప్ డాక్టర్స్, టాప్ ఐటీ పీపుల్, టాప్ సైంటిస్టులు, టాప్ ఇంజనీర్స్ మొత్తం మనోళ్ళే, ఇండియన్స్. వాళ్ళు అందులో తెలంగాణ వాళ్ళు ఎక్కువ. మన తెలుగు వాళ్ళకు తెలివితేటలు ఎక్కువ. ఇక నార్త్ వాళ్ళకు బాధ అవుతుండొచ్చు నేను చెప్తే.
మీరు అన్ని క్వశ్చన్స్కి ఆన్సర్స్ చెప్పేస్తారు సార్ ఒక ఆన్సర్లో. ఇంకా మీకు ఇంకొక క్వశ్చన్, మీరు చెప్పిన దానికే ఒక ఎక్స్టెన్షన్ క్వశ్చన్ సార్. మీరు అన్నట్టు మనం తెలుగు వాళ్ళు, ఇండియన్స్ ఎక్కడెక్కడికో పోయి అంత టాప్ ఇంజనీర్స్, టాప్ డాక్టర్స్ అవుతున్నారు. అండ్ ఫార్చ్యూన్ 500 కంపెనీస్లో చాలామంది ఇండియన్స్, మీరు అనేటట్టు ట్విట్టర్ కానీ, ఫేస్బుక్ కానీ, గూగుల్ కానీ, మన యూకే ప్రధానమంత్రి కానీ, వీళ్ళందరూ ఇండియన్సే. కానీ మన ఎడ్యుకేషన్ సిస్టమ్ ఏదైతే ఉందో దాని గురించి అంత గొప్పగా ఎప్పుడు వాళ్ళు మాట్లాడలేదు. అంటే దాని విషయంలో మీరు ఏమైనా చెప్పాలనుకుంటున్నారు సార్?
యశస్వి చాలా చెప్తా, ఎందుకంటే నేను చాలా డీప్గా చూసిన. మనకు స్వాతంత్రం వచ్చి 70 సంవత్సరాలు అయ్యి ఇప్పటికి మనకు అతి లేదు, గతి లేదు. వ్యవస్థ సరిగా లేదు, ఏది సరిగా లేదు. ఒక ఎగ్జాంపుల్ చెప్తా. ఎందుకు అయితే లేరని మంచి క్వశ్చన్ అడిగిండే. తెలిపరుడేనండి కొడుకు. నేనే ఇంత గొప్పనైనా చేసుకుంటా వస్తూ ఉంటే అయినా. అప్పుడంతా మాకు పెద్దగా ల్యాప్టాప్లు లేవు, ల్యాండ్ లైన్లే. మేమేమంతా పాలు, పెరుగు ఇట్లనే వచ్చినాం. రన్నింగ్ మెల్లగా మెల్లగా ఈ లెవెల్కి వచ్చినాం. నేను కానీ మా కొమరే సార్ కానీ. అప్పుడంతా ఇది లేదు కదా. ఇప్పుడున్న జనరేషన్, ఇప్పుడున్న స్టూడెంట్స్కు అసలు ప్రపంచమంతా అరిచేతనే ఉంది వాళ్ళకు. ఇదంతా ఇప్పుడు టెక్నాలజీ జమానానే కదా. వాళ్ళు ఏదంటే అది చేయొచ్చు. వాళ్ళు సెకండ్ల మీద ఇప్పుడు ల్యాప్టాప్ ఉండే, ఐఫోన్ ఉండే, ఇంట్లో ఇది ఐప్యాడ్ ఉండే, ఇన్ని ఫెసిలిటీస్ ఉన్నాయి. వీళ్ళంతా ఏం చేస్తారు? యువత చిట్ చాట్లని, ఆ చాట్ అని, ఈ చాట్ అని టైం వేస్ట్ చేస్తారు. కానీ కరెక్ట్ యూటిలైజ్ చేస్తే గూగుల్ కాదు, ఫేస్బుక్ కాదు, మనమే తోపులమైతాం మొత్తం ప్రపంచంలా. మీకు ఎగ్జాంపుల్ చెప్తా. ఇప్పుడు కేటీఆర్ సార్ ఉన్నాడు. వాళ్ళ నాయన ఎమ్మెల్యే ఉన్నప్పుడు ఆయన అమెరికా పోయిండు, పెళ్లి చేసుకుండు. అమెరికా పోయి సెటిల్ అయిందా? ఆయన మళ్ళీ ఎప్పుడన్నా ఇండియాకు వచ్చి మంత్రి అవుతుందని అనుకుండా? మీరు కరెక్ట్ చెప్పుర్రా? అనుకోలే. అలా నాయన ఎమ్మెల్యే, కేసీఆర్ గారు ఎమ్మెల్యే, మంచిగా చదువుకున్నాడు, అమెరికాకు పోయిండు, పెళ్లి చేసుకుండు, అక్కడనే పిల్లలు కూడా అక్కడనే అయ్యారు. తండ్రి తెలంగాణ తీసుకొచ్చినాక అప్పుడు అరే మా నాయన తెలంగాణ తీసుకొచ్చిండు, మనం కూడా తెలంగాణకు రావాలి అని మళ్ళా ఫ్యామిలీతో షిఫ్ట్ అయినందుకు ఆయన అదృష్టానికి తండ్రి సీఎం అయిపోయింది. తెలంగాణ సీఎం అయినప్పుడు ఆయన మినిస్టర్ అయిపోయింది. ఆయన సీఎం కాకపోతే ఆయన అమెరికాలోనే ఉంటుండే కదా. తెలంగాణ రాకపోతే అమెరికాలోనే ఉంటుండే కేటీఆర్. మరి ఇప్పుడు తెలంగాణకు వచ్చి సీఎం కొడుకై ఉండి, ఐటీ మినిస్టర్ అయి ఉండి, ఇలా మన హైదరాబాద్ను మరో ప్రపంచం తయారు చేస్తున్నాడా? ఎవడన్నా కొత్తోడు వచ్చి తయారు చేస్తున్నాడు. ఈ అమెజాన్ కానీ, గూగుల్ కానీ, ఫేస్బుక్ కానీ, యాపిల్ కానీ ఇవన్నీ కూడా ఎవరు తెస్తున్నారమ్మా? ఉన్నది హైటెక్ సిటీ మొదటి సంది మన తాను హైదరాబాద్లో. కానీ ఆయన దావుస్కు పోయి అక్కడ మీటింగ్లు అటెండ్ చేసి పెద్ద పెద్ద పెట్టుదారులను వాళ్ళతో మీటింగులు పెట్టి రోజు ఒక కంపెనీ వస్తుంది మన హైదరాబాద్. రోజు ఒకడు 1000 కోట్లు తెస్తా అంటుండు, 2000 పెడతా అంటుండు. ఎందుకంటే అన్ని పర్ఫెక్ట్ ఉన్నాయి, ఫెసిలిటీస్ అన్నీ బాగున్నాయి, హైదరాబాద్ వాతావరణం బాగుంది, పోలీస్ వ్యవస్థ బాగుంది. తెచ్చిన ఆయన ఎవరు? పెద్ద ఇంటలే పెద్ద తెలివిపరుడా, కేసీఆర్ కొడుకే కదా. ఆయన కేసీఆర్ గిట్ట సీఎం కాకపోతే ఈయన ఏడుంటుండే, అమెరికాలోనే ఉంటుండే కదా. ఆయన భార్య పిల్లలతో జాబ్ చేసుకుంటూనే ఉంటుండే కదా. కానీ ఇలా ఇంత పెద్ద ఒకనాడు ఐటీ అంటే బెంగళూరు ఉండే, ఇప్పుడు ఐటీ అంటే ఏది? హైదరాబాద్. అమెరికా తర్వాత ఐటీ అంటే ఏడా? హైదరాబాద్. ఇవన్నీ తెచ్చిన వాళ్ళు ఎవరు? మన ఐటీ మినిస్టర్. మనకు స్టార్టప్లు తెచ్చిన వాళ్ళు ఎవరు? మన ఐటీ మినిస్టర్. అప్పుడు స్టార్టప్ అంటే ఏడుందమ్మా? ఏడలేదు స్టార్టప్ అంటే. అసలు ఎవరికి స్టార్టప్ అంటే తెలియనే లేదు. ఇంజనీరింగ్ చేయాలి, అమెరికా పోవాలి, ఆ హోటళ్ళలో పని చేయాలి, పెట్రోల్ పంపులలో పని చేయాలి, జాబ్ చేసుకోవాలి, ఎంఎస్ కంప్లీట్ చేయాలి, మళ్ళీ 4 దినాలు సంపాదించుకోవాలి, మళ్ళీ ఇడికి 20 ఏళ్ళు అయినాక ఇక అక్కడనే ఆ పిల్లలు పెద్దగా అయినాక వాళ్ళు ఇక్కడ రారు, అది పోదు, ఇది కాదు అనే సెటిల్ అయిపోయి నిమ్మడంగా ఉంటుంది. అదే ఆ పరిస్థితి. ఇంత పెద్ద తెలివిపరులను మన తెలంగాణ కానీ ఆంధ్రప్రదేశ్ కానీ ఇండియన్స్ కానీ ఎంత తెలివిపరులు ప్రపంచంలో లేరు. మనంత తెలివిపరులు ఎవరికి లేరు. కేటీఆర్ లాంటి వాళ్ళు లేరు, ఆనిముత్యాలు ఉన్నారు. వాళ్ళనంతా బయటికి తీసుకురావాలి. గూగుల్ ఫేస్బుక్ ఏంది, నువ్వు కూడా తయారు చేయొచ్చు. వాళ్ళ లెవెల్లో పోతలేవు నువ్వు. మీ నాయన కోట్ల రూపాయలు సంపాదించుండు, 1000 మంది స్టూడెంట్స్ చేస్తున్నాడు. ఇంత నిన్ను దుబాయ్లో బిట్స్ పిల్లల్లో చదివించిండు. నువ్వు వచ్చి ఏం చేస్తున్నావు? మళ్ళీ అదే కాలేజీ స్కూల్ నడిపిస్తున్నావు. మీ నాయన నడిపించలేడా? నువ్వు పుట్టినప్పటి సందికి కూడా కాలేజీ నడిపిస్తుండు, రియల్ ఎస్టేట్ చేస్తుండు. ఇప్పుడు నువ్వు ఇంకో లెవెల్లో థింకింగే చేస్తలేడు. అదే స్కూల్లో పోతుండే, అదే మేనేజ్మెంట్ అంటుండే, అవే పైసలు ఎట్లా వేసుకోవాలి, పైసలు ఎట్లా జమ చేయాలి, శాలరీలు ఎట్లా తక్కువ చేయాలి, బస్సులను కంట్రోల్ చేయాలి కదా, అవే నువ్వు చేసేది.
మీ లెక్కనే నేను కూడా ఒక 1000 మంది కేటీఆర్లని కేసీఆర్లని కూడా తయారు చేద్దామని చెప్పేసి మీతో పాటు నేను కూడా
ఇంకో లెవెల్లో తయారు చేయి, ఇంకో లెవెల్లో ఆలోచన చేయి. ఇప్పుడు మన తన తెలివిపరులు లేరని కాదు, కేటీఆర్ లాంటి వాళ్ళు చాలా మంది ఉన్నారు. మనం పర్ఫెక్ట్గా వాళ్ళకు కలిగిస్తే వాళ్ళకి కనిపెట్టి ఇప్పుడు మనకు సారే చేస్తున్నాడు ఇవన్నీ స్టార్టప్లు ఇవన్నీ. అసలు మన తనున్న తెలివి నేను ప్రపంచం అంతా తిరిగి వచ్చాను, ఎక్కడ లేరు. మన తెలివితేటలు పెద్దవి. మనం పర్ఫెక్ట్గా బ్రాడ్గా థింకింగ్ చేయము, కొంచెం కొంచెం ఆలోచన చేస్తాం. ఇప్పుడు చాలామంది నేను చూసిన ఐటీ పీపుల్ను పెద్ద తెలివి, మంచి కంప్యూటర్ సైన్స్ ఇంజనీర్ పాస్ అవుతారు. నా తన పాస్ కాగానే ఏం చేస్తారు? ఎంఎస్ చేస్తారు కింద. అది కాగానే జాబ్ వస్తుంది 20,000కో 30,000కో. ఇక జాబ్ రాగానే తల్లిదండ్రులు ఏం చేస్తారు? పెళ్లి చేసేస్తారు. వాళ్ళ పీడ పోయిందని, దరిద్రం పోయిందని, బరువు దించుకుందామని వాళ్ళు పెళ్లి చేసేస్తారు. ఇక పెళ్ళి అయిపోగానే వీళ్ళకి పిల్లలు అయిపోతారు. పిల్లలు కాగానే ఇక మేము సెటిల్ అయిపోయినాం లైఫ్లో. మాకేమి ఆ 30,000-40,000 జీతం తనలాడుకుంటాం. ఇక కొత్త ఆలోచన చెయ్యరు. అప్పుడే ముసలోళ్ళు అయిపోయినట్టుగా, అప్పుడే అన్ని అయిపోయినట్టుగా, పని తీరినట్టుగా, ఇక మేము పెద్ద సక్సెస్ఫుల్ అయిపోయినట్టుగా ఓ కారు అక్కడ ఉద్దర బ్యాంక్ అప్ పెట్టుకొని ఓ ఇల్లు కొంటారు. ఇక అయిపోయి కదా దాన్ని తిరుగుకుంటా పోతా ఉంటారు, వస్తారు. ఇది ఆ లైఫ్. ఇదా మీరు ఇంజనీర్ అయింది? ఇదా మీకు? మా లెక్క పని చేయండి. 70 ఏళ్ళకు కూడా ఇలా పని చేస్తున్నాం. సక్సెస్ అంటే ఏంది? లైఫ్ అంటే ఏంది? ఎంతో మందికి ఉపాధి కల్పిస్తున్నాం, అది సక్సెస్. ఎంతో మంది ఇంజనీర్లను తయారు చేస్తున్నాం, అది సక్సెస్. మీరు ఇప్పటికి కూడా ఎంతో పని చేయొచ్చు, మీకు ఆలోచనే లేదు. అసలు పెళ్లి కాగానే అసలు అయిపోతుంది, స్టాప్ అయిపోతుంది. ప్లాన్లే ఆలోచనలు తగ్గిపోతాయా? నాకు అది విచిత్రం అనిపిస్తుంది. పెద్ద సక్సెస్ అయిపోయినట్టు, 2 పిల్లలు పుట్టాలని పెద్ద ఉద్ధరించినట్టుగా, దున్యలు లేని వాళ్ళ పిల్లలకి వాళ్ళకే ఉన్నట్టుగా. ఓ చిన్న కారు కొనుక్కొని, అది కూడా కారులోనే, ఆ బిల్డింగ్ కూడా లోనే, అన్ని అప్పులే. మళ్ళా నెల నెల జీతం అంతా అక్కడనే కట్ అవుతుంది. అమెరికా స్టైల్ మనది. మనం ఇప్పుడు మీరు చూడండి, అమెరికాలో ఉన్న వాళ్ళు బాధపడుతుంది. హైదరాబాద్ ఉన్న వాళ్ళు హ్యాపీగా ఉన్నారు. ఎందుకు ఉన్నారు? ఇక్కడ మోగిపోతుంది, ఇక్కడ పెరిగిపోతుంది. అసలు మనకు ఆలోచనకే కలుగుతలేదు ఏది కూడా. ఇక్కడ అసలు మనకు అంతుపడతలేదు హైదరాబాద్ అంటే. ఎందుకైంది ఇదంతా? ఏం ముందు లేదు, ఇప్పుడు ఎందుకు అయింది హైదరాబాదు? 9 ఏళ్ల కింద నీళ్లు లేవు, కరెంటు లేదు, ఇండస్ట్రీ అంతా 3 దినాలు కూడా కరెంట్ రాకపోవు, అన్ని మూతపడ్డాయి. కానీ ఇప్పుడు ఎందుకు వెలుగు లేదు? చేసేటోళ్ళు ఉంటే సక్సెస్ గ్యారంటీ అవుతుంది. ఇంజనీరింగ్ వ్యవస్థ చెప్తా మీకు, కొత్త ఎడ్యుకేషన్ పాలసీ. కేసీఆర్ రాకముందుకు, మన సీఎం కాకముందు మన ఇంజనీరింగ్ వ్యవస్థ ఎట్లుంది? పోల్ట్రీ బిల్డింగ్ యాడ పడితే ఆడ ఇంజనీరింగ్ కాలేజ్. అసలు సర్టిఫికేట్ కోర్సులు మాదిరిగా చదివిరాను. ఆ గాలి వచ్చినుండే స్కాలర్షిప్ మీద చదువుతా పోయినరు, పాస్ అవుతా పోయినరు, ఆడ ఎంఎస్కి పోతా ఉన్నారు, జాబ్ చేస్తూ ఉన్నారు, పని చేస్తూ ఉన్నారు, ఏదోటి సెటిల్ అయిపోతూ ఉన్నారు. అట్లా కాదు, పర్ఫెక్ట్గా సీఎం కేసీఆర్ గారు అన్ని రకాల కూడా 2020 విద్యా విధానం పర్ఫెక్ట్ తీసుకుపోతుంది. ఎగ్జాంపుల్ చెప్తా. ఈసారి నాకు కాలేజీలు ఉన్నాయి కాబట్టి నేను రోజు అబ్జర్వ్ చేస్తున్నా. 3,20,000 మంది రాసింది ఎంసెట్. ఎప్పుడు కంబైన్డ్ రాష్ట్రంలో కూడా రాయలే. 177 కాలేజీలు ఉన్నాయి. ఎందుకు రాస్తున్నారు? దాన్ని ఆ సిస్టమ్ 350 కాలేజీలు ఉండే తెలంగాణ రాకముందుకు, దాన్ని 170కి తీసుకొచ్చిండు. కంట్రోల్ చేసి, ట్రైన్ చేసి, ఫ్యాకల్టీ లేదని, బిల్డింగ్లు లేవని, ఎవరికైతే నామ్స్ ఉంటాయో ఆ నామ్స్ ప్రకారం పెట్టి పర్ఫెక్ట్ చేస్తే ఒక సిస్టంలోకి వచ్చింది ఎడ్యుకేషన్. ఇప్పుడు ఆంధ్రకి వెళ్ళే 75,000 మంది రాసిరిట. ఆంధ్రకి వెళ్ళి 75,000 మంది స్టూడెంట్స్ ఎంసెట్ రాసిండ్రు. మా మంజూర్ హుస్సేన్ ఈయనే ఉన్నాడు, ఆయన రిజిస్టార్, ఏంటో రిజిస్టార్, ఆయనకు మొత్తం ఐడియా ఉంది. 75,000 ఆంధ్రకి వెళ్ళి రాసిండ్రు. మరి ఆంధ్ర కూడా మనకంటే కూడా ఎందుకు డౌన్ అవుతుంది? మనం ఆంధ్రాకి పోయి చదవాలి. ఒకనాడు కర్ణాటక పోయి చదివినాం, ఒకనాడు మహారాష్ట్రకు పోయి చదివినాం. కానీ ఇప్పుడు ఆంధ్ర వాళ్ళు కూడా ఇక్కడనే హైదరాబాద్లో వచ్చా మంచి మంచి కాలేజీలు ఉన్నాయి ఆంధ్రలో. మొత్తం పర్ఫెక్ట్. మనకు అమెరికాలో ఉంది పోలీస్ వ్యవస్థ, కమాండ్ కంట్రోల్ ఆఫీస్. సింగపూర్లో ఉంది, మళ్ళీ హైదరాబాద్లోనే ఉంది కమాండ్ కంట్రోల్ ఆఫీస్. అది మామూలుది కాదు, 3-4 జాగాలలోనే ఉంది ప్రపంచంలో. అది మన హైదరాబాద్లో ఉంది. పోలీస్ వ్యవస్థ పటిష్టంగా ఉండే పట్టుకనే ఇవన్నీ కూడా హోటళ్ళు, ఈ ఫైనాన్షియల్ డిస్ట్రిక్ట్ ఇవన్నీ కూడా పర్ఫెక్ట్ ఎందుకు పోతున్నాయి? వ్యవస్థ పర్ఫెక్ట్ పటిష్టంగా ఉంది, భద్రతంగా ఉంది. మనకు మంచి భద్రత ఉంది కాబట్టి మనం ఎంత పని చేస్తే అంత పర్ఫెక్ట్. పెద్ద పెద్దోళ్ళు ఇండియా లెవెల్లో, ప్రపంచం లెవెల్లో అందరూ కూడా హైదరాబాద్కి వస్తున్నారు. మేము ఈ కంపెనీ పెడతాం, దాంట్లో ఇన్వెస్ట్ చేస్తాం, దీంట్లో ఇన్వెస్ట్ చేస్తాం. వాళ్ళు ఎందుకు పెడతారు అట్లా? ఎందుకు వస్తున్నారు? ఇక్కడ మంచిగా అన్ని ఫెసిలిటీస్ ఉన్నాయి కాబట్టి సిఎస్బి పాస్ కానీ ఇవన్నీ కూడా పర్ఫెక్ట్ పోతున్నాయి. పర్మిషన్.
సార్, మీరు ఎడ్యుకేషన్లో ఉన్నన్ని రోజులు, అంటే మీ డిఫరెంట్ రోల్స్ మీ లైఫ్లో తర్వాత ఎడ్యుకేషన్లోకి వచ్చిన తర్వాత, మీరు అంటే ఎడ్యుకేషన్లో ఉన్న రోజులు మీకు ఫీ కన్సెషన్ కోసం మీ దగ్గరకు వస్తారు, చదువు మంచి చెప్పమని వస్తారు, చదువు చెప్పి వాళ్ళు వెళ్ళిపోయిన తర్వాత హ్యాపీగా వస్తారు, అంతా పొగడతలే ఉంటాయి. తర్వాత పాలిటిక్స్కి వచ్చిన తర్వాత మనం మంచి చేసినా తిడుతూనే ఉంటారు. సో
సరే, గమ్మత్తున్నది. మంచిగా చేస్తే ఎందుకు తిడతారు? మనం మంచిగా ఇప్పుడు నేనే ఉన్నా మినిస్టర్, నేను పని రోజు మంచిగా నీళ్ళు వచ్చేటట్టు, మోరీలన్నీ సాఫ్గా క్లియర్ ఉండేటట్టు, రోడ్లన్నీ మంచిగా ఉంటే ఎందుకు తిడతారు చెప్పు? జ్ఞాపకం చేయరా? అప్పుడు అంటే వాళ్ళు ఏ పని సరిగా చేయకపోదురు పాత ప్రభుత్వాలన్నీ, అప్పుడు తిడుదురు. అదే సిస్టంలో ఇంకా ఉన్నావు నువ్వు, సేమ్ ఐటంలో ఉన్నావు నువ్వు, ఎవ్వరు తిడతలేరు. కొడుకు నేను ఎంత ఫేమస్ అయినా ఒక లేబర్ మినిస్టర్గా మీరే చూస్తున్నారు. సోషల్ మీడియాలో ఇప్పుడు నా అంత ఫేమస్ ఎవరన్నారా? రియల్గా చెప్పాలి, మీరంతా యూత్. నా అంత ఫేమస్ సోషల్ మీడియాలో ఇప్పుడు చిరంజీవి లేడు, మహేష్ బాబు లేడు, అల్లు అర్జున్ లేడు, ఓన్లీ మల్లారెడ్డి. ఎందుకున్నాడు చెప్పండి? బాగా పని చేస్తున్నాడు, లేబర్ మినిస్టర్ పర్ఫెక్ట్గా తీసుకుపోతున్నాను వచ్చి.
అందుకే సార్ మేము మిమ్మల్ని ఇవాళ ఈ ఫైర్ సైడ్ చాట్ హైదరాబాద్ టుడే కాన్క్లేవ్కి ఒక ఫైర్ తీసుకొస్తారని చెప్పి మిమ్మల్ని ఇన్వైట్ చేసినాము. సార్, మీరు మీ లైఫ్లో వెనకాలకి వెళ్ళి ఏదన్నా కొంచెం డిఫరెంట్గా చేస్తే బాగుంటుండే అనిపించేది ఏమైనా ఉందా?
వెనకకు పోయి డిఫరెంట్ చేసేది ఏముంది నాకు అర్థం.
అంటే మీ లైఫ్ ఎట్లా అంటే అంటే మీరు పాలమ్మే దగ్గర నుంచి వాళ్ళు మినిస్టర్ అయినారు, దీనిలో మధ్యలో మీకు కొన్ని స్పీడ్ బ్రేకర్స్ వచ్చి ఉంటాయి
కదా, అధిగమించిన అప్ అండ్ డౌన్స్ అధిగమిస్తేనే కదా సక్సెస్.
అది కొంచెం డిఫరెంట్గా చేసి ఉంటే మీకు ఏమైనా రిగ్రెట్స్ ఉన్నాయా మీ లైఫ్ మీద?
డిఫరెంట్ ఎట్లా, మన మైండ్ అంతా రోజు పని మీదనే సీరియస్నెస్, మన పని మీదనే దృష్టి, ఇంకో దృష్టే లేదు మనకు. వేరే అప్ అండ్ డౌన్స్ రావు, వేరే మైండ్ అంతా వేరే పెట్టుకొని ఆలోచన ఇంకో తీరు పెట్టుకొని ఈ పని మీద నువ్వు చేసే పని మీద ధ్యాస లేకపోతే నువ్వు గ్యారంటీ ఫెయిల్ అయిపోతావు.
సార్ దీని ముందు ఒక ప్యానెల్ డిస్కషన్ జరిగింది, వై ఇండియా కెనాట్ క్రియేట్ ద నెక్స్ట్ గూగుల్ ఆర్ ఫేస్బుక్. దాని మీద చాలా మంది వెరీ గుడ్ ప్యానలిస్ట్ మాట్లాడినారు, ఎందుకు ఇండియాలో గూగుల్ అండ్ ఫేస్బుక్ లాంటి కంపెనీస్ లేవు. దాని మీద మీరేమంటారు? అంటే ఇంతమంది స్టూడెంట్స్ని మీరు గూగుల్లో ఫేస్బుక్లో అన్నిటికీ పంపుతున్నారు, కానీ ఇండియాలో ఎందుకు మనం అంటే గూగుల్ని ఫేస్బుక్ని తయారు చేయలేకపోతున్నాం? దీని మీద మీరు ఏం చెప్తారు?
అడిగినావు, నాకైతే అంత పెద్ద దృష్టి లేదు, అంత ఐడియా కూడా లేదు. గూగుల్ ఫేస్బుక్ ఎట్లా తయారు చేస్తారో, ఎట్లా పోతారో, ఎట్లా రీచ్ అవుతారో నాకైతే లేదు. అయినా చెప్తా, మేబీ మీకు ఎవరికైనా ఉంటే కూడా చెప్పొచ్చు మీరు, ఎందుకంటే మీరు అంతా ఇంజనీర్లు, బాగా మంచి చదువుకున్న వాళ్ళు కనిపిస్తున్నారు నాకు. ఒకటే థాట్, గూగుల్ కానీ ఫేస్బుక్ కానీ అమెజాన్ కానీ ఏదన్నా ఉండండి తోపుగా, మనం దాని మీద దృష్టి పెడితే అసలు కాని పని అంటూ లేదు. మనం పెట్టక దాని దృష్టికి పోక మనం వీడికే, మనం ఇప్పుడేదాకా చెప్పిన కదా, పెళ్లి కాగానే 2 పిల్లలు కాగానే నిమ్మడం అయిపోతా, ఆ లిమిట్లా ఉండి మనం ఇంకా బ్రాడ్ మైండ్తో లేకుండా ఏదో పెద్దగా వీడికే హ్యాపీ అయిపోయినాం, సక్సెస్ అయిపోయినాం, ఫ్యూచర్ అంతా యూత్ యంగ్ ఇదంతా మనం లైఫ్ ఎంజాయ్ చేయాలి అని ఒక దారిలో వేరే దారిలో పోయి మనం ఆలోచనలకు తగ్గు చేసుకుంటే డౌన్ అవుతున్నాం. పర్ఫెక్ట్గా ఇడు వదులు ప్రపంచంలో నేను ఇప్పటిదాకా చెప్పిన కదా, ఐటీ పీపుల్ కానీ డాక్టర్స్ కానీ మన తెలివి మనోళ్ళే ప్లాన్ చేస్తున్నారు. ఆయన ఎవరు రాయలసీమలు ఉంటాడు చూడు, మైక్రోసాఫ్ట్ సత్యనాథెల్లా, మరి ఆడికెళ్ళి వచ్చిండు ఆయన, తెలుగు అయినే కదా, మైక్రోసాఫ్ట్లో సిఇఓ. మరి ఈయన మన లండన్ ప్రైమ్ మినిస్టర్ ఎవరు? మన ఇండియానే కదా. మరి అలా దిక్కు లేకుండా మనల్ని పెట్టుకురా, మన ఇంత మనకంటే తెలివిపారు లేరు, ఆడ లేరు, అందుకే మనల్ని పెట్టు. కాబట్టి మనము ఎంత దూరం ప్లాన్ చేసుకుంటే, ఎంత ఆలోచన చేస్తే మనం అంత గొప్పలు. అసలు మనకు సాధించేది అనేది లేనే లేదు. మనం ఎంత ప్రయత్నం చేయను, పోతూనే ఉండు. ఎందుకు సక్సెస్ కావు చెప్పు? ఎందుకు గూగుల్ ఫేస్బుక్ వాళ్ళు పెద్ద ఏం చేస్తున్నారని చెప్పు? నా లెక్క కాపీ అన్న కొట్టురు, వాడు ఏం చేస్తున్నాడు అది కాపీ కొట్టి పెట్టురు, అయిపోయాయి. ఎట్లా సక్సెస్ కాదో చెప్తాను. ఇప్పుడు ఒక్క ఛానల్ ఉండే, అప్పుడు ఈటీవీ ఉండే, ఇప్పుడు ఎన్ని ఛానళ్ళు అయినాయి? అవన్నీ కూడా ఫేస్బుక్ గూగుల్ లాంటివే కదా అన్నీ కూడా. మరి అన్ని ఛానళ్ళు వచ్చినప్పుడు ఆ ఫేస్బుక్ తయారు చేసి రేపటి నుంచే నువ్వు తయారు చేయి, దాని మీద పట్టు, 10 మందిని పెట్టు, స్టార్టప్ పెట్టు, ట్రై చేయమని, దాని గ్యారంటీ కోలు తగ్గుతుంది. ఎగ్జాంపుల్ చెప్తా మీకు, టెక్నాలజీ ఎంత మారింది. ఇప్పుడు మా లెక్క కష్టపడి గొప్పలు అయ్యేది మీకు అవకాశమే లేదు. ఇది అంతా జమానా టెక్నాలజీ జమానా. టెక్నాలజీ లేకపోతే ఇప్పుడు ఎవడన్నా మెకానికల్, సివిల్, ట్రిపుల్ ఇవన్నీ ఎవడు చదువుతలేడు. ఇప్పుడు అంతా అవుట్డేటెడ్ అయిపోయింది. ఓన్లీ కంప్యూటర్, ఐటీ, డేటా స్ట్రక్చర్, ఏఎల్ఎంఎల్ ఇవే ఇప్పుడు మార్కెట్ అంతా నడుస్తుంది. అసలు అంతా కంప్యూటర్ జమానా, టెక్నాలజీ జమానా. కంప్యూటర్లు ఏముంది చెప్పు? ఏమైనా మెకానికల్ మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చర్ ఉందా? ఏమి లేదు. ఏమైనా మిషన్లు చేసేది ఉందా? ఏది లేదు. అంతా కంప్యూటర్ మీదనే. యాపిల్ ఉంది, గూగుల్ ఉంది, ఫేస్బుక్ ఉంది, వాళ్ళు ఏమైనా మ్యానుఫ్యాక్చర్స్ ఉన్నట్టున్నాయి. వాళ్ళకి ఏం యూనిట్లు, కార్లు తయారు చేస్తారా? ఏదైనా ఫ్యాక్టరీలు తయారు చేస్తారా? ఏదైనా కాంట్రాక్ట్ చేస్తారా? నా లెక్క కాలేజీలు నడిపిస్తారా? ఏమీ లేదు. అంతా ఫేస్బుక్, గూగుల్ ఇదే. ఇప్పుడు యాపిల్ ఫోన్ ఉంది, 3,000కి తయారు చేస్తాడు వాడు, 1,30,000కి ఎందుకు అమ్ముతున్నాడు? టెక్నాలజీ 2G, 3G, 4G, 5G వేస్తున్నాడు. ఒక కొత్త జీ కలుపుతున్నాడు, 10,000 వేస్తున్నాడు.
సార్ మీరు కూడా కలిస్తే రేపటి నుంచి మనం ఫేస్బుక్, గూగుల్ అట్లాంటివి ఇంకా వందల కంపెనీలు స్టార్ట్ చేసి మన యువతకి మంచి ఒక మార్గం చూపిస్తామని అనుకుంటున్నాను నేను.
అనుకుంటున్నావు కానీ మీ అమ్మ నాయన రేపే పెళ్లి చేయాలని నిన్ను చూస్తున్నారు. నువ్వు ఆడికి వెళ్ళొస్తావా న్యాయపడి? నాకు పిల్లల సెట్ అయ్యేది కష్టమైపోయింది. ఇక పెళ్లి చేసుకుని అనుకో అయిపోయినట్టే కదా.
సార్, మీ మీద, మీ లైఫ్ మీద ఒక అంటే మీరు రీసెంట్గా ఒక డిక్లరేషన్ ఇచ్చారు, మీరు కూడా మూవీలకు వస్తున్నారు, మీరు కూడా సినిమాలు తీస్తామని. అట్లనే మీ మీద మూవీ తీయాలని నాకున్నది. అట్లా ఎంతమందికి ఉన్నది ఆ సార్ మీద మూవీ తీస్తే చూడాలని చెప్పేసి?
ఎంతమంది కాదు, నువ్వు గిట్ట తీసినావు అనుకో పిచ్చి పైసలు వస్తాయి. ట్రెండింగ్ అంతా నాదే నడుస్తుంది. ఈయన కొమరే కొడుకు హుషారే ఉండమ్మో, 10 రూపాయలు పెట్టి 1000 రూపాయలు సంపాదించామని వస్తుండే ఆయన నా మీదనే. నా ట్రెండింగ్ మార్కెట్లో ఏముందో ఇప్పుడు ఆయనకు తెలిసిపోయింది. ఆయనకు సినిమా కాదు, నా పేరు పెడితేనే ఇట్లా అమ్ముడుపోతుంది, ఇట్లా నడుస్తుంది.
సార్, అయితే మీ మూవీ నేను తీస్తా, ఎట్లన్నా నేను తీస్తా. తీసిన తర్వాత
ప్రాఫిట్ నాది.
అయితే మీ మూవీ తీసిన తర్వాత దాంట్లో హీరో, మూవీలో హీరో ఎవరు?
ఎందుకంటే పెద్ద హీరో ఎడ దొరుకుతాడు ఇంకా మీకు. నేను మేకప్ వేసి సెట్టింగ్ చేసుకుంటే మంచి 25 ఏళ్ళ లెక్కనే కనిపిస్తాను. ఎందుకంటే మంచిగా లేనమ్మా.
సార్, అయితే ముందుకెళ్తూ వన్ ఆఫ్ ద లాస్ట్ క్వశ్చన్స్. మీ లైఫ్లో మీరు 2 డబ్బాలు సైకిల్ దగ్గర నుంచి వాళ్ళు మినిస్టర్ అయ్యే వరకు 70 ఇయర్స్కి ఇంత ఎనర్జీ, ఈ ఎనర్జీని చూస్తే నాకే అసలు ఎట్లనో అనిపిస్తుంది. చాలా అంటే అంటే ఎట్లా 70 ఇయర్స్కి, ఐ మీన్ లాస్ట్ ఒక 1 మంత్ నుంచి సార్ని అప్పుడప్పుడు కలుస్తుంటే రోజు 7 o'clock లేచి యోగా చేసి, సాయంత్రం మళ్ళీ 6 o'clock వెళ్ళిపోయి జిమ్ చేసి, అంత మళ్ళీ మధ్యాహ్నం అంతా మినిస్ట్రీలు, ఎడ్యుకేషన్ ఇన్స్టిట్యూషన్లు ఇవన్నీ చూసుకుంటా, మీకు అంత మోటివేషన్ ఎక్కడి నుంచి వస్తుంది ఈ ఏజ్కి? ఇంకా ఏం చేయాలి మీరు? అన్నీ చేసేసారు కదా.
మీరు ఇంకొక వినవలసిన మాట ఏంటంటే, కేవలం గురువు కూడా నాకు ఈ కాలేజీలో ఇన్ని సంస్థలు పెట్టినా కదా, నాకు ఎవరు అడ్వైజర్ కూడా లేరు ఇప్పటిదాకా. నాకు అడ్వైజర్ కూడా లేరు, గురువు కూడా లేడు. రోజు మనమే ప్లాన్ చేసుకుంటాం. ఇప్పుడు నా పిల్లలు పెద్దగా అయినరు, మంచిగా నా చిన్న కొడుకు చిన్న కోడలు ఇద్దరు డాక్టర్స్, పెద్ద కోడలు పెద్ద కొడుకు ఇద్దరు కూడా వాళ్ళు ఇంజనీరింగ్ కాలేజ్ చూస్తున్నారు, చిన్నోళ్ళు ఇద్దరు మెడికల్ చూస్తున్నారు, నేను రాజకీయం చూస్తున్నాను. పర్ఫెక్ట్గా పోతుంది. ఇంతకుముందు నేనే అన్నీ ఆల్ ఇన్ వన్, నేను ఏది వదలకపోతుంటే. కాబట్టి ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ ఎప్పుడు రావు. హెల్త్ అయినా అదృష్టమైనా మన చేతిలో. నేను కూడా ఒక 10 ఏళ్ళ ముందు ఉన్నట్టు తింటుంటే చేస్తుంటే 120 కిలోలు. ఆ తర్వాత 2 years అని మొత్తం కంట్రోల్. నాకు షుగర్ కూడా కంట్రోల్. ఎందుకంటే నేను ఇప్పుడు చాలా కాస్ట్లీ మనిషిని, చాలా పిరం మనిషిని. ఎందుకంటే కాలేజీలు, సంస్థలు, మినిస్టరు అంటే మామూలు మనిషి కాదు కదా, ఆర్డినరీ మనిషి కాదు కదా. కాకపోతే ప్రతిదీ రోజు కూడా పొద్దున యోగా చేస్తా 50 నిమిషాలు, మంచిగా ప్రోటీన్ పౌడర్ తాగుతా, ఫ్రూట్స్ తింటా, సీజన్ ఫ్రూట్ ఒకటి, అదే నా బ్రేక్ఫాస్ట్. మధ్యాహ్నం బ్రౌన్ రైస్ తింటా, లేకపోతే ప్రోటీన్ ఫుడ్. ప్రోటీన్ అంటే చికెన్ డైరెక్ట్, మటన్ డైరెక్ట్, ఫిష్ డైరెక్ట్. అన్నం, రొట్టె అవన్నీ ఏం లేవు, అవుట్ డేట్, పాత డేట్, పాత. అప్పుడు లేకపోతే 3 పూటలు పొద్దుగాల టిఫిన్, ఇడ్లీ, వడ, దోశ, మళ్ళీ మధ్యాహ్నం అన్నము, మటను, చికెను, పెరుగు, సాంబార్ ఇన్ని కలుపుకొని తింటుంటే ఏమనేటట్టు. మళ్ళీ 4 గంటలకు తింటుంటే, మళ్ళీ రాత్రి మళ్ళా ఇంకోటి కూడా ఉంటుండే, అది కూడా ఉంటుండే. అట్లా మళ్ళీ ఫుడ్ అన్ని రకాలు తింటే మనిషి ఎట్లుంటాడు సార్. ఇప్పుడు చాలా సిస్టంలకు వచ్చిన, డిసిప్లిన్లకు వచ్చిన, సాయంత్రం జిమ్ చేస్తా, ఫిట్నెస్ వస్తాడు, పర్ఫెక్ట్ ప్రోటీన్ ఫుడ్ తింటా, పర్ఫెక్ట్ అన్నీ. అందుకే 70 ఉన్నా కానీ పర్ఫెక్ట్ పోతుంది. నాకు ఇంత బుర్రుండే మొత్తం పోయింది. ఇప్పుడు ఇదంతా నా చేతిలో లేదా, నేనే కంట్రోల్ చేసుకోలేదా? మరి ఏమన్నా చేసిండా? డాక్టర్ చేసిండా? డాక్టర్కి ఏం పోతావు? పోయినప్పుడు అది చెప్తావు, నీకు బీపీ ఉన్నది, షుగర్ ఉందంటే, అయ్యా నువ్వు జర వాకింగ్ చేయి, జర తగ్గించుకో అని చెప్తాడు. అంతకంటే ఎక్కువ ఏం చెప్తాడు చెప్పు? నువ్వు బాగా దీన్ని వాకింగ్ చేసినా ఏమవుతుంది? ఏమి కాదు. అది కరగదికి బిడ్డలు ఇంకెక్కువ అవుతుంది అది. కాబట్టి మన చేతిలోనే ఉంది. హెల్త్ అనేది చాలా ఇంపార్టెంట్. జీవితం అనేది మలమల లేదు, జన్మ అనేది మలమల లేదు. మనం ఒక జన్మల ఈ జీవితంలో ఒక చరిత్ర సృష్టి. నాకు ఇప్పుడు డబ్బులు ఉన్నాయి, మంచి కొడుకులు ఉన్నారు, కోడళ్ళు ఉన్నారు, ప్రాపర్టీస్ ఉన్నాయి, ల్యాండ్ బ్యాంక్ ఉంది, బ్యాంక్ బ్యాలెన్స్ ఉంది, ఒక మంత్రి ఉన్నది, హోదా. ఇవన్నీ ఉన్నప్పుడు కూడా నేను కంట్రోల్ చేసుకొని ఒక సిస్టంలో లేకపోతే ఎట్లుంటుంది చెప్పు నువ్వు? జీవితంలో ఒక చరిత్ర సృష్టించే అవకాశాలు వచ్చినాయి కదా నాకు. అందుకని అవన్నీ ఛాన్సెస్ మన దగ్గరనే ఉన్నాయి. కాబట్టి మీరు కూడా ఇప్పటి సంది కూడా కష్టపడితే గ్యారంటీగా సక్సెస్ అవుతారు. నేను చెప్పిన కదా, ఈ జమాన్ అంతా టెక్నాలజీ. మీరు చాలా ఈజీగా ప్రపంచంలో ఉన్న కుబేర్లంతా 32 అరే నువ్వు ఇప్పటి సంది ట్రై చేయవా, 5 ఏళ్లలో నువ్వు ప్రపంచంలో కుబేర్లు అవుతావు. నువ్వు ఒక్క టెక్నాలజీ కొట్టి పాడదే, నువ్వు ఒకటే టెక్నాలజీ కొట్టు అయిపోయా కుబేర్లు. అసలు కొమరేసారు, అసలు రూమ్లో పట్టాయి పైసలు, ఆయన బిల్డింగ్లో పట్టాయి, అన్ని రూపాయలు వస్తాయి. ఆన్లైన్లో లక్కీ లాంటిది వెళ్ళి తగ్గుతుంది. మన మైండ్ ఒక్కటే అమ్మా, ఒక్కటే సక్సెస్ కావాలి. టెక్నాలజీ చాలా ఈజీ చేయడం, మనం దాని మీద దృష్టి పెట్టాం. చాలామంది అట్లే అయింది సక్సెస్. మనము ఏం చేస్తున్నారు మన తన చాలామంది జర్ర సక్సెస్ కాగానే ఒక కంపెనీలో పేటెంట్లు అమ్మేస్తారు, ఇంకో ప్రమోషన్కి ఇంకోటి అమ్మేస్తారు, 10 రూపాయలు లాభం రాగానే అమ్మి పడేస్తారు. ఇప్పుడు నేనే మల్లారెడ్డి కాలేజ్, ఒక కాలేజ్ బాగా పెట్టగానే సక్సెస్ కాగానే అమ్మేస్తా. లేకపోతే నేను అప్పుడే అమ్మేస్తే అంతే అయిపోవు కదా, పైసలు అయిపోతున్నాయి, అంతే అయిపోతుంది. నేను ఇంకా దాన్ని డెవలప్ చేసుకుంటూ వస్తేనే ఈ లెవెల్కి వచ్చిన కదా. లేకపోతే ఒక కాలేజ్ పెడితే డబ్బులు ఎవడన్నా ఎక్కువ ఇస్తాడని ఆశకు మన వాళ్ళంతా అట్లనే అమ్మేస్తున్నారు. అంతా ఆడోడు ఆడ ఐటీ ఫ్లోట్ చేస్తుండ్రు, స్టార్టప్లు ఫ్లోట్ చేస్తున్నారు, మళ్ళీ ఎంబడే డబ్బులకు అమ్మేస్తారు. దాని అంతూ తెలుస్తలేరు పూర్తిగా, దాని రిజల్ట్, దాని జ్యూస్ అంతా తీస్తలేరు, మొత్తం పట్టుబడతలేదు దాని మీద. ఇప్పటి సంది ఇప్పుడు వచ్చింది అవకాశాలు. తప్పకుండా మన హైదరాబాదు, మన సీఎం కేసీఆర్ గారు, మీరు చూడండి, ఆయన మోడల్గా తీసుకోండి. మీరు ఒక మామూలు మనిషి, ఒక ఎమ్మెల్యే, తెలుగుదేశంలోకి వెళ్ళి బయటకు వచ్చాడు. నేను టీఆర్ఎస్ అన్నాడు, పార్టీ పెడతా అన్నాడు, ప్రయత్నం చేసిండు, కొనపాలెం దాకా పోయిండు, సాధించిండు, సక్సెస్ అయ్యిండు. మరి మళ్ళీ సీఎం అయ్యిండు, హైదరాబాద్ను రూపురేఖలు మార్చేసిండు. అది ఎవరికైనా సాధ్యమా? ఆయన మనిషే కదా, సాధ్యమైంది కదా, కాని పని చేసిండు కదా. మనం కూడా ఛాన్స్ ఉన్నాయి మీ అందరికీ. మీరు దాని దృష్టి పెడతలేరు, దాని రూట్లో పోతలేరు, దానికోసం ఆలోచనే చేస్తలేరు. ఎప్పుడు ఈ జనరేషన్కి అంతా ఏ హోటల్కి పోదాం, ఏ కొత్త హోటల్ ఉంది, ఏ సినిమా కొత్తది వచ్చింది, ఏడ పోదాం, ఏ రిసార్ట్కి పోదాం, ఫ్రైడే రాగానే ఏ రిసార్ట్కి పోదాం, ఏడపోయి 3 దినాలు ఉండి వస్తాం పిల్లలతోటి. ఇదే ఆలోచన. కానీ ఒక 4 కలిసి మనం ఏ కంపెనీ పెడదాం, ఏ స్టార్టప్ పెడదాం, ఏ ఇండస్ట్రీకి పోదాం, నీ మైండ్లో ఏముంది, నా మైండ్లో ఏముంది, ఏం ఆలోచన చేద్దాం, నెక్స్ట్ లెవెల్ ఏందని ఎవరన్నా ఆలోచన చేస్తురా? అందరు కూడా ఆలోచన ఏం చేస్తారు? అరే నెక్స్ట్ సండే నువ్వు పార్టీరా, మళ్ళీ సండే మనం ఆడిపోదాం రా. ఇదే ఆలోచన. నీ భార్య పిల్లలు తన రోజు నువ్వు ఉండలేవా? నువ్వు శనివారం ఆదివారమే పోయి ఉండాలన్నా బయట? రోజు నువ్వు నీ ఇంట్లోనే ఉంటున్నావు కదా, నీ భార్య పిల్లలు తానా? ఆలోచన చేయి, జర మైండ్కు మెదడుకు ఆలోచనలు పెట్టు. 4 కలిసినప్పుడు థింక్ చేయండి, మనం ఇంకో లెవెల్ ఎట్లా పోదామని. ఎవ్వడు ఆలోచనే లేదు బస్. అంతే. ఇక లక్ష సెలరాగానే ఖుషి అయిపోతురా. పెద్ద పెద్ద స్టైళ్ళు, పెద్ద పెద్ద హెయిర్ స్టైళ్ళు, పెద్ద పెద్ద ఫ్యాషన్, పెద్ద పెద్ద అవసరమా ఇదంతా? దయచేసి అందరు కూడా సీరియస్నెస్గా ఉంటే గ్యారంటీ మన హైదరాబాద్ కాదు, మరో ప్రపంచం అవుతుంది. కొన్ని రోజులలోనే ప్రపంచంలోనే గుర్తింపు తగ్గ సిటీ ఏదైనా ఉందంటే అది మన హైదరాబాద్ అవుతుంది. మీరు ఇప్పటికైనా, ఇంకా లేట్ కాదు, మీరు ఇప్పటికైనా వర్క్ స్టార్ట్ చేసుకోండి. మీ మైండ్లో ఉన్నది, మీ ప్లానింగ్, మీరు ఏదైతే చదివినరో, మీరు ఏదైతే చేసినరో దాని మీద దృష్టి పెట్టండి. మీరు ఇంకో లెవెల్ పోకపోతాడు. నేను ఇంత సక్సెస్ కాలేజీలు ఎందుకు కరెక్ట్గా నడిపిస్తున్నాను? నాకంటే పెద్ద తెలుగు పనులు, పెద్ద పెద్ద డాక్టర్స్, ఇంజనీర్స్ కాలేజీలు పెట్టిన ఎందుకు నడిపిస్తలేరు? నేనే ఎందుకు తోపునైనా, ఇంత పెద్ద తోపును చెప్పురు. ఏముందని అట్లా నా తను ఏముందని చెప్పు. నాకు ఫుల్ ఫామ్ కూడా తెలియదు. ఇంత గొప్ప ఎందుకైనా ఇన్ని కాలేజీలు నేనే ఎందుకు నడిపిస్తున్నా? 10,000 మంది టీచర్స్ నా దగ్గర ఎందుకున్నారు? ఇంత గొప్ప ఎందుకైనా? దాంట్లో సీరియస్నెస్ ఉన్నది. ఇంజనీర్ అయినంత మాత్రాన దాని మీద మైండ్ పెడతలేడు. నేను రోజు దాంట్లో కళ్ళలో ఒత్తులేసుకొని ఏడ ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ ఉన్నాయి, ఏడ మైనస్ ఉన్నది, ఏడ ప్లస్ అవుతుంది, నేనేం చేస్తా కొడతా. ఇప్పటికీ మంత్రి అయినా కూడా కాలేజీలో పోతా అప్పుడప్పుడు. ఏడ మైనస్ ఉందో దాన్ని ప్లస్ చేసుకుంటూ పోతున్నా. నా సక్సెస్కి అంతే. మైనస్ అన్ని ప్లస్ అయిపోతే ఆటోమేటిక్ సక్సెస్. పెద్ద పెద్ద టెన్షన్ అంది లేదు. రోజు రోజు మనం చూస్తున్నాం అనుకో, రోజు రోజు మనకు తెలిసిపోతుంది ఏది మైనస్ ఉంది, ఏది ప్లస్, ఎక్కడ పోతుంది మైనస్, ఎక్కడ ప్లస్. కాబట్టి అందరం కూడా మంచి తెలుగు పర్లం, మంచి ఇంగ్లీష్ నాలెడ్జ్. ప్రపంచంలో మనకున్న ఇంగ్లీష్ క్లియర్గా క్లారిటీగా మాట్లాడే భాష ఎవ్వరికి లేదు ప్రపంచం. మన ఇండియన్స్, మన తెలుగులో మనకు ప్రపంచంలో ఏ స్టేట్ కనవో, ఏ మూల కనవో మన పిల్లలు ఎంత ధారాళంగా మాట్లాడతారు, ఎంత క్లియర్గా మాట్లాడతారు. అదే చైనా వానికి, జపాన్ వానికి బిత్తర మాట్లాడతారు. భాషనే రాదు వానికి. అంత డిమాండ్ ఉన్నది మనకు, అంత ఇది ఉన్నది మనకు. కాబట్టి దయచేసి ఇప్పటికైనా మీకు టైం ఏమి, నాలెక్క ఏం ముసలోళ్ళు గారు మీరు, అంత యంగ్స్టార్సే ఉన్నారు. ఇప్పటి సందన రోజు రేపటి నుంచి కొత్త ప్లాన్లు, కొత్త ఆలోచనలు. ప్రపంచం అంతా జపాన్ కానీ, జర్మనీ, లండన్, అమెరికా కానీ ఎందుకు సక్సెస్ అయ్యారు? నంబర్ 1 కంట్రీస్ ఎందుకు ఉన్నాయి? చైనా అంతా దూసుకుపోయింది ఎందుకు? చెప్పురు మీరు. మనం ఎందుకు దూసుకోలేకపోయినాం? ప్రపంచంలో చైనా, మన ఇండియన్స్ అయితే మనం ఒక 30 ఏళ్ళ కింద సమానంగానే ఉండి, కానీ ఇలా నంబర్ 1 ప్రపంచంకి అప్పించేటట్టు అయింది చైనా. ఎందుకయింది? వాళ్ళ ప్రతి లేడీస్ పనిచేస్తారు, ప్రతి ఒక్కరు కూడా టైం జాబ్ 8 గంటల కంటే 8 గంటలకు పోతారు. 6:30కి డిన్నర్ అంటే 6:30కి అన్ని హోటళ్ళన్నీ బంద్ అయిపోతాయి. ప్రతి ఒక్కరు అంత స్పీడ్గా పోతారు, డబ్బు ఉన్నోళ్ళు కానీ డబ్బు లేనోళ్ళు కానీ. టైం అంటే టైం, డిసిప్లిన్ అంటే డిసిప్లిన్. అందుకే నంబర్ 1 ప్రపంచంలో అయింది. జపాన్ టెక్నాలజీ వాళ్ళదంతా, అక్కడ మనుషులే లేరు, వాళ్ళంతా టెక్నాలజీ అమ్ముతారు వాళ్ళు పూర్వం సంది. ఆ టెక్నాలజీ కూడా అమెరికా కూడా జపాన్కి ఎందుకు పోటీ పడుతుంది? వాళ్ళు రోజు కొత్త ఆలోచనలు చేస్తారు. న్యూ థింకింగ్, న్యూ కాన్సెప్ట్, న్యూ ఐడియాస్, న్యూ ప్లానింగ్, కొత్త ఆలోచనలు మైండ్కు. వాళ్ళు అందుకే ప్రపంచంలో గొప్పలు అయ్యారు. మనమేమో గొర్రెల మంద లెక్క రొటీన్, నువ్వేం చేస్తున్నావు నేను అదే చేస్తాను. మనకింత దరిద్రం అంటే ఇంకో విషయం చెప్తాను మీకు. మనసు, మనం ఒక ఫ్లాట్లో ఉన్నాం. ఫ్లాట్లో ఈయన ఇంట్లో బర్త్డే అవుతుంది, నా కొడుకుది. మనల్ని పిలవలేదనుకో మనం ఇన్సల్ట్ ఫీల్ అవుతాం బర్త్డేకు. అరే వాళ్ళ ఇంట్లో వాళ్ళు పడతారు అంతా. మనం ఒక ఇది అనీజీగా ఈ బర్త్డేలకు, ఫంక్షన్లకు, సంగీత్ పార్టీలకు, పెళ్లిలకు, డిన్నర్లకు దీనికోసమే ఆలోచన చేస్తాం. కానీ మనం ఇంకో లెవెల్ ఆలోచన చేసే లేదు. అందుకే ఆ గూగుల్, ఫేస్బుక్ మనది అంటది, ఆనది అయ్యేటోళ్ళకి గ్యారంటీ అవుతుంది. మీరు ఈ ఫంక్షన్లు, పిక్నిక్లు, పార్టీలు, దావతులు, ఇవన్నీ ఫామ్ హౌజులు, ఇవన్నీ బంద్ చేయి. నువ్వు ఎట్లా సక్సెస్ కావో చెప్తాను. నువ్వు రోజు దాని మీద దృష్టి పెట్టు, గ్యారంటీగా సక్సెస్ అయిపోతావు. అందరికి కూడా థ్యాంక్ యూ, ధన్యవాదాలు.
థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్. ఈ హైదరాబాద్ టుడే కాన్క్లేవ్కి వచ్చి
నా కొబ్బరన్నా ఇమీడియట్గా నీ కొడుకు పెళ్లి చేయి, సెటిల్ అయిపోతాడు.
థ్యాంక్ యూ సార్. ఇక్కడికి వచ్చి మా 2 days కాన్క్లేవ్లో ఫైర్ యాడ్ చేసినందుకు. అండ్ అందరూ ఐమ్ షూర్ మోటివేట్ అయినారు మీ వర్డ్స్తోని. నెక్స్ట్ ఇయర్ మీ గూగుల్ ఆర్ ఫేస్బుక్ తయారు చేస్తే దానికి మీ పేరే పెట్టుకొని ముందుకు తీసుకెళ్తారని ఆశిస్తున్నాం. సార్ ఒక మొమెంట్
తీసుకురా, ఇచ్చేది బుక్ కోసం తల్లాడుతున్నాం.
Request all the members, delegates, dignitaries to be kindly seated. Let us proceed to what is next in line. That's the panel discussion. I request all the panelists to come up to the stage. May I request everyone to kindly be seated. Apologies for the delay, panelists. Dr. Manzoor, I request you to kindly occupy the stage for the panel discussion on liberal education, multidisciplinary approach. Request the panel to be. Request the panelists to kindly start the discussion.
Okay, thank you. Respected distinguished people and Dr. Manzoor Hussain sir and Miss Padmaja Penmatsa and Mr. Sarat Chandra. I think I'm very much thankful to having a very good team of different skills which we are having. As we observed here, now I think you are all coming out from that knowledge and motivational storm of Mallareddy Garu. Now we are going into a relaxed mood of discussing about the liberal education. The liberal education is because we are transforming the education with the help of the internet. The main reason for this change is the internet, which is totally changing the world. And transforming education is happening from general or traditional education, which was routine learning, and transforming towards the liberal learning. That is, liberal learning is totally towards the mind, how you are managing your emotions, how you are challenging with the help of the creativity. Because if you see, observe closely, lot of information is there in the Google, and you are using only 5% of the Google information. Still more 95% is there. For that, we need the totally transformation of the educational system. And I want Sarat Chandra to come out with his own way of approach towards the liberal education and also the challenges which we are going to face it, so that we will be getting a solution from the distinguished educators. Thank you. Sarat Chandra, please.
Good evening. I think Malla Reddy Garu's words are still ringing. That was a very entertaining and rightly used. So I think we'll have to shift gears a lot lower now. It's like from a high-pitched music, it will come to the classical music. The risk is that. But I'll maybe try to make it crisp with some of my own personal experiences and something which motivated me. So one of the experience was, when I went to do my MBA, so I was doing it from IIM Ahmedabad, and there was this exchange program which I got an opportunity to go to Germany. So there I spent almost a semester because it was on scholarship and it was easy time. And I'm, reminded again by Mr. Malla Reddy Garu's words. We all look for easy shortcut solutions. So if there is money being given either in the form of a scholarship or something, you are at peace. So one of the things which I was doing was to see why is this country, let's say Germany, why is this able to produce cars which are the best, the technology which is best, but just about, let's say 50, 60 years back, it was completely razed to the ground after World War II. And because I was in the educational system, so I was there, 20-something interacting with college students. So in MBA, usually if we are doing a teamwork, so the way we would work is, so if 4 of us are a team, and I'm the one who wants to do least amount of work, I would say, I would make the introduction slide and thank you slide. He would do, let's say, some part of thinking slide, and if it's really difficult problem, both of them will work, but we both will end up chilling out. That's how a lot of us were approaching. So when this happened in the German education system, they were like, hey, we have to make a project, we will meet. So this submission is after a month. Usually we would wake up one day before. If it is tomorrow, then it's the night before that we would wake up and try and say, how do I solve that problem? But these guys were planning, doing lots of stuff. And for me, it was very irritating. I mean, why are you working, making it so difficult? It's easy actually, see last year's things, see how to crack the system and do it, finish it. But what lit up was my visit to a school there. 7th standard. So I spent like 2 days in a regular public school there. A lot of deliberations were in German, so half I could understand, half I couldn't. Kids were very less respectful. They could put the feet on the table, and for us it's like completely out of, we can't even imagine. They would just walk out of the classroom. Teacher is teaching, this student walks out. I was just wondering if I would have ever done. Because all of us are trained to be very obedient and good students, right? Even if you are sleeping, you are like nodding all the time. So I thought this is nothing great. But after the brunch, so I went to the classroom. There was nobody in the classroom. I was wondering, where did all these guys disappear? And I was told, half day is theory, half day is practice. I said, okay, so half day practice. Where is practice? So went down. There's small, shabby little workshop-like rooms. So I went there, and one of the rooms, so I generally like looking at carpentry wood. I entered that. There was a workshop where kids were working on. So there was a small lathe machine, lot of, sawdust around. There's students with their scrapbooks, 7th standard students, so roughly about 11 years, 10 to 11 years. A group of 4 students were working on a project. Just looked at what is the project that they are doing, and there's something looking like a table. Not very nice looking, but approximately like a table. I said, okay, this is fine. So what is it that you're trying to do? They said the children took up an open-ended problem. They wanted to make a table. I said, okay, so what's great about tables? You know what Malla Reddy ji said, copy a table, right? That's what we would do. But these kids were like, they wanted to make a table for their own some requirement. And so they had to choose the type of wood that they would want. I thought wood is wood, right? What is type of wood? And suddenly then I started seeing the initial pages. There was rubber wood, there was rosewood, there was all types of woods which they had actually researched. And I was like, oh my God. Then there was another thing like, how much does it cost? I never knew, how do you buy wood? Do you go and buy in kgs, or do you buy it in square feet, or how do you buy wood? And then there was one interesting thing where the girl wanted the legs of the table to be at an angle, curved. And then there was, some stuff which was talking, this wood cannot be bent, this is not flexible, this is hardwood, you can't do it. And then there was a drawing of a cylinder, a log of a wood. And they were trying to cut this, angular leg from that log. And the guy was, there he was explaining, it's very difficult to get 4 legs or 5 legs from the same log of wood. And for me, I went numb there for like 5 minutes, because this is what was being taught or attempted to be taught to us in engineering second year at IIT Bombay, MA 201, solid geometry, 3-dimensional, where they were trying to teach us R theta phi, how to optimize. But the whole thing was, from a log of wood, how will you get your pieces and how do you optimize it? But that was never told to us. The whole thing started with R theta phi, and before going to IIT, I thought I knew math, but once after getting there, I understood I never understood math at that level. But the problem was, we never knew what the objective of what we are learning for. And the greatest benefit, what I could see, was interdisciplinary, we say, or working towards solving a problem gives an opportunity to integrate a lot of things, which when we do it in silos, it limits the whole experience. And the other thing which I liked was, these problems are for longer duration. So usually we work with, let's say a student has to solve a problem, it's a 15-minute problem. If he's not able to do it, teacher gives the answer and leaves it. But the whole thing is, in life, we know it is about endurance. Can you think and work on the same problem for 3 months, 6 months? The Malla Reddy was challenging each one of us here, why can't you make? Because it's the ability for us to live with a problem for a longer time and still be okay with it, even if we don't solve it. But in school system, do we get enough opportunities to stay with some problem for an elongated period of time as a student? There I could see these students who were making a table were living with that problem, trying to learn lots of things. So one of the things which I feel with this NAP is, if 15% of the curriculum time, so we are talking of roughly 6 hours every day into 200 working days, 1200 hours in an academic session. If we take out 15% of that, that's what, about 180 hours, and create an ecosystem where they can choose a project, work on that project over elongated period of time, and also try and integrate a lot of things. And automatically, real problems are never in silos. It never comes as a thing. I think that will be a great difference to people, to children, to also look at, and it's not about success, it's about failing in the project. I'm sure the table that they made would not have stood well, it would have wobbled, it would have been a bad looking table, but I'm sure the experiences that the children took out of that would have been a great thing. And I know I've overshot the time, but that's something which I want to offer.
Thank you so much, Sarchandra. I think you started your journey from shortcuts to the, what is, we call it as the longer period of the ecosystem. which is very much needed for the liberal education. That means we are demonstrating the real-time skills. That is very, very important. Because most of the things which are already invented, and only thing which we are expecting is the innovation with new way of using the optimization, which you said. That is very, very important now. Optimizing the system is very, very important now. Now, what I am expecting from our Professor Manzoor Hussain sir is, in liberal education, there is a challenge of critical thinking, there is a chance of communication abilities, there is a chance of demonstration abilities, because demonstration abilities plays a vital role in the communication, which is very much challenge to our students. So there you have to integrate what are the things to be needed for the development of the demonstration abilities, because whatever the thing they are doing, they have to demonstrate. That too for a real-time scenarios. These are the things. What are the approaches which we are expecting? We need from your experience, sir.
Good evening. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share my experience. I'm connected with this technical education for the past 30 years. In these 30 years, 2 years, I did some educational work outside India. Before answering the question, let me share one or two lines connected with higher education. Today, in admissions, civil, mechanical, electrical, these are the core branches, mother branches, conventional branches. Almost the admissions in these branches are reduced to hardly 10 to 20% of the seats what we were having maybe about 5 years back. Whereas in computer science and computer science related subjects, the admissions are increased maybe 200, 300 times. The only reason is because there is a regular change in the computer science, whereas there is no change in the syllabus of civil, mechanical, electrical, and other branches. So what my life taught me is change is must for the growth. If you have a change in your system, if you adapt your system for the changes, what are the required for the present requirements, then only you will grow. So today the computer science is growing because there is a change every day. The changes are so fast. If you don't apply those changes, that branch will not exist. So similarly, the other branches, mother branches, that is civil, mechanical, electrical and other branches, let us find what are the new technologies, what are the new automation, what are the new sensor devices we have to have, and you apply, you change your syllabus, definitely you will have a lot of potential in the futures to come. Now coming to the question of this panel discussion. In technical education, as he said, a lot of changes we are observing, and from the curriculum to the application, that is the practical applications, whatever various steps involved, yes, we have to have a lot of skill developments we have to do, lot of challenges we have to face. That is the reason why every couple of years we conduct board of studies meetings. We invite the scholars from the premier institutions. We invite industries, industrial personalities. We invite our own students, those who completed their graduation or the post-graduation or the doctorate from our university, to be a part of the discussion. And we will go for what are the new challenges we have to incorporate in our system. You rightly said, we have to provide the new systems, new equipment, new skill development strategies. After looking into the new education policy, last almost the JNTU has taken 2 years time to prepare for national education policy. In the phase 1, we have taken faculty development in new education policy. We have conducted a lot of faculty development programs. We have taught what are the requirements of new education policy. First of all, we have to understand that policy. When last month when I met Kasturi Rangan, who is the architect of new education policy, the document is about more than 600 pages. But everybody, we read hardly 40 to 50 pages and we'll try to implement. But that is not the original document what we have to look into. But the entire document, if you see, they are talking every classroom ground level requirements. So for understanding this new education policy and making others to understand how to implement it, it has taken 1 year time for JNTU. We have conducted more than 30 to 40 lectures, different ranging from 1 day seminar to 1 week seminars. And phase 1 we have completed, understanding new education policy concepts. Last 6 months back, we have introduced for our first batch, National Education Policy in Technical Education. Before implementing, we had one meeting with all the vice chancellors from technical universities throughout the India. We invited 48 vice chancellors from 40 different technological universities in India. We had a 3-day discussion on national education policy application to technical education. After that, we have finalized our document. Now, the first batch of national education policy system is being implemented and already that curriculum is in use. Just I'll tell you only in one line, the entire education policy is to design a degree of requirement. Any student can design his own degree. As a mechanical engineer, I can design my own degree. My major is mechanical engineering. If at all I want to have only manufacturing, I'll study what are the manufacturing automations required in software, what are the manufacturing automations required in electronics, what are the manufacturing automations required in sensor technology. These courses I will take, I'll become a mechanical engineer with a manufacturing as my special area. That we are calling it as your major specialization and minor specialization. Your major specialization is manufacturing and your minor specialization is maybe it is a electronics, it may be a computer science, it may be a data structures, it may be a cyber security related to your area. So now a student is able to design his own degree. National education policy for higher education, in particular for technical education, is you can design your own degree. A mechanical student can design his own degree. A computer science student can design his own degree. Designing own degree means what are the streams he is interested, what is his area of interest. I can select that stream of subjects. From first year, second year, third year and fourth year, I can select the subjects of other departments. That is a multidisciplinary approach and I can design my own degree. So in a university, we have all the departments. Suppose if I am interested in having a subject in material science selection, materials, I can select a subject from the metallurgy department. I can attend the classes there. Those credits are transferred to my regular program and I will get a degree with my requirements, my line of action, my specialization, what I have in my mind. So national education policy over a period of time going to give the flexibility to the students to have a subject of his choice, specializations of his interest with a major and minor degree. So these are the changes we have done. Apart from this, the major the flexibility we have given to the student is at the end of second year or at the end of third year in a 4-year degree program, he can take a break of 1 year He can go to any company or any organization or any R&D department. There he can learn or he can earn, he can come back and he can continue his studies. So these are the two major flexibilities we have added. To begin with national education policy, presently we are working on these lines. I think the students, they need a lot of information regarding national education policy before they take the decisions. Hence, we are requesting all our faculty affiliated to JNTU and JNTU affiliated colleges, please understand national education policy and see that that information should percolate to the students to take a right decision. If the decision taken by student is not proper, then he'll be leading into a difficulty at the end of 4 years. So a student or a beneficiary should design his own program, and we have a mechanism, we have an examination system to provide all the required examinations and timetables and subjects, whatever he required, by having a different departments, interdisciplinary departments, by providing the different timetables, he can attend the classes. As you know, we have a lot of online, programs are there, online courses are, we can register. If at all any program is not offered by that college, he can register a program in a NTPL, that score he can add here. So these are the flexibilities we have incorporated. Presently, this national education policy in technical education under JNTU and JNTU affiliated colleges is totally implemented. Now we are entering into the second year, then we have to see the results, what we get after 1 year working on that. Accordingly, we go for the changes. But as of now, this policy is in application. Probably we are expecting a very good results out of it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, Dr. Manzoor Hussain, sir. I think you connected from the open-ended ecosystem to civil engineering, electrical engineering, mechanical engineering, which are very, very important for our future data science connection. Because in future, even robustic equipments can be handled by female employees. Previously, they cannot handle, for example, crane and etc. Now, female employees are entering into the picture because of the data science advantage. They could able to handle the robustic equipments of mechanical or maybe the civil engineering, etc. We see that we are entering into the picture. And another thing which you are saying is a change. Change is a must. If you are not changing, you will become rust. That is the thing which I said. Always you have to travel with water, like water. If you are still staying with water, go on. For everyone, even the business which Dr. Mallareddy Garu has said, he is traveling continuously for the progress of himself or his own company. Like that, incremental improvements are very much needed for everyone. Right from the employee, he has to upgrade his knowledge every day. And another thing which I think I appreciate for JNTU, that they are coming out with the designing of a degree of his own. That is very much important, because computer science is integrated with the everywhere, even into the management. I am connected to the HR analytics is there. It is connected to business, IT, and marketing analytics, which is connected to IT. And if I have seen that there are some specialists in psychology, they are connected to the IT. Based on that, they are connecting to the emotional intelligence, which is playing a vital role now. Because psychology, I have seen so many students are totally disturbed. For a small thing which are not getting satisfaction, they are taking some serious action. So there, we have to introduce in your new education policy, what I suggest is, we have to introduce the emotional intelligence. Because we have to understand the psychology of the people. There are so many factors which are there. Intelligence quotient is there, spiritual quotient is there, happy quotient is there, and social quotient is there. All these things we have to understand the student. Based on that, we have to guide the student according to the major or minor degrees. We are not supposed to, I think in the previous panel discussion, it was, we are not supposed to force the student now. For example, MSET, compulsorily you have to go to the computer science. No. He can go, he can do wonders in, I know the people who are minting money in adult psychology and the child psychology. These are very, very important. So now, I am expecting from you is, Madam, Penmesa Pradmaja Madam, we have to connect the critical thinking, emotional thinking, and how to improve the real-time scenarios. Because they have, nowadays, the future is totally demonstration and practical application. And that too, practical applications, what I observed from our Prime Minister Modi sir is, it has to be a real-time scenario. It has to be useful to the society. Even for the doctorate, PhD's future, he is giving some hint that every PhD should be useful to the societal problem. So that, I think, your role plays a lot, psychology. And most of the schools, they are introducing psychology in their students and they are monitoring that. That's what I observed in most of the schools, international schools they are including. So now what is the role, because of transformation of general education to the liberal education? There, how to bridge those skills, that is very, very important. So please share your thoughts for the implementation. Thank you, madam.
Thank you so much for very pragmatically, framing your question. You're very clear in what is it that exactly that is required and what it is that's actually, needed to be done right now. So when we're talking about liberal education and when we're talking about taking a slightly different approach, I would want to address this also in a multidisciplinary approach. Would that be okay with everybody? Yes? So, if we go back, I'm sure we've all heard of this, right? I was born intelligent, but education ruined me. Yes? So whatever that, all the panels that we've been talking about till now, in fact, Malla Reddy Garu has given an excellent insight into how it is possible for anybody to do anything if they actually set their mind into it. We all know the Gurukul systems that we all had, remember? Where all the kings and the princes and all, they were just sent out. How did they all learn? Wasn't it a multidisciplinary approach? There was no specific thing as such. They were supposed to kind of have an insight into everything. And then eventually, maybe, according to their interest, in fact, as Sir rightly said, if it's mechanics with electronics, mechanics with civil. So the combinations were also actually dealt with. Now, if you all observe one thing which is very prevalent in the world today, India was such a rich and an abundant country. And after colonization and everything, when everything started westernizing, now starting from farming to everything, we hear about organic foods coming back. Yes? Didn't we all have organic foods before? We did. But we were taught another way. And we learned it. And then when the West are now packaging the same stuff to us and selling as organic, we are buying it back. Don't you think it's the same thing which is happening with our education system also? We all had everything, but again, we were taught a certain way of learning. The entire thing was packaged differently. And now it is time for us to unlearn, because as human beings, as instinctive beings, we all have it within us to do multiple things, to pick up things based on situations. In the sense like, when you are aware, when you are just there, instead of being as, in the previous panel also we spoke about human doings and human beings. When you're there in the moment, when you're there in the present, you know exactly what or how to deal with the situation of people or anything. And that's the same thing which is coming back. Now, why is the new education policy talking about the multiple disciplines? Why are we talking about liberal education? How many of us use iPhones? We all use iPhones? Yes? If you remember the first computer which came in, today the phones are all on our palms. When it is only technology, you remember how big those machines were? We also heard that they used to fill the rooms and everything. Now, with technology, when aesthetics came into play, when art came into play, in fact, Steve Jobs himself has said that his software engineers are not just engineers, but they are also artists, they're also into crafts, they're also into different other hobbies that they do. And he had only hired such people, which then brought the aesthetics to whatever machine that we are using today. And we know that, in fact, Mallareddy Garu said, they manufacture it for 3,000, but they sell it for 1,30,000. And we all go for it because we love the aesthetics of the phone. So how are these aesthetics coming? Because somebody is thinking out of the box. Somebody is combining different aspects to manufacture the same product. How different can we do it? So I think so. In the answering your specific your question specifically, it's about first of all letting the students express or just be themselves first. In fact, I'm also talking as a parent for a 9th grader who's about to get into 10th, and he is speaking something which I don't understand. And today, when we're talking about education, I don't think we're talking about now, but we're talking about something 5, 10, 15 to 20 years later. And from morning, I think all our discussions have been the same thing, that we don't know what's going to happen after 6 months, after a year. Everything is going to become so redundant. We don't even know for what we are preparing our students, our children. So all that I think that we can give them is the ability to think, the ability to analyze, the ability to have the courage to actually go out and do whatever they choose. And when we talk about all these things, emotions and psychology playing a major role, we're all taught that we have to handle our emotions. And that's the biggest thing which is going on out in the Insta or Reels. Whenever you open, the first thing that you see is handle your emotions. Now, my question to all of you is, can you really handle your emotions? Can you really handle your emotions? Because emotions are supposed to be lived. Emotions are supposed to be experienced. On a certain day, if you're not feeling high, fine, you're not feeling high. You're feeling low? Yes, you're feeling low. What needs to be handled? When the emotions hit us, the thought process that comes along with the emotion. Because when we are low, it's so easy for us to think that the entire other side of the world is rosy. It's only me who's feeling like this. So instead of denying that, I'm feeling low for today, it's okay, we start thinking the other way, saying that, it's only me who is feeling low. So when you talk about success, everybody's timelines are different. Everybody's understanding capabilities are different. Everybody's potential is different. And when we try to normalize, the whole thing, I don't think it'll work because, human beings are unique. And as you rightly said, there are so many things in the whole wide world out there. When we start comparing, I think that's when we're looking at it at a different perspective altogether. So instead of handling emotions, I think we need to start teaching our children also that it's about the thoughts that we need to handle. Live the emotions, but actually have a hand on, how you're thinking. That's when we can introduce perspectives. Introducing all these things and actually as parents giving this support to our children, we are giving them a platform for them to, with confidence choose what they want to do. Suppose, my son, in fact, I was at a career counselor just yesterday. What we realized is he wants to get into filmmaking, psychology, and business. So these are the 3 main aspects that he's looking at. Now, how much of a psychology that I know of or anything, at the end of the day, I'm just a parent there. I would just want him to do well. But what I realized is, in fact, taking a cue from here, what Sir spoke also, when you're able to take combinations, when you're able to handle things with different aspects, I think when we spoke about higher education also, many people are going there because of the flexibility that the universities or the flexibility that the courses give there. For example, if somebody wants to take a psychology as a majors and literature as minors, maybe the next year when they realize that, you know what, this is not my cup of tea and I wouldn't want it that way, they have the liberty to reverse it, change the alternatives. But at least, you know, the credit system that they have, I think is excellent, which is now, I think, is going to come into our system also. The point is, I think what we have known always, we've learned things otherwise. And I think it's big time for us to unlearn whatever that we've learned, to actually relearn to just be there and start focusing on how are their personalities aligned. What is it? You know, is it because everybody is going in this particular aspect or, you know, this particular stream of education? Should I get there, or should I be true and should I be authentic to myself? And as parents, are we willing for our children to be authentic to themselves and choose how they want to choose and whatever they want to choose, and support them nevertheless in the same way? So I think handling our thoughts there and bringing in the fact that, you know, everything is going to change, because change is the only constant thing that's going to be there. So the ability to adapt, if we can give them. And when we talk about multidisciplinary education and liberal thinking, empathy and being open, if we can bring these two, because most of the times what we see is a specialist education somewhere brings in some sort of arrogance, some sort of ego also. That's also there. So if we can start being open and understanding that we are actually a part of the bigger system, and then I think, you know, it gives us a kind of an approach that we can be more tolerant and more inclusive.
Thank you so much, Padmaja Madam. Now, I think I am thankful to all the speakers. Now, I think we connected from open of Saras Chandra, and you closed with open. Good. That's a good journey. And in between, that is a thing, new initiative of JNTU has given an opportunity of major and minor, where the student can think on his own, and he can do that. And another thing which I said is, empathy is going to vanish. Okay? Compassionate is going to dominate. That is very, very important. Because when you are taking the consideration of the compassionate, you will be thinking about the students' feelings also. Because you connected to the emotion. The emotions which plays a lot about the respective student feeling. There, you have to take, ignoring the empathy, what I feel, dominate the compassion. So thank you a lot for having a very good discussion regarding the liberal education and also the challenges in the approach. So thank you so much. And any questions from audience? Any questions from audience? At least one or two. Yeah, please.
I'm Emma. I'm a child psychologist and also teacher educator. Been in the field for the last 25 years. I've been listening a lot from all of you. It's a very good conclave. So I take from the point the empathy and compassion. We've been talking a lot, technical, ICT, a lot of things. So how well our education systems are preparing? I mean, I think a couple of speakers spoke also on this point. The love and compassion and being human being as a being, not just a doing elements. So do we have emotional literacy as a co-curriculum in the learning process? Are we training only the cognitive minds to work like machines? Are we training the heart also? It's not just the mind and hands. It is also heart and being a human being. So how well we do it? So I would like to share, listen to some of your insights.
I think from the school level, starting from life skills to everything, there are so many aspects which students are being taught. And also, we also spoke about community programs that all colleges and schools are coming out with, because even if this the student has to go abroad or anything, there are certain credits that they're going to get in terms of the community programs and what is it that they're doing apart from their own studies. So yes, I think there are a lot of avenues which are open. There are different training programs which are being brought into the classroom itself, and yeah, definitely it's there. So would you want to add for it?
Yeah, madam. One more thing. Some of the engineering colleges, they have introduced the emotional intelligence workshops. There, in the first year only, the students, they are identifying who is having the original intelligence, who is having the what you call social intelligence, who is having the spiritual intelligence, and who are having, they are not in a position to manage the emotions. And the persons who are not managing the emotions are very much dangerous, because they can take serious action, anything. So for them, what they are doing is they are giving a separate training to the respective students, and before that they are conducting a training to the faculty. For an emotional intelligence guy, he is having around more than 80. What type of training? If he is having a less than 20, and where he is having a domination. So based on that balancing, some of the engineering colleges are training, and so that the main objective of this new liberal education is everyone is intelligent. That's why they are given a full freedom to the student. They are understanding the feelings of the student. They are not forcing. Please understand. No, there is a mind. They can excel in future. Maybe you may not be seeing the results within 1 or 2 years, as Dr. Manjur Hussain sir said. By 2030, you will see rapid change in our Indian education system. Right from the beginning, that's what school level onwards, psychology or emotional intelligence are introduced. Hope I clarified your doubt.
Yes, but I would like to strongly recommend here the educationist here. One of the important person should be in every school, should be a school psychologist,
Yes.
a counselor.
Even in engineering colleges,
very
madam.
important, even in the colleges.
Yeah.
Because the mental health, we could see a spike of student suicide
Correct,
rates in a lot of social welfare schools, even in IITs, IIMs. So it's very important to give, the child is not prepared only for the cognitive development, for his academic success, in quotes, but it's life success, to be resilient. So I quote again J.P. Prakash, what he said in the morning, to be resilient, to face the failure, to take lessons from the failure. That's very, very important. And the role of school counselor plays a key role there.
Thank you so much for acknowledging that, because in fact they just read out also setting up the first ever emotional wellness space here in Hyderabad. I am seeing so many schools and colleges who approach saying that we want this particular thing. So we have different programs where we train counselors, though they are trained psychologists and everything. How you approach a student, how you approach a particular case or a situation is very different again. So, of course, yeah.
Another thing, what we have to closely monitor is understanding the student feelings. At the same time, understand the faculty feelings also. We have to give respect to the faculty who is handling the different behaviors of the students. That is a challenge. So, emotional intelligence workshop should be conducted to the faculty and also continuously, right from the, as madam said, from school level on. Both the things. Because the students, the faculty are totally handling the different behaviors of the students. And we cannot compare with them. Yes, today's students.
Thank you, dear
So that is
panelists.
important. Thank you, madam.
Thank you very much for your time. Sharachandra sir, last question to you before you go. Would you like to collaborate with our schools if we say that we give you a space and we are in touch with your butterfly fields? I remember the days when butterfly fields were in my classrooms. Would you be interested in setting up some learning laboratories like that?
Yeah, we will do that, madam. Emotional intelligence workshops.
Thank you, sir.
We will do that.
That's okay. Good, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, dear panelists. May I now request Chairman? That's the last panel session. You can keep your hands clapping. It'll warm you up. You can wriggle your toes too, because you're going to stand up in a short period of time.
Madam, just one second. I had a discussion with Dr. Deepa, is there? Left. Deepa, psychologist. You would have left. I think I had a discussion with her regarding the workshops.
Yes.
And Nivedita is there? Nivedita? Yes, I had a discussion with Nivedita. Sorry, I got your wrong name. Huh?
Clap.
Thank you so much, dear panelists, once again for such an incredibly enriching session. I would now request our Honorable Chairman M. Kumaraya sir, our Academic Director of DPS and Pallavi Group of Schools, Dr. T. Sudha ma'am, to come up to the stage. I would also request the principals of all the 5 DPS schools, DPS Nacharam, DPS Nadargul, DPS Mahendra Hills, DPS Aero City, and DPS Santosh Nagar to please come up to the stage. I would also request the principals, all the principals of Pallavi Model School, Pallavi Bovenpalli, Akshara Vagdevi, Gandipet, Kisara, Pallavi Aware, Pallavi Bachupalli, and Pallavi Trimalgiri to please come up to the stage. Can we have a louder round of applause? I request our Honorable Chairman Sir and Academic Director T. Sudha ma'am to felicitate all the principals of the DPS and Pallavi Group of Schools. I request Gauri Venkatesh ma'am to kindly come up to the stage in place of Sunita Rao ma'am.
So last 3 months, each of the principals, vice principals, and their entire team have been working day and night to put up this show. Without them, this wouldn't have been possible.
Request the principal of Pallavi Tirumalgiri to also come up to the stage, please. Pavan sir to kindly come up to the stage along with Yashasvi sir.
Sushil sir.
May I also request Mr. Rafi to come up to the stage. I request Sarita ma'am to kindly come up to the stage, please. Thank you so much. This is the organizing team, which is indeed a testament to the incredibly resourceful and enriching, power-packed sessions. Let's have another round of applause. May I also request Mr. Akhil to kindly come up to the stage, please? To receive a token of affection from our Honorable Sudha Ma'am.
As always, like I said yesterday, giving the concluding remarks seems to be the toughest job in the world. But on that note, let me first congratulate the team of Delhi Public Schools, Pallavi Group of Schools, the team Metamorphosis, which was there with us for the 2-day Hyderabad Today Conclave. It is not easy to envision an international conference, bring in people from outside, connect to each other, and draw the conference to a success. On that note, I congratulate Sudha ma'am, the academic director, who started dreaming about this maybe 2 or 3 months ago. And then there were countable meetings that she had with all of us. Talking of Malareddy sir, who is 70, may I now, ma'am, can I also speak about your age? I'm not supposed to speak of your age. Okay, ma'am is closer to the firebrand who came there. I'm not revealing the age. I'm not revealing, I didn't reveal your age, but the energy is synchronous. She also stands true. The number of Zoom meetings she had with us, the number of times she told us how to proceed, all these things did come to a culmination today when we successfully hosted the 2-day international conference. I had a big script, but I'm not reading all that for today. Yesterday was a good thing that I did. today is only a thank you and a warm thank you to all the dignitaries, the panel members, the MCs who took over. Special thanks to the Metamorphosis team. Again and again, I'm telling you, it's not easy organizing it along with the educators. We know that we are a little tough to handle, but we'll take it up with pride. Okay? Ma'am, anything else? Mr. Pavan on the stage along with Yashasvi, please.
Okay, we don't want to hold you guys for a long time. Firstly, 3 months ago, I just got a call from Yashasvi. He said, come to DPS Mahindra Hills. I thought he was just calling me to play cricket or something. Then later I realized I went inside a conference room. There was all people, in fact, chairman sir was sitting in the middle, and they said something related to international conference. And then Sudha ma'am had certain concept note, and then later everyone is having their ideas and all. Then we thought, okay, let us just streamline. And then later they added me onto the group. And in the group already everything has been made. I mean, they have given the concept notes, they have already announced the guests, everything has happened. Then I was thinking, what should I do here? Later, when Yashasvi said that, see, this is, we are bringing in amazing speakers. Now let us not just restrict to the paper presentations or publications. Let us take, one step ahead. Why don't we make this common platform for all the educators, not only just DPS and Pallavi group. Then one day at DPS Nacharam, we were sitting, and then suddenly we said, I think recently we saw this something called India Today Conclave, and they were talking about the current affairs, but we are talking about the education affairs. So let us coin it as Hyderabad Today Conclave. That's how Hyderabad Today Conclave has actually come into picture. And the first edition, we were thinking about education. But moving forward, you will see very interesting debates, panel topics related to sports, politics, movies, entertainment, all 21st century related crafts and arts. I think Hyderabad Today Conclave is going to envision that. And from now on, Yashasvi and I will be focusing more on how do we take this on a global scale, this Hyderabad Today Conclave, under your mentorship and your guidance. Thank you so much. Apologies if at all we have not considered any of your requests or anything. It is purely probably there is a miscommunication, but we will be, now we understood the system of DPS and Pallavi. We know, how to reach your expectations from now. Thank you so much.
So personally, myself, when Sudha ma'am was in the US about November, is going around each university. I didn't know what ma'am was actually doing. And then she used to update sir every week, and then I was not available to ma'am. Then suddenly she invited Jackie Chan, and then she said, we'll create an international conference. Then I thought, okay, fine, what is this? Okay, then that is when I met Pawan. So I said, we can do something like this in ISB. But later on, even from the starting, I always wanted to create a platform where, we can bring in some good people, and then students and our educators, teachers can always see them and get some source of inspiration. That is what I've always wanting to create, be it in schools, in events. I was always against calling politicians. I always wanted to call IAS officers, and then, some people who run MNCs, like, a few people we had today, and all of that. Because when people, parents or teachers or, students look up to them, they should see and learn something from them. That is what I've always thought. So when we came up with this concept called Hyderabad Today Conclave, we really didn't know it would be, we could pull it off in such a short time. But as Pawan said, when we came together, we knew that already speakers are decided, agendas are decided, expo is finalized, everything was already done. What we could only do is put everything together, brand it, saying Hyderabad Today Conclave, and then, arrange all the logistics and the social media, everything. That is what we did. But going forward, as Pawan said, be it sports, we are already creating some. Day before yesterday, one of our students has played for India. She has represented the Indian women's tennis team. The same way, there is a student with the name Sandhya Gora, who's an auto driver's child. She is going to play for India in the next 2-3 years. And she's in DPS Nacharam. Same way, there are a few other people. Two of our students, They're from Bidar and some parts of Adilabad. They are studying in DPS Nacharam for free. Their food, their accommodation, everything is taken care of. They started playing badminton in DPS, and now they're World Badminton Federation ranked players. 335 is their rank. There are two of them. So what we thought is all of this is there. We all know about it, but not everyone know about it. If I'm a parent, if I hear this story, then I would definitely make my kid be a part of something like this. So this is a platform that we all have created. Congrats to all of you. Same way, we should always encourage talent, be it in, as Pawan said, movies, be it in culture, be it in sustainability, be it in sports, everything possible, so that we can also create a holistic environment for learning in all our group of schools. Once again, thank you. We are coming up with 2.0 also, definitely, because Hyderabad is a place where the world is coming here. We want to show the Hyderabad model, as well as we want to create a platform, as I said. So thank you so much for all the support and all the teachers, principals, the support. Only because of your support, we could have done such a huge event. Once again, apologies if something was not heard of or something was not conveyed in the right way. But definitely with your support, Hyderabad HTC 2.0 also will become a very, very big success. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Yashasvi sir. Thank you so much. All's well that ends well. May I now take this opportunity to express my deepest and sincere gratitude on behalf of Delhi Public School and Pallavi Group of Schools, starting with our Honorable Chairman, sir. Thank you so much, dear Chairman, sir, and our Academic Director, T. Sudha ma'am, the brainchild of this stupendous educational initiatives, DPS and Pallavi Group of Schools. I would also like to extend my sincere gratitude to Pallavi ma'am, our COO, Yashasvi Malka, sir. I would also like to thank all the principals of Pallavi Model School and DPS schools for taking your valuable time and being able to spend here with us, to spare your valuable time and share all your insights with us. I would also take this opportunity to thank all the dignitaries, all the distinguished dignitaries, delegates, teachers, panel members, once again principals and students, parents, whoever was able to spare their time and be a part of the 2-day resourceful and enriching session. I would like to, again, I would be failing in my duties if I if I forget to mention Sunita Rao ma'am, principal, senior principal and deputy director, RR DPS Nacharam, who has been instrumental in creating a format of the conclave and has been instrumental in bringing the most eminent speakers and panelists as well as moderators. On the same line, I would like to acknowledge each and every principal of Delhi Public School and Pallavi Group of Schools. Thank you so much to all the technical team. I would also like to thank Sarita ma'am for her unending, unwavering support. Thank you so much to all the members, all the supporting staff, all the supporting team. Thank you once again. Have a nice day.